The horses onto the track, post-spreading for today's third race. We start at middle pick 4 here. A $5,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 1:40 on the fast main track. Scratch the 11, Silent and Violent. Jockey change on the 6, Political Riot. Make the rider Adamar Santos. Field of 10 set to go here. We have Daily Double, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick Through Wagering. We start the middle pick 4. We have a Super High 5 as well. Post time coming up in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race, 2 minutes out. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's third race, the middle pick 4, is coming up in 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third. Start of the middle pick 4. Field of 10 to go a mile and 40 yards here. Post time favored 5-2 on the number 7 Ghost Stalker. 5-2 as well down on the inside. Breadman and 3-1 King Ramos. So those three taking a majority of the dough here. Here's Camino de Santiago. Israel Rodriguez to gate 8, right now at 8-1. Redasur, 54-1 long shot going up. Practical Way, Chain Reaction, they'll be the next two. Here's Bandero. Richard Mitchell to gate 4 at 40-1. Putting on Burn, Jakey Burn, and King Ramos will be all set for a start. Today's third. King Ramos coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Practical Way out very crisply and goes right to the front. Burn Jakey Burn set for speed up from the outside. Chain Reaction. Political Riot also wants a part of the early mix as they fan across the track going into that first turn. Practical Way going to cut the corner along with Burn Jakey Burn there 1-2. Political Riot third in the blue colors. Way out wide is Chain Reaction. Bandero saves ground, is down toward the inside of joint fourth. In between horses comes Ghost Stalker, who's after that. Then Camino de Santiago racing back in 7th. King Ramos is 8th, early on about 10 lengths behind the leaders. Then comes Redasur, and Breadman is the early trailer, 10th and last, and about 12 off the lead. They navigated that opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Burn Jakey Burn emerges up to be a clear leader. It's Burn Jakey Burn by a length. Political Riot, Practical Way, now back at joint second, but now coming up now is 3 of them just separated 3/4 of a length. In behind them comes Bandero, who's on the inside of Chain Reaction. Length and a half more to King Ramos, who's making some progress toward the inside. After that is Ghost Stalker, Camino de Santiago. Redasur is back second last, and still nothing yet from Breadman, who continues to trail. Around that far turn, it's Burn Jakey Burn, Practical Way, and Practical Way now coming back up to grab the lead. Burn Jakey Burn back to second. Political Riot, King Ramos continues to make up ground, is fourth, 2.5 lengths behind the leader, Practical Way. Practical Way to the top of the stretch, the lead about a length. Political Riot on the outside, Burn Jakey Burn, and right in between them, King Ramos going to need a seam as they come to the top of the lane. Practical Way, Hector Diaz Jr., the leaders by the 8th pole. Political Riot trying to come chase that one. Down the far outside is King Ramos. Up the fence is Burn Jakey Burn. They've all got to go still catch Practical Way. King Ramos trying to surge in these final 70 yards. Practical Way, here's King Ramos on the outside, and King Ramos up to win it. Won it by a length. Practical Way was second, third Political Riot, fourth Burn Jakey Burn. 10, 3, 6, 5, and 8. 10, 3, 6, 5, 8, the unofficial order. 141.01 the final time. Results official. King Ramos, a 3-1 winner. $8.20 on the win for King Ramos. King Ramos to the winner's circle for the fourth time in his career. 7-year-old dark Bayer brown gelding by two-step salsa out of Sleeping Bird was bred in Florida by Dr. Myron Wilson. Establo Ruche, the winning owner. Juan Carlos Avila, the winning trainer. And Samuel Marin aboard for the winning ride as King Ramos, your third race winner. Prices on the board. Your exact to $32. Trifecta $152.80. Dime Super $184.34. The Daily Double an even $10. Pick 3 $16.60. Nobody had the Super High Five, so we'll carry that over to the fourth race. $1,142. Race 4 starts the Ultimate 6. The jackpot carryover $51,000 plus. Scratch the number 8 Callihu. Number 8 is Scratch. Jockey change on the 7 Tripulante. Make the rider Jose Vargas. Number 9 Astronaut Oscar. The jockey changed. Adamar Santos will carry 122 pounds. And number 10 Sig Alert should be listed as a first-time gelding. Race 4, the Ultimate 6 in 23 minutes at 1:48 p.m. There were 2 claims in today's third race. Number 7, Ghost Stalker, was claimed. It goes to Thomas Waltke Jr., owner, trainer. And number 10, the winner, King Ramos, was claimed. Goes to DeBello Racing Stables, trainer Kathleen O'Connell.
Race 4 is going to kick off today's Ultimate Six, and it is with a 5K claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have not won a race since September 15th. They'll be going 5.5 furlongs on the main track. The number 4, Magical Warrior. He's making a second off the claim for Jose Delgado. This is after a 4th place finish in an optional 8 starter 5, in which he's had about a length or 2 off the pace. Ultimately finished 4th. He'd run second the start prior, which was at this level and distance. It was a first off the layoff after not having run since August, though. And I'm not sure what necessitated that layoff, but he obviously wasn't exactly the same, because when he was running here last meet, he was running and holding his own with optionals. And don't forget, the further back class, he's actually a stakes winner here at Tampa. He won our 2023 sprint. So let's see if he can do better with the recency back to the 5 N1Y condition. The 2, Bear Creek, in here for Dennis Ward, who's trained this boy before. He's making a first off a long layoff. He was running on the synthetic at Presque Isle for a good part of 2024, but he's got some main track form here at Tampa that definitely puts him in the mix. He'd run second on 2 occasions last meet, in an open 10 going 7, and then in an optional 8 starter 5. So I would think this condition 5 back on our surface with Ward, whose barn has been carefully spotting their horses, he can contend for a piece of it. And Gallardo, he's back aboard. He's got a lot of experience with this horse. Going to complete the top 3 with the fleet-footed Money Song. He's got post 1 from which to employ that foot. He's run in the money here in 3 or 4 starts at the level this meet. And the one that he didn't, he was making a first off a long layoff, didn't get to show his speed. And I know there's a little other speed in here, Triplante, Callie who has scratched, so this should make things easier for Money Song. So I'm going to go 4-2-1 in race 4, and your Ultimate Six starts now.
wanted to talk. These fine people are sponsoring the content that you're seeing, and we wanted to talk about the upcoming race meet that's going to happen next month at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So I want to turn it over to Eric, and he can tell you some of the highlights of the meet and things that they're doing, and why you should watch Horseshoe Indianapolis content. And of course, you need to wager it. Use DRF products to help you wager.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. So our 2025 season starts up April 15th. 123 days of racing.
Awesome.
6 of those are quarter horse days. So that leaves us 117 thoroughbred days. Goes right until the middle of November. Business and the racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis has gotten very good over the years. We're proud of that. Rachel will attest to. She's been here longer than I have, but over the last 5 years, we've had wage increases for the last 5 years. The quality of racing has gotten a lot better too. We've seen the influx of Kentucky horsemen about an hour and a half from Louisville, about 2 hours from Lexington. So it makes it a really easy trip for those Kentucky folks to come up and use our racing product and all that. I think what we're most proud of though is the way the Indiana program is really flourishing. Not every state program is going like this, but
right.
We're fortunate where the breeding program has remained pretty steady, and the quality of Indiana breds has improved a lot over the years. So I think what you'll see from our racing over those 123 days is just good quality, good field size, safe racetrack. Things we're very proud of here, and some of the highlights. Rachel can get into certain days and whatnot, but if you haven't been a customer, we sure would encourage you to give us a try, because I think you'll find something you really like. We're a Monday to Thursday product, generally speaking, and that market we've kind of overtaken that market in terms of business and whatnot. So very proud of what's happening, very proud of our team. We've got our star here, face of Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Well, we're going to get to Rachel in a minute.
You guys enjoy your 5 minutes of fame.
So we got some questions.
Yeah, you asked the big man some questions.
Hard to keep down.
Well, you mentioned a few things. So one of the things that I think your racetrack has become well known for is the large field sizes on weekdays, and you filled a void in the content space that I think is very valuable. I think you've done really well with that. So are we going to see more of that, growth in field size in 2025? Because it looks like you put on a lot of competitive races that people are interested in wagering on.
I appreciate the comments, because it's one of the things we're most proud of is that, and all the signs are that we're going to have the same type of.
Excellent.
We have 1,200 stalls at our racetrack, and we had about 1,800 stall applications. We're turning horses away, and then we're, like I said, we're within 2 hours of thousands more
That's
horses.
right.
So we're in a good location. We're good, set for the future to really keep growing. And I do believe that Monday to Thursday, at least with Monday to Wednesday in the summer, there's just not a better option.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So, in filling that content space, the customer, when they look at that Monday to Thursday menu, you stand out, because you have a diversity of wagers, you have good competitive programs, and good content, and also Rachel puts on a great show from the television side. So
yeah, we have a really, really great program. I've been talking to everyone here, and they just love the days that we run on the weekdays, because you're sitting there and you're trying to find some quality horses to play, and you look at Indiana and we've got 10 averaging big horse fields where everyone else is having trouble with 5 and 6.
Right.
So, and everyone's been talking about that this weekend, which I hate.
It's a big issue for our business.
It is,
Yeah.
and you hate to hear it, even if it's competitors, because we all love horse racing, but it's definitely a popular one with everybody. We run in the afternoons, but then we do have some really good event days, and I'll talk about those a little bit. With we have a big Kentucky Derby day. We're going to have a $1,000 hat contest. All of our contests are free. You don't have to pay like $20 to get into it. You could potentially win $1,000 in one of our contests, and you don't have to pay a dime, which I think a lot of people like.
Nice.
You can also play online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. We've got a quarter horse Saturdays. We've got a couple of really nice thoroughbred evening events. Boots and Brews is going to be a really good time. And then the Indiana Derby is on July 5th, which I think was cool. Eric decided we were going to race all week. It'll be so fun. Tuesday the 1st all the way to Saturday, and we're going to have that special July 4th day. So super excited about that. And yeah, I mean, we have a great program, even for the owners and breeders. I got the stats from Jessica. I mean, we paid out like $210 million last year in purses to people who are participating in our program, so it's not just bettors.
Right.
So really just super happy with it. And he's right, in the last 5 years, it's just blown up. I've had 2 or 3 people tell me that as well. He's like, man, you guys in the last 5 years. And I was like, it's the golden boy, I call him.
Well,
Eric joined me and Tammy.
Yeah.
And everyone at the track, Terrell, Tim, all of them, we have an amazing team. My AV team is just literally the best in the business. I really believe. So, yeah, we're looking forward to a really good year.
So I have a few follow-ups now. So you mentioned a lot of on-track promotions, and I've been to your racetrack multiple times, and I love it. It's a nice drive from Indianapolis. It's in a great countryside area, and your racetrack's beautiful. The facility's first class, and I think you need to tell people about that.
Yeah.
I think that's important.
I always say when people show up, like I think it was Paul DeLuca was like, this place is really nice. And I was like, Paul, what's with the shock, bro? Like, I feel like everybody that's like living in California or at other tracks thinks they're going to show up to Indiana and we're just going to be like this smoke-smelling, old school place. But yes, we have a really, really nice facility. And the casino, even, like a lot of people here, someone was like, hey, I've been here and I've been to Indiana, and you guys have a Vegas-style casino in Indiana. We have a really nice property. We got good stuff for the kids, lots of stuff for families, and we do promotions just for a little bit of everybody. So yeah, it's really nice, and I always get offended when people are shocked at how nice it is.
There you go. So it's a great visit if you're in the area and you can make it to the racetrack. You should do it. Now, if you can't make it to the racetrack, you do create a fantastic show. So you need to tell people about what the show is and who's on the show, because it's not just you.
Yeah, no, it's not. I got my #1 man, John G. Dooley, the one and only. He just does a great job. We do a pre-race show every day. And then Brian takes us home going over the Pick 5. Brian Aragoni, amazing handicapper. He does half the races with me at Handicapping. And we have Nathan, the caller here this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nathan Klein.
Yeah, Nathan Klein.
From the University of Arizona.
Really fun, and we're going to do some cool stuff with him. I'm going to try to get him into handicapping a little bit this year. It's kind of my goal, and I still have to clean out my entire closet out of what will be his office, but we'll not talk about that. So the show is really good, and we've got top-notch people on it, and we always have good interns too. We let them do some announcements, t-shirt tosses, and me, John, and Brian, we're just like 3 amigos.
All right, awesome. So before we leave the folks, anything else we want to say about what's coming up this year?
April 15th to
Opening
November 13th is closing day. We got that week break at the end of July, and
turf racing started up, Derby, Kentucky Derby weekend. One of the advantages we have is our turf course is spectacular, and there's been some ups and downs at some other racetracks. Right. We've taken advantage of that in a lot of ways, and gotten a lot of horses because that turf course is so durable. We ran almost 250 races on it last year, and that's just a number. Let me promise you, that's a lot of turf racing.
Right, for sure.
And Rachel mentioned our team. This group could go anywhere and run any racetrack in America and make it better, and that includes our people that take care of our turf course and dirt course. One interesting fact, I'm not sure, safety is really important to what we do, and we care about our, not just our human athletes, but our equine athletes.
Yes, absolutely.
Very much. And
In November, we got big field sizes, we got a great turf course, we got lots of great competitive racing, we got a fantastic TV team, a great TV show, and if you come visit the track, it's a great place to be at. So everybody, Horseshoe Indianapolis, thank you to Eric and Rachel for being on with us, and hopefully have a great, yes, thank you.
Nothing you can't do? No, we've totally got, now he's like, his head is not going to be able to make it out the door.
Yeah, we do okay. All right, thank you, everyone.
The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're 1 minute from post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's fourth race. We're kicking off the Ultimate Six in here. 51,000 plus in that jackpot carryover. Field of 10 set to go 5.5 furlongs. Your post time favorite right now. 2-1 co-choices, numbers 1 and 4, both at 2-1. Here's one of those runners, Money Song, moving up. Gotta Be Dancing, a 39.01 long shot out to post 6. Gonna Be Dancing goes in. Here's Bear Creek, Tripolante. They're the next pair. Blame Bishop, the maroon and silver sleeves. Here's Astronaut Oscar in the red colors to gate 9. Magical Warrior, City Humor, Sig Alert, and Som Tequila, the final 4. We're just about set for a start. Today's fourth, the Ultimate Six. Don't forget we have the Pick 5 carryover starting up next in race 5. $43,815 in the late Pick 5 carryover. Should be a big pool. Som Tequila, Sunny Leone to the outside draw. Some Tequila, he goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him at a good level line. Magical Warrior in the yellow cap shooting out for the early advantage. Money Song is close up with City Humor. Blame Bishop also moving up way out wide. Goes Som Tequila and Sig Alert as they're in a firing line. Going to be dancing. Astronaut Oscar just had to check out of there. Astronaut Oscar, some trouble there as they went to the half-mile pole. It's Magical Warrior and Money Song. Those two 1-2. Som Tequila in the pink colors, a length and a half back in third. It's a break of two more then. Back to a big lineup of horses. Going to be dancing. Way out wide, Sig Alert starts to advance. City Humor. Then comes Blame Bishop. 2.5 more to Triplante. It's about 5 more than to Bear Creek. And after that trouble there, Astronaut Oscar is the trailer. Around the far turn, a Magical Warrior tries to slip away after a 21-3 opening quarter mile. Magical Warrior and Cesar Gonzalez to the top of the lane in front by 2 to Money Song. It's 3 more back to Som Tequila, Sig Alert. Down the far outside, Triplante starting a little bit of a bid, but these top 2 have gotten away. Magical Warrior to lead a length and 3/4. Money Song is getting a little closer, but time is ticking away. It's Magical Warrior by the 16th pole, 2-length lead. Money Song second, late run Sig Alert might get up for third. Nobody gets first other than Magical Warrior, won it by 3. Second was Money Song. Third ended up close. I do think Sig Alert got it, but Bear Creek was flying from the back to photo for fourth with Som Tequila. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking at the run down the back stretch at or around the half-mile pole. The slow-mo cam of the finish. 103.49 was the final time for the 5.5. Again, a Stewards inquiry looking at the run down the back stretch at around the half-mile pole there.
wire. It's the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Visit racingmuseum.org.
Is this thing on? All right, let's go. All right, first car.
Mustang.
All right, you can only eat one thing for the rest of your life. What is it?
Rice and beans and chicken.
Your most played song.
Perfect. By Ed Sheeran. Yeah.
Funniest guy in the jocks room.
Oh, Joe Bravo.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe Bravo. Yeah, when he's here, Joe Bravo.
Which Disney princess is the most annoying to you?
Elsa? Is Elsa? Yeah, Elsa.
Snakes or spiders?
Spiders.
What's the craziest thing you've splurged on?
A house.
Favorite comedy movie?
Cheaper by the dozen. Love that movie.
Okay. Broccoli or cauliflower?
Cauliflower.
Now, I'm thinking of a racetrack, and I want you to try to guess it. All right, I've got it. Try to guess.
Keeneland.
Nope, that's it. We're done.
No. Yeah.
Brian Addo with you. We're taking a look at one of my stronger plays on the Saturday card, and it's in one of the two stakes we have. Race number 4 is the Hutcheson. The 3-year-olds going at it. It's a long, storied race here at Gulfstream Park. I'm all the way on the outside to the 6, and that is Multiverse. Just really broke through impressively with the maiden win last time. Did do it with Lasix. Comes off today. I know we face winners as well, but there is so much speed in here. I think he's the now horse. I have questions about a few of the others, including Guns Loaded, and I think Multiverse can run them all down in the lane anyway. So he's one of my stronger plays on a fun 12-race Saturday card here at Gulfstream Park.
co-feature event of the afternoon, 6 furlongs, fast main track. This is the 71st running of the Hutcheson, $115,000. Brian, before I came on the air, was just saying I remember this race going back, not 71 years, but Samantha would say 71 years about me, but, really a good race. And Samantha, the horses have arrived. We'll start with you with the number 6. That's Multiverse. How's that one look?
He looks great. This horse is a tough test for him today, facing winners for the first time, but the way he won last time out was just so impressive, looping the field. You don't see a lot of horses, especially sprinting here at Gulfstream Park, that just have that quick turn of foot on this dirt course. It's such a speed favoring dirt course just in general, and he looks really, really good for the race here today.
Brian, I know that you talk about this horse, then we'll go to talk about the number 2, Guns Loaded.
Well, it's a flow play too, Ron, because Guns Loaded and Rolando, they know one way to go, and that's fast early, and I don't see any way that they don't hook up, and that plays right in to Multiverse's hands because he's going to settle a little bit. The only worry I have, he did that good running with Lasix last time, but this is a flow play, like I said, and he seemingly, at least on paper, boy, does he get all the best of it, Ron.
Will I'll stick with you, Brian, with the number 2, Guns Loaded. He's turning back the 3/4 of a mile. His 2-race win streak ended. He set the pace and faded. That was in the mile into 16. The grade 3 Holy Bull, Jose D'Angelo, $800,000 son of gun runner.
Yeah, and he's got a stakes win to his credit. He gutted it out in the Mucho Macho, man. He was handed the race early, and he was all out late, but he's cutting back. The problem for him is the horse that shockingly could be favored by post time is Rolando. He's wildly fast too, and he's on the outside of Guns Loaded, Ron. It's going to be a tough trip to hoe on the way to the winner's circle.
Samantha, we'll stick with the number 2 with you, Guns Loaded. How did that one look? And then we'll go to the 5, Rolando.
Well, this is a new addition for him here. He is wearing on the left side of his blinkers. He always runs in blinkers, but today he's got a full extension blinker on that left side. So horses that lug in, that is the blinker that they usually put on. So it is almost completely covering his left eye now. At his Churchill race, he was kind of lugging in a little bit here, but this is the first time he's raced now with this type of blinker. So this will be interesting to see what comes of this, but I just want to note that equipment change, which is a very significant one, especially because you don't usually see horses with the full cup on the left side. It's usually they're lugging out. But the 5 now will move to Rolando. This horse, I loved him last time. He's very fast, but man, he's coming back very quickly.
You're coming back quickly. He's making his stakes debut, but very impressive last time out, Brian.
He was, Ron, and I think we all know now, and we can be pretty confident that he's a 6 furlong horse. There's 2 wins, by far his best 2 runs at 6 furlongs. The other 3 races at 7 and a mile, just not as brilliant, not as good. This is what he wants to do. Boy, it's a quick turnaround, though.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. You just a great race. I think it's but like you said, a flow race. Who gets the best strip, right, Brian?
No, I think so, Ron. That's why I put Joey Muscles to 3 in second, because I don't think he's good enough to win this race, but I think he's good enough to get a big piece of this race because of what I expect to be just an absolutely hellacious early pace, Ron.
You didn't have time to show it, but we got Samantha's pick 4 in here. Pick 4 will you can see it, and one should check it out. No, all right, never mind. Good luck, everybody.
Stepping onto the track for race number 4, the Hutcheson, 6 furlongs the journey. Here's the field. Number 1 is Cortafuego, owned by Leon King Stable Corporation and trained by Jose D'Angelo. Edgar Perez on board. Number 2, Guns Loaded, carries the colors of More Play Stable, owned in partnership with Joey Platts and Lady Sheila Stable. Jose D'Angelo does the training, the jockey Luis Saez. Number 3, Joey Muscles, is out of the barn of Jenna Antonucci for John Grossi's Racing Corporation, the jockey Jose Morelos. Number 4 is Tapir's Valor. Tapir's Valor is owned by Running More Racing and trained by Tim Ham with Dylan Davis. 5, Rolando, owned by St. George Stable, trained by Fausto Gutierrez, the rider Tyler Gaffleon. Rounding out the field, Pin Oak Stud Farms Multiverse. Riley Mott does the training, the jockey Drayden Van Dyke. 4 minutes. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Hutcheson Stakes field moving in for the starting leg of another pick 4. Bettors have this as a 3-horse affair. 2, 5, and 6. Guns loaded, Rolando and Multiverse. Waiting for Rolando and Multiverse. Multiverse, Drayden Van Dyke to take the outside gate. They're all in the gate. And they're off in the Hutcheson. Guns loaded comes out firing. So does Rolando and Joey Muscles. These three almost in line in the opening 16th of a mile from Multiverse, away racing in 4th. Out of their 5th is Tapir's Valor. The yearly trailer is Corta Fuego. In the run to the half-mile point, it's Guns Loaded and Luis Saez who have the lead 3 parts of a length. Rolando is now second. They've gone 2.5 better than Joey Muscles, backing off to race third for Morelos. 3 in front of Multiverse, who's trying to tack on to race in 4th. Gap of 4 more to Tapir's Valor, and the trailer is still Corta Fuego. They speed around the far turn at the 5/16, and Rolando has just took the lead from Guns Loaded, who is all in. The leader is Rolando, 5/16 from home. He's now 3 in front. From the outside, it's Multiverse who tries to go get him. Back to third, Joey Muscles. Guns Loaded is next as they straighten for the drive. 45 seconds for a half-mile speed. Rolando, he has it by a length and a half. Multiverse, the only one in range to go get him with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Rolando by a length. Multiverse tries to get by. Rolando drifts. Multiverse on the outside. It's Rolando still there. Multiverse one more time. Rolando and Multiverse. Multiverse and Rolando. Rolando! Rolando wins the Hutcheson over Multiverse second, 4 ahead of Joey Muscles third in 1:10 and 2. In the winner's circle now, the winner of the 4th race, the Hutcheson, it goes to number 5, Rolando. Rolando is by Vacoma out of Mixteca by Tapizar. Bred Kentucky by the owners, the St. George Stable. Trained by Fausto Gutierrez, The winning jockey, Tyler Gaffleon. Finishing second, number 6, Multiverse. Third was number 3, Joey Muscles. Fourth was number 4, Tapir's Valor. 110-2 for the 6 furlongs. Winning exact at $9.80, trifecta $8.90, superfecta $64.60, $6.46 for a dime. The daily double combination, numbers in the double sequence, 6-5, $10.60, the pick 3, $29.40. Let's head to the winner's circle. Trophy presentation being made by a guy who has been here for all 71 Hutchesons. The one and only Ron Nicoletti makes the trophy presentation to winning jockey Tyler Gaffleon, winning trainer Fausto Gutierrez, and the St. George Stable for their victory with Rolando. Race 5 is up next. Today's 5th race is in loving memory of Drew Fabrizi on the main track at 6.5 furlongs. Field of 7, win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wager.
we're going to sprint 6.5 furlongs on a fast main track for race number 5, maiden claiming event. This is for 3-year-olds, no scratches or jockey changes, in memory of a good guy, Drew Fabrizi, was a mutual clerk here.
Yeah.
And good luck to the family, and we send our condolences. Getting to this 5th race, the age-old question about handicapping. Do you go with first-time starters when you don't really like previous runners?
Yep.
You went with the previous runner.
I did, just having the experience
Yeah.
here. Lawler is a horse, the 5 in this spot, that, look, he is 0 for 8, so he's a hard horse to take here, but there's just so many question marks with the rest of this field, and the first-time starters, just from what I've seen from the works, don't look all that great, and the other previous runners besides him, he owns the careers, he has the fastest sheet number, he has the fastest buyer of the field, so I'm going to go with him, Ron, but I'm not.
Another day of Horseshoe Indianapolis presenting coverage of the National Horse Players Championship, the NHC 2025. We are Daily Racing Form. I'm Gino Picola alongside Alexa Zepp. Alexa, we just had the first mandatory race for Saturday underway, so now the room is starting to get a little bit alive. Early in the morning, when there's not as many mandatory races, there's not as much racing going on. Even our producer Bobby said it's a little quiet. I said
it's like a little solemn almost.
Yeah,
like a lot of people who are
like
feeling the heat.
The calm before the storm, almost.
Yeah,
right? There's been a track cancellation already from Fairgrounds due to issues. We had a bunch of scratches at Colonial, so sometimes horse racing with the best technology, we do our best, but we'll do our best today to provide you live coverage over the next 4 or 5 hours. We'll talk about the leaderboard, who's been moving up. We'll handicap some races for you. We have player profiles that we recorded earlier in the week so we can introduce you to some of the players that are on the leaderboard right now. And it's a big day, Alexa, because day 2, so you have to make the cut today or else you're not coming back tomorrow.
You're done. Yeah, you can come back and play the consolation tournament, but that's about it. So today is where you got to leave it all on the table, make every pick count, you know. You've got more today than yesterday, so that's a change that they did. I think last year, if I recall, where there's more mandatory races today. I think there's a total of 20 selections today, if that's right.
Yeah, you have the...
With 8 mandatories. And yesterday there were only like 6 mandatories. So, which makes sense. You know, Saturday's got more robust racing, even though we've had some cancellations.
So our contest players will all be playing 20 races today. Those 8 mandatories, 12 plus 12 optionals. Rule of thumb: build this show around the mandatories. Try to lead you into those, kind of set you up, give you some handicapping. And we would love to hear from some of you out there. If you're watching on the DRF YouTube, send us in some of your selections, who you might be playing. We've already heard this morning from Robert Salzano, who's sharing his selections, and Robert Mapolo. I call it Robert Salzano, Bobby Salzano. Bobby Salz is checking in with us. He's already given out all of his plays, and he actually had Bahamian Moon, who just won at Fairgrounds a little earlier on. So shout out to Bobby, and we'd love to hear from all of you as we try to handicap, get some winners, and continue to cover this this great contest.
Did Dan Piazza, I'm trying to remember, was it Dan or Joseph who led day
Dan
one?
was leading, and he's already got on the board again today.
Yes, he's sitting at 180.22, which getting pretty close to knowing he's going to be in the cut for sure, you know. I mean, you could have a really good day one and not make the cut, you know, but I think he's definitely securing his seat in at least the top 10%, if not the final table. So looks like he was hot yesterday. So far he's staying hot. He's only played the 1 mandatory, no optionals, and he hit it.
So just kind of looking at where we sit right now, Golf Aqueduct has the Jimmy Wingfield coming up in just about 2 minutes. Gulfstream Park has race number 5 coming up in just about 5 minutes. We will be able to show you the races from Gulfstream, from Santa Anita, so when Gulfstream racing is on, we'll be able to stick with that feed and go right there. I think Tampa also, we can stick with them, and you can hear the soothing sounds of Jason Beam over at Tampa Bay Downs when they get ready for another race. So as we get set up, our next mandatory race isn't till Colonial 7, so we have a little time there. We can take a peek at this Gulfstream race coming up as we have the graphic for the leaderboard. Remember, if any of you want to check this out, They do have it updated at ntra.com, but we've actually been a little faster putting them up the last couple days. So we'll give you updates on this leaderboard best that we can, and we're rooting for a lot of the folks that we had great interviews with. We talked to some really cool people, but we're also rooting for our buddy Tom Quinones from the Daily Racing
You
Forum.
You want to go to that show.
Yeah, he had a good day yesterday. He's a wrestling fan, so I'm already pressuring him into taking me to a wrestling show if he wins. So good luck to TQ.
100%. Yeah, no, it's really exciting. It's a fun day. A lot of good energy, especially once the mandatories start rolling, and they do start rolling around like 2 o'clock. Then you just, in quick succession, you have like 4 or 5 mandatories. So the room will really heat up at that point. You have a lot of energy, a lot of emotion going into those races. But for now, we got a little bit of a break for the mandatory. So yeah, Gulfstream race 5.
So we're about 3 minutes away from this one. Currently looking up at the board right now, Alexa, the number 5 is your 2-1, kind of lukewarm favorite in this race. I know I'm sitting next to, we keep talking about wrestling, but the number 5 here, I'm sitting next to Alex Fanti, who's a member of the DRF staff. He's got to have some great Jerry Lawler stories. We've got Lawler, who is the number 5 right now up on the board, Jerry the King. He's a maiden right now, though, who's 0 for 8, but this is a drop to the career low level, right? He's been facing better maiden special weights, higher level maiden claimers. What do you think about him in here? Is he a favorite who you try to beat?
I do like Lawler. I think, he's got solid in-the-money record, good time from US early pace figures, class drop, gets Alvarado with 60% win rate. So I do like that. Another one is Senor Money, the 4.
Kind of opposite running styles, right?
Yes.
Senor Money's a little quicker. Lawler will probably be more from off the pace.
Yeah, exactly. But Senor Money isn't crazy odds. I mean, that's 5 to 2. So at that point,
super logical.
I probably wouldn't play this race in the tournament. If I'm giving out a pick to win, I do like the 5 first. What about you?
Well, we're sitting here in the bright light city, gonna set my soul, my soul
serenade
on
us all
fire.
day?
We got
This
Bright
is what we
Lights
need.
Joe right here at the number 3, first-time starter for the Brendan Walsh barn. I do, it's funny because I don't like having like a template. I'll use angles when I like a horse and they have a couple angles to complement them. I'm not as much of like blindly playing certain angles and things like that. I don't love playing first-time starters at like 6.5 and 7 a lot of the times because those are the tricky distances. I don't mind playing them going longer, but like the longer sprints, sometimes the horses that have a few races of experience, they just have that more fitness level the last half of a furlong or so. So I do think the 3 is going to run well in here. I would not be shocked at all to see like a good 2nd or 3rd and then a performance that Bright Lights Joe can build on.
Yeah.
You may hear the voice of Chris Griffin in the background, track announcer from Aqueduct. I believe race number 4 is underway. That's the Jimmy Winkfield over at Aqueduct. Good luck to anyone who played that as one of their optional races for today.
Did you have a pick in this race or no? I didn't look at Aqueduct 4 today.
I didn't love anybody in the Winkfield. Wouldn't have been a play. Paula Starr, I thought was a little bit interesting. It was just a smaller field, and I wouldn't have made one of my optional
If you
races.
were playing in the tournament, would there be like certain tracks that you would stick to? Like what's your kind of specialty?
Yeah, honestly, I'd probably be playing a lot of Gulfstream and probably a lot of Santa Anita even later on in the day, because that's just the tracks that I know really, really well.
Yeah.
And probably a lot of grass racing. That's where I find some trips. That's where I find stuff in the replays that I don't know if everybody else found. So those would be my bread and butter. I think when I look at the races, or like if I go on radio shows and give out a couple best bets each week and do some promotion and stuff, most of the time I think I'm writing down like grass races and horses who have had like hidden trips and I think can improve off of those races.
That's your bread and butter.
Yep, that's where I'd probably get most of my bankroll focused and probably a lot of my plays. So checking in from Joe E. Joe, okay, Joe, you got your namesake right now. So Joe said we're working right now with volume, with mics. We're checking a lot of things out. We got to give a shout out to our production team because we only have a small production team out here, and we're doing an awesome job the last couple days. When we're in a big ballroom like this, and there's 600 plus people, and there's a bunch of different broadcasts and internet connections and everything. And shout out to Lucia, to Bobby, to all the guys behind the scenes too, to Rich and to Mike. They do a fantastic job.
We got, oh, you said Robert already.
Yeah.
A huge wrestling fan. We love that. Well, it's 0 minutes to post at Gulfstream. I know they're circling. So you would be on the...
I'd probably still, now, especially with the 3 ticking up to 9-2, I'd still probably lean 3, even though I'm concerned with the finishing at the 6.5. But just from a value-based standpoint, I much prefer the 3 versus the 4 or the 2, just a little bit shorter prices there. Think a little more upside. You liked Senior Money?
I'm boring. I'm
Yeah.
going boring with the favorite on this one.
Yeah,
I do like.
Lawler's 2-1 on the morning line. 2-1 currently right now. Lawler, second start back off the bench. A couple months off, drops in class. They're going to get set to load into the gate at Gulfstream Park for race number 5 in just a moment. Lots of great wagering at Gulfstream. Don't forget about things like that coast-to-coast pick 5 you can play a little bit later on today. 15% low takeout,
Which
no
you
CSW wagering. Yeah, I
Okay.
did a couple of those so far this year since the start of the year. One that was like 2,700, and then one that was about 12 grand.
12 grand. Gino bought the drink.
Love that wager.
Actually, Gino bought the Broadway tickets.
Yeah,
so we
went
went
to
to
go see
Aladdin, and
Aladdin.
that was awesome.
Shout out to Lucia who came with us.
Yeah.
And when we were doing our mic checks a little earlier on, I was singing A Whole New World to producer Mike, who was getting serenaded. Love you, Mike. Love you. So post time for race number 5 at Gulfstream. They'll be moving in right now. Kind of give you the lay of the land coming up after that. Colonial, race number 6, just 3 minutes away. And then the 7th at Colonial will be our next mandatory.
Yeah.
Remember, Virginia Derby and Virginia Oaks today.
Yeah.
So Derby points and Oaks points up for grabs. Races 8 and 9 are the big stakes races at Colonial. And then where will we go? Tampa, race 6 is about 7 minutes away. And Oaklawn, race 4, we have about 12 minutes. So that'll be kind of our next round of races. As we get set for the 5th at Gulfstream Park, we wish you all the best of luck. They'll be loading into the gate right now, so we can head on out to Gulfstream Park. Pete Aiello will give us the load and the call. Good luck.
To 1 third choice. He just went into line. Just for Fun stable. Junior Alvarado with the ride. The last 2 up are Here Comes the Peach and Music Jewel. Music Jewel will take the outside for 6.5 furlongs. Field of 7 are in the gate, ready for a start. And they're off. Not a good start at all for Here Comes the Peach. Good start in the middle for Senior Money, who heads off for the early lead. From the rail, Plex, ridden hard by Panici. Plex is hard at work. In between horses, Bright Lights Joe is into the top flight. Lawler situated in 4th. 3 more to Here Comes the Peach, the one with no speed at all. And hard ridden is Heretical, and even farther back to Music Jewel. So a couple of these are in a world of hurt already. Meanwhile, Plex, who was used hard, now he has his ears up, trying to catch a mid-race breather. He went 22-4 for the opening quarter and leads by a length and a half. On the outside, Lawler with a sweep. He moved to challenge. In between horses, Senior Money dropping back to 4th is Bright Lights Joe as they round the far turn. Lawler with a bold bit on the outside, and he takes the lead by a length and a half. Second is Senior Money. Back to 3rd is Plex. 7 ahead of Bright Lights Joe. The rest have never been factors as they reach the top of the stretch. It's very confidently ridden Lawler, who has the lead. He hasn't put Senior Money away, though. He's put everybody else away as they straighten for the drive. Off the turn and the stretch drive, Lawler, 1/8 of a mile out, roused on the top end by Junior, and now he's finishing it off. It's all Lawler here. Lawler with the Powell driver inside the 16th pole. The King of Memphis, Lawler, even money, and in front. Second is Senior Money. Third was Plex, and 4th, Heretical from well back, 118-3.
Memphis, Jerry the King Lawler. So well done, Pete, Lawler, Alex. I think Lawler was pulling the strap down right there. That's what was happening. I'll give you wrestling puns and references all day long, Alexa. But there you go. Nice job. You got the ball rolling. You get some momentum to build the day up. That's what you need, right?
I mean, a winner's a winner.
Exactly.
1-1, but still pick the winner. So can't complain. Probably again not the greatest race for the tournament, but wasn't a mandatory. And the next race coming up is Tampa Bay 6. I think we're pretty close to that. Where are we?
About 4 minutes away.
4 minutes
from Tampa Bay 6. We've got Colonial. They're loading into the gate right now for their 6th. Remember, Colonial 7th is the mandatory. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll handicap that race leading into it a little, give you some thoughts on the mandatory. Do we have that next profile set up? When we get to this interview,
this is gonna, we should do that after Tampa because
this was one of our favorite ones. It was great. Hilarious. So this interview was, when you think of like New York and you think of like Brooklyn, these guys were so authentic New York. Amazing. They were fun. I had to kind of hide because they wanted to try to take me out partying, and I think they would have been a little too much for me. I don't know if I would have been able to handle it. So I believe we have this interview ready to rock and roll. So here's one of the player profiles that we caught up with earlier on. We're here with Rob and Jimmy, and we're getting ready for NHC this weekend. So it's a family affair, right? You guys play together, help each other out?
Yeah, man. We got like other family who are not here right now. They're on the way. But we were here first, because we like to take, we like to do more handicapping than probably everybody else does.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? Because they were like, I think that would be too much coming for the first chance, last chance, and go after the seat, at the same time. But me and him, we'll just dive into like 2,000 PPs.
Glutton for punishment,
You know what I mean? We're like a glutton for punishment. We don't sleep, man.
No. So how'd you guys get into racing, right? Because it's a little different than other sports and other stuff. There's usually like an in. What was your in?
Yeah, so
your kids.
Yeah, as kids, our grandfathers, took us to the track.
Yep.
And then, they were helping us do our schoolwork, right?
Homework first.
Homework
then
first. I think my grandfather's the one that got me through high school. But anyway, so we would go to track with them, and we would always wonder, why are they yelling at the TV so loud? You know what I mean? And then me and Jimmy would collect the program when my grandfather would get mad and toss it away, and we'd say, what's these markings?
Who are they?
What are they? Yeah, who they betting? What are they doing? And then one thing led to another. We took it seriously. You get into he's the software geek and number cruncher.
It's probability.
Yeah, a little probability. I look into some of the tote, where the money's going. I like some workouts. I play some workouts and stuff like that. So
bloodlines are important.
And that's how it was, man.
So when you guys aren't playing contests, what types of wagers do you play?
Oh, that's cool.
You into pick 5s, pick 6s?
Yeah,
those types of things?
So I'm a big
if
double
you like
guy.
A horse, you got to go straight up too.
Yeah. Which my cousin reminded me today. He said, Rob, you already know what to do. And when he tells me that, I tell him I like a horse. I like the horse. I had 200 to win on him today. 4-1. Nothing big, nothing crazy. He said to me like this: don't be playing around. You know what to do. So when he says that, I run, and that means a $200 flat win bet.
Boom.
Boom.
You got your spoken language, right?
You got money to play
I caught a 45 to 1, 20 across the board, because he says, please tell me that you didn't just have a contest bet. So, which I did have it in the contest, but he made sure. That's why I love that I have a family with you. He makes sure that the bets are in the pocket.
Exactly.
So
when you guys, you talked about a few different things.
Yeah.
When you're doing your research, what are some of the things you're looking for?
All right. So once again, so he. Yeah, you might as well talk for yourself there.
Of course. Bloodline is important, right? You want to see what they look like when they're coming in today. Now we're tournament play, right? Money's on the side, bet a winner, bet a double, bet a pick 4, pick 6, whatever you want to do to make some money. Tournament play, you got to pick the horses the other players aren't picking.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's why I love him.
That's the main thing.
Exactly.
Right? So
I love his train of thought.
Even today, West Hampton, 45 to 1.
Right.
Right. No one has him. Right.
Yeah.
Robbie has him. Rob has him. Right.
Thank you.
In the tournament.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
One of the only people who has him. Right. So you're trying to pick the horses no one else has it. So it might not be your first horse. It might be your second horse.
Yeah.
The odds are telling you, this is what's going to make me move up that leaderboard.
And that's the key, because that was going to be one of my next questions. What you would tell some people playing contests, mainly, just remember it's different. And when you're playing, you have to have a different approach.
Listen, if you ever get DG at home,
Yep.
bet in every single race, contest play
Yep.
is how you can take it easy.
Yeah. Exactly.
You're all in. You bet a certain amount of money. You show up today. Whoever qualified today shows up. You got nothing to lose.
It does sort of teach you, right? In the contest,
discipline.
Exactly.
Because
we love playing. We love the action. I mean, it's easy to play every
Oh,
race,
yeah.
right?
Well, he
throughout
holds
the
me,
day.
I got to tell you, he holds me together.
Yeah.
Because there's times where I got a little depressed. I had a 12-1. He sees it written on my program. He goes, we're happy.
bet it.
I didn't bet it. So I was a little down and out. He said, yo, collect yourself. You're a good
plenty more to
handicap.
come, right?
There's plenty more to come.
It's a marathon. It's a mental
Next thing you know, boom, I catch the 6. Boom, I catch the 45-1. Because he woke me up.
Because it's as
You know what I'm
much
saying?
mental,
Yeah.
right,
It's a
for
mental
yourself.
marathon.
Yeah, exactly.
I try to compare it a lot of times when I'm talking to people like baseball, right?
Yeah.
If you're the best are winning it 30% of the time, that means you're losing 70% of the time.
See,
right?
you're a numbers guy.
Even the
You punch the
favorites,
numbers.
even the favorites are only going to win 1 out of 3 times.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
So you got to mentally be able to prepare, hey, you know what?
Yes.
That's done. What's next? Because it only takes one the way you guys play too, right?
Right. And that's what we love about it. That's what drives us, is that this is a game of skill on all levels. So
It's a sport.
So
Sport.
everybody here wants to be known as the best handicapper, right?
Yep.
And I applaud everybody
Best
for
in the
that.
world.
They should want that.
Absolutely.
You should want the best.
Yep.
Why play something if you don't want to be the best
If you
at
don't
it?
think you're going to win.
Exactly.
Paul's at our table. He won a couple years
Right,
ago.
Paul Kalia,
Check
he
our
had won a
table
couple
out
years.
tomorrow.
Come check our table out 125.
You'll see the final table.
You know, we got some great
Participant
skill there.
for
We rub off each other. We got Alexa over there in the background. She's no joke. Okay?
Stay
More
tuned.
ladies
Tomorrow's
like
gonna be big.
she's a class
Tomorrow's
act,
gonna
by
be
the way.
awesome.
She's a class act, by the way. She's very humble. She helps people out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, listen, it's a great thing. It's a great camaraderie, and more people should join.
I
You what
know
mean?
that-
We got to grow the sport,
Yeah.
especially on the tournament play. Especially on the tournament play.
And
Exactly.
as soon as we're done with this interview, I'm hanging out with these guys tonight
Let's do
because
it.
I just
Let's
feel
do it.
Oh, man, let's do it.
I feel
Listen.
the
Stay
fun
tuned
vibe.
tomorrow.
We're
Exactly.
Italians.
Exactly.
We're Italians.
Yep.
We're gonna be
25.
we're gonna be
Best in
out
the
on the
world.
town tonight.
Oh,
No
yeah.
doubt about
Listen,
it.
Vegas, baby. Vegas,
Absolutely.
baby.
Cousins, let's
You
go.
know?
Love it,
It
guys.
was a pleasure.
Good luck.
It was a
Pleasure,
blast.
guys.
Thank you.
Good luck to them
Yep.
this weekend in the
Thank you
NHC.
so much, guys.
All right.
Right
Take
now,
care.
your 9-5 co-favorite, along with number 6 Hurricane J. Here is Life is Precious. Five, 6 champ, Timeless Bounty have gone forward. Just waiting on Hurricane J, and Flipping Fish will be all set for a start. Samuel Marin and Flipping Fish to the outside. Flipping Fish coming up. And Flipping Fish goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start, Handsome Playboy down toward the inside. 5-6 champ is set for speed, and Hurricane J away quickly as well. These three hook up here in the early going. They've gone 2.5 in front of Flipping Fish. After that comes Life is Precious. It's about 2.5 more back to Gilt Edge. The early trailer is Timeless Bounty as they go up the back stretch. 5-6 champ and Hurricane J. Those two go on with it past the half-mile pole. They're 2 in front. A Handsome Playboy who yields to them and sits back third. Then comes Flipping Fish, another length and a half. Back to Life is Precious. It's about 5 more back to Gilt Edge, who's getting out a bit on the turn. A little tough to handle there is Gilt Edge as Timeless Bounty's up alongside of that one. 21-4. 5-6 champ, Hurricane J. These two continue to do battle past the 5/16. Hurricane J on the outside, putting a nose in front. A 5-6 champ, Flipping Fish, ranging into contention now up on the outside. Just in behind them, Life is Precious. Then comes Timeless Bounty back 5th. They come for the 8th pole, and it's Hurricane J just in front. Life is Precious looking for a seam. Flipping Fish down the outside. Still Hurricane J at the 16th pole. Life is Precious with 100 yards to try to push on by. Then Flipping Fish. Hurricane J still finding. Life is Precious second. Hurricane J got it. Life is Precious second. Flipping Fish third. Timeless Bounty was 4th.
Wanted just to give the result there.
7 was my long shot.
Tampa race. I know.
I like that. 18, anyone have like 18 to 1?
Flipping Fish there, who ended up running really well to finish third, but pretty chalky overall. Hurricane
joined by a guest now. Very excited to welcome in from the HHA podcast, Howard Kravitz. Howard, how's it going, buddy?
Hi guys, doing great. What's up? Having a lot of fun this weekend at NHC. It's a good party. I tried to win some money as well, so having a great time.
Is this your first NHC, or how many times have you qualified?
This is my third. My third time. First time after turning 40, which I was pretty proud of.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
What'd that give you? Like,
Well, that was the year there was that DQ issue.
oh, nice. So you got an extra check in the mail?
Yeah, 50,500.
Oh, yeah.
2 years ago. Last year I took 18 million pounds, but then 18 place shots. I did not do well. Today I'm doing well so far. I'm about 85 on 2 entries. I got 2 entries.
Nice.
So I'm in the mix. I got to make a little bit of a push here, but that's the race I'm left with that.
So are you, like, taking a different approach than this year, going a little bit less crazy, not trying to, like, pop up 30 to 1 every time?
Yeah, so it's Field Another Cog, the racing podcast. I'm a full-time high school math teacher, so I love the numbers. The analytics are really interesting. Just very briefly, there's 36 races we play over 2 days, and if $180 is about like the cut line, that's $5 a race. I mean, if you would tell someone, hey, all you do is average $5 a race, win and place, it seems very achievable, and I really thought it grew. And obviously, you have to get some bigger prices to win the whole thing. But if you just want to cash or be alive on Sunday, you can play 3 to 1, 7 to 2. And so I'm playing a mixture this year, much more than I know.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think my math broke it down to like $5.20 on average is like what you have to hit, you know. But you're not going to hit every race, so probably don't want to play a 1-to-1. But yeah, I mean, picking up $10, $15, like here or there throughout the tournament will put you over the edge. Like it'll put you into that winning position, or at least make the cut. So I missed the cut once by $4. And I had like left a couple 2-to-1s on the board that I really liked, you know, and I was like, man, maybe I shouldn't have steered so clear of the favorite. So it's a tough tournament to learn.
It is.
Yeah.
And this is the first night I have 2 entries, and so the last thing I want to do is I got to play that tricky dance.
You don't want to split, right?
The last thing I want to do is be in the split pair, for lack of a better word, and come up short on both of them by 6 hours. And so
how are you managing 2 entries?
So whichever one has the highest price as I go along, that's my top choice. The second one's my secondary choice. If I have a pretty big discrepancy between a higher price and a lower price, and I feel the same about them, I'll play the higher price on my market. So that's what I'm doing. I had a heartbreaking loss. I'll just put it out there. Well, it's good and bad. I played a trap horse at Oakland about 10 minutes ago, the 6 horse, who last night knows is 24-1. But it did pay $14.40 to play. So again, as you guys know well, the advantage of playing the bigger prices, if you don't win, if you get second, you can get paid. And that was just money shot. So that would have changed. I would have come here dancing up to the camera if that had happened.
Were you affected by the fairgrounds cancellation? Were you going to play a lot there?
So my co-host made fun of me, so I would talk about the weather a lot. Yeah. I did not handicap 1 second of the fairgrounds today.
So you don't feel
I didn't know they were going to cancel, but I knew there was a big storm coming, bad weather coming through, and I decided to spend my time elsewhere. So to be very honest,
that was your first win of the day.
Yeah, I have it right there on my my Excel spreadsheet. Not 1 fairground prep, so I don't have to adjust. But I will say that.
So we've seen you online doing podcasts, doing a lot of social media stuff, and you dive into the past performances. We'll see you dive into like the racing form and stuff. Talk to us about how long have you been using the racing form, and what are some of the things when you're opening up? What are some things you're looking at? Some of your angles, or what kind of a handicapper would you consider yourself?
Yeah, it's funny as I'm looking at you, I see DRF, and I'm a big DRF supporter. I'm not just saying that. You guys are both on the show. So I'm a very traditional buyers in time form. I've really got into time form in the US a lot more. I think Cardinal Couch did a fantastic job. I love their internal corrections and their pace flow numbers, and so I'm a much a visual handicapper. Obviously, everyone's got their own style. Look at crafts and speed, and everyone looks at connections. But I do watch as many races as I can. I just think sometimes it's hard to look at the paper. It just doesn't tell the whole story. And as good a job as the short comments are, sometimes they just miss short comments, and that's natural, depending on the track. So I'm very much a digital handicapper, and I use that a lot when I can. I watch a lot of replays.
Can you share the story? Because I am getting to know you a little bit over the last couple of months and doing some shows with you.
Yeah.
I know you had a fun story about last year, future wager with Sierra Leone, right? You want to tell the folks a little bit about that? And did you make the wager? You made a couple future wagers this year, I think, too, right?
Yeah.
Are we still on the same one, Tappan Street? Are we still high on that one?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
I was like 80 to 1 right now. Last year was amazing, but heartbreaking as well. And I put it out on auction. I think a lot of people in the horse world knew about it. I wasn't afraid to make it public. Long story short is Breeders' Cup weekend of the year before, when it was in Del Mar, there was a horse named Sierra Leone who broke his maiden in New York, and it still went under the radar because it was Breeders' Cup weekend. I love the connections, love the breeding, blah, blah, blah. Made a $1,000 future derby bet for the whole podcast. It wasn't my own 1,000. I had honestly about $300 of that. The rest was spread throughout friends, the podcast, and hosts, whatever. And we were allowed to do $151,000 overall to Sierra Leone in the derby. We all know what happened. I was there. So hard. I was posting about 52K. It was really heartbreaking, but when you go back and look at it, as you guys know, when you make a future derby bet, your main goal should be just get the horse in the starting gate, right? In the starting gate. As you progress through the spring, we could tell that you're doing something special. And so I'm about as proud as that pick, really, as any pick I've ever made. Because when you make a pick 6 months in advance on a horse that broke his maiden with a 71 buyer, you're guessing, right?
Yeah.
And so I was really proud of it. Obviously, it happened, and that was tough. But I have some future bets this year. It didn't go great, I have to be honest. I liked Brett Patch earlier in the year with Admiral Dennis and Uncle Jim. Those didn't pan out. I do like Tappan Street now, but I just made a very small wager. So I do like the Kentucky future wager. It's fun. It's a fun exercise.
Yeah. It's a different thing to do. Where do you make those wagers? Where do you do your wagering in general?
So, I have a bunch of different ADWs, but the Kentucky future stuff, I know someone out here in Vegas, and so Philip Platts here makes the bets through.
That's the inside
scoop. There aren't
scoop.
many that are offered now.
Yeah.
And as much as I support, Church of Bands and whatnot, those prices tend to be lower than what you can get out in Vegas, especially earlier during the run, like in January, February.
And we'll make sure to let you give a plug at the end again, but let the folks out there know where they can kind of follow some of your stuff and watch your podcast. And you guys do a really great job covering all sorts of different stuff. Santa Anita right now, you're doing a lot of coast-to-coast pick fives and late pick five for Sunday too, right? I think I see that on there all the time. So give a little plug.
Thanks. Really proud. The podcast called the HHH Racing Podcast. You can find it on YouTube. You can also find it on listening platforms. We'd really appreciate if you subscribe to the channel. We've been around for going on 4+ years now. I just started on my own. I was just a fan. Was on Matt Vernier's old show, Who in the Money, several times. I'm like, I think I can do this. The teacher in me, I believe, comes through in our podcast. We like to teach a lot. It's a lot of fun. I've got a fantastic family, and their family surround me. And we have shows on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights, mainly at 8 p.m. Eastern. Check our YouTube channel. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they're live shows, as you guys know. So it's like a call-in show, for radio. And then sometimes we do shows on Mondays, sometimes on Saturdays. But I've got a great support system around me. And lately I've been sponsored by Santa Anita, and so enjoy being with First Racing Club.
And we've even got some of our fans saying hello to Howard. Katie, the horse racing fan, checks in. So says hello, Howard. So Howard, popular man all over the place.
Popular guy. You're a teacher. You said you were just a fan for a while. What got you into racing?
Knowing my family really is about horse racing. I was the first time I ever went to see a live race, I was 17 years old. So it's not like I grew up on the track. I grew up in the northern suburbs of Chicago.
Yeah.
Still live there, along the Arlington. And so I think when I started looking at the past performances, I really the math I think drew me in. I'm very competitive anyway, but I really enjoyed the puzzle and the math and the handicapping of it. I think that's, and of course, I've learned over the years to really enjoy the beauty of the horse. When you don't grow up on a farm, you're not around horses, you don't quite understand that aspect of it. So I just fell in love with the sport, and the rest is history. Just enjoy, really, the podcast. I've had so many great opportunities. I went to Royal Ascot last year.
Oh, nice.
In
people we've met, there's a lot of people here that are wearing HHH gear around, and it's really been tremendous.
That's awesome. And you really hit on a couple things. I mean, there's so many aspects of this sport to draw people in, like for the math people, for the data people out there. I mean, you look at the keys, it's a sheet of numbers. It's a sheet of, like you said, a puzzle to solve. And you hit on like the beauty and majesty of the horse. I mean, just as a fan, you can, I really would love to get better at the physical handicapping and really watching and understanding horses from a physical standpoint, because I also did not grow up around them. And now that I have a small racing syndicate and we buy horses, and I hired somebody to do that for me, and I go along and I'm like, wow, like all the tiny little body gestures and the ears and like the tiny little things that you can, learn about and
like, what's a depot? I hear that word.
Right.
And I've been able to, because of the podcast, I'm able to travel and go to a lot more tracks and see a lot and have media access and be in the paddock. You can really tell the difference between one horse and another. But when you're an amateur just watching the TV, you're like, oh, that horse is pretty. You don't really know. So real quick shout out, by the way, because coming up is a race at Athletic, race 5. The number 5, Twirling Beauty, is owned by Adelphi Racing. I am a partner in Adelphi Racing.
Awesome.
Okay. I do have a small percent, not a micro share. I'm not going to give the number, but a little bit of a percent of the number 5, Twirling Beauty, who I don't know what the odds right now. I don't want to turn on.
2-1 favorite right now.
Okay, that's a lot of Adelphi. That's a lot of Adelphi money.
I was going to say,
shout out to Matt Cutera in New York and Adelphi Racing. They're great. It's a great partnership, and she's been training well. Actually, Rayhan doesn't usually win first time out, but this one might be different. I like seeing those odds drift a little bit.
So that's 9 minutes away. So let's handicap about Colonial a little bit with him, so we can let him watch this race live when it goes, so we can watch that one.
Definitely don't want you to miss that.
And so our next mandatory is coming up at Colonial. Unfortunately, I mean, there was a lot of scratches in the race, but it's still some of the top contenders. They're not going to be big prices, but there are a couple of them. That's what makes it a little bit tricky in this particular race. Like, there's not just the one standout. You won't really get rewarded price-wise. Who were some of the horses you were looking at? Because this is a mandatory race and everyone's going to be playing.
Right, and I already put the bet in.
Oh,
so
nice.
You have no worries there.
There you go.
I was really upset when the field scratched down.
Yeah.
The horse that I like I'm not going to get the morning line price, obviously. And I did, by the way, play Throwing Beauty in the contest too. So
cool.
I'm not going to leave the desk to change it if it's 2-1.
I didn't know. I was like, are you allowed to play your own horse?
Well, as people know, I mean, I'm a rule follower. I did submit it to Jim Goodman in the end. It did get cleared because I have a smaller percent. So
awesome.
And I apologize, I don't put these in front of me for the Colonial race.
Oh, you're good.
But the horse I like is the number 8.
2 Eagles River.
2 Eagles River.
Yep.
5-1 morning line. I'm not sure what the odds are right now. He'll probably be
2-1 right now. Here you go.
With the scratches, I'm guessing I'm going to get 3-1, 7-2-ish.
He's 2-1. The 5 lure him in is 6-5.
Okay. And what's the 2 Eagles River?
And 2 Eagles River is 2-1.
Okay, that's a little bit low for me. So, but this horse has plenty of bat form going the distance, and the horse has been sprinting recently. And I find when these horses get a little bit older, I think he's only 5, so he's really not old, but sometimes he's been more of a closing sprinter, but I think going this distance, especially in this field, I'm hoping he's going to be just sitting right off. And I don't mind the stretch out here at all. I was hoping to get a little better price. Maybe the horse will drift to 5-2, 3-1. I just don't think Lure Him In has to win at all. It's a lot of IRAD money, like we haven't seen that before. Gulf Street, Colon, it doesn't matter. Great rider, but takes a ridiculous amount of money. And so I'm going to go with the number 8, 2 Eagles River here. Hopefully, just sit off the pace and go by me.
And I'll compliment your pick a little bit. This would have been my pick also in a mandatory type race. You can really look at his overall form, and if you isolate the races when he's on a fast dirt track, look at how different they are than the other races. So January 31st, January 5th, we're on a good track, we're on a muddy track those 2 days. Go back to November the 15th at Churchill Downs, you get a win on the fast track. There's a synthetic race, there's a sloppy track race. Go back to the Keeneland race in October. Again, another really good effort on a fast track, going second. Those are the 3 best races on the page out of the last 9. Anytime this horse gets a fast course, and I think some of it has to do with the running style too that you were talking about. Not necessarily the fastest early, and when those are sloppy track, muddy track races, tracks get sealed sometimes. A lot of time the speed wins, right? Kind of makes sense that this is a horse that just on a fast track has more of a fair chance.
And I know this might seem like a bit of a silly comment,
but when the better running lines are off the main past performance page, you know only the serious handicappers are
going to dive down below.
They're like, oh, this horse has been sprinting. He doesn't want the distance. Maybe they don't see, what the distance record is. Maybe they don't look farther enough down the past performance line. So that's not obviously a key angle at all, but it's just something just to throw in there when they have their better races run 13, 14, 15 back. It matters to me. In a mandatory situation, I'd love to hear your comments. I mean, I don't love playing 2 to 1, but if you play shop and you don't like those horses, and if the 8 wins, I'm getting $10 on 200 people. Yep. I mean, it all matters. So I got to play the races that were given. There were scratches. It's the way it goes. I have no problem playing. If I really like the horse. If I get 2 to 1, I'll play it. What do you guys in the mandatory?
I have trouble playing a really low odds horse in the mandatory. I mean, again, there's not a ton of prices, and nothing is going to ruin the tournament here. The longest shot on the board is 6 to 1.
Right.
So, I mean, the most anybody is getting out of this race is $20, period.
Yeah.
So this isn't going to make or break the tournament. So if you really like that 2 to 1, you want to pick up $10, sure, go for it. I kind of like the 1 as well, which was 7 to 2 morning line on Eloquist, and now it's 5 to 1. So for me, from like a price standpoint, I do like the 8. I'd be on you guys with that, but I think tournament play wise, because I have them pretty close ranked, and that price difference, I would probably do that in here.
Well, and the other thing is, not only is it the $10 that I might gain on others, I'm sure you've heard horror stories. You lost by 4, you lost by 5, you lost by $1.20.
Yeah.
Well, I have only myself to blame.
By 20 cents to get a seat in the last chance last year.
I have only myself to blame if I don't play the 8 and try to search for something that's not there and lose out on 10 grand cash by $9. I mean, that's so.
You don't want to go digging for something when it's right there. And this race really, now, if this was a race where we've got, a bunch of over 10 to 1s in here that, it's a chaotic race, I'd say maybe not. But in here, you're really not going to be at a whole lot of risk in this tournament.
Yeah, and I have not been paying attention to the track as much. I heard the last day or 2 it's been a little more outside flow. Today the rail seems to be playing well. They don't run it colonial on the dirt very much at all this time of year, obviously. So I'm not going to worry about that. There is a horse I do like in the Virginia Derby though.
Oh, tell us.
And I'm very curious to see how this.
Or don't tell us if you don't want to give away your pick.
So yeah, I don't. So not the favorite. I respect Getaway Car. I don't get the 6 to 5 at all in this horse.
Yeah.
So it's clearly not Getaway Car. I'll just leave it at that. But,
okay.
Especially going a mile and an 1/8 with other speed in that race too. A horse who's being kind of one-dimensional.
Is it my top pick?
So I got to use, now everyone's going to know how old I am. I got to go into the reading glasses.
Is it my top pick?
It is not, but I think that horse is interesting.
Okay.
It's the one, it's one bigger number than the 10.
Oh, okay.
So it's that one.
Sorry guys, inside scoop here.
Can't give away too many secrets. I'm trying to, catch it.
When he shoots to the top of the leaderboard, we'll reveal what did it.
So just about 5 minutes to post for that next mandatory race. It's coming up.
And I see Twirling Beauty is actually about the odds I thought. I'm fine with 7 to 2. And it's an option for me.
Do you want to watch it here live, or do we want to?
Yeah, let's
Wait, where's it at? Is that Tampa?
He's coming up at
turn around. I don't want to be.
Oh, at Aqueduct.
Yeah, let's let Howard give us any final plugs that you have, and then we'll let Howard go watch his Aqueduct race for sure.
Yeah, HHH Racing Podcast, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night. Go.
Awesome.
There you go. That's a good look for me.
Now we're all set.
Now I know Twirling Beauty's going to win for sure.
There we go. 100%. Awesome. Howard, thank you so much.
Thanks for allowing me to come on. Really appreciate it. Great to see you guys. And good luck to everyone at home and playing the NHC.
Good luck to you today. Thanks again.
Thanks a lot.
Talk to you soon.
Appreciate it. Take
Good
care.
luck. Oh my gosh.
Bye-bye.
How exciting. It's truly. Okay, I know I'm involved in a lot of different areas of the industry. Yeah,
I'm
take
snagging
that.
that.
Hell yeah. But ownership for me is the most exciting thing.
I can tell you are really excited about that over the last year or so.
Yeah, when your own horse crosses that line first, there is like nothing like that feeling, the like excitement and pride, and the like angst beforehand.
Yeah, so much goes into just getting to the track. All the works, the prep, all of the stuff in the mornings, like all the little physical injuries here and there, getting sick, tiny things.
Particular fragile beings.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they really are. So it does take a lot to get them to that point. And you have a lot of owners invested in it, you know, and time and money and hope. You know, there's like I say, every horse at the sales earlier is the Derby winner, you know, until they start running. There's just so much potential and excitement and hope. So I'm excited for Howard here. I really hope his horse wins. I know earlier we saw Absolutely Hot win, which is exciting. That's America's Best Racing as a stake and stardom program where they give a share of a horse to like influencers that can help promote the game, which I think is great. We always want to bring, you know, get the game more mainstream, bring more people into it. And this is Heather McMahon's horse, who's a hilarious comedian. So, yeah, her horse just, I think it was the first out and won, which super exciting, excited for her and everybody at West Point and America's Best Racing for that. So,
good luck, Howard.
Winners all around here.
And I had the privilege of chatting with Howard, do some previews on Friday nights, every Friday night on the Santa Anita YouTubes and on the Santa Anita social media stuff. And Howard has been a part of the show a couple different times, helping us preview the Coast to Coast Pick 5. So he's a sharp guy. Good luck to Howard with Twirling Beauty, who did float up a little bit to 4-1, which is what he was kind of hoping for, a much better price. So
let's pull that up. I can do a fake
a little
fake
race
call here.
Let's see. I'll put $20 on it for Howard's sake.
Okay.
Okay. Just got it in.
Locked and loaded.
Okay,
Betting
here we go.
live.
So Chris Griffin, you might hear in the background, calling race number 5 from Aqueduct. This is not a mandatory race, but this is a race that a lot of folks might be playing. Remember, we'll go right
Howard's
from
playing. Oh, wow. This horse went straight to the lead at 9-2, so he's getting 4.5 to 1 odds on that. That's a decent contest pick.
So right after this race, we'll focus on Colonial because they're going to be coming up next with their mandatory. And then we have a player profile we can show you right after we get to Colonial and set you up for that race. Still have a lot of our interviews that we did the last couple days that we'll be able to bring you throughout the broadcast too. So Twirling Beauty looking good. Looks like they put away the other early speed, Elmaya, and the 5 moves into the top of the lane with about a length or 2 advantage. But we'll have to hold off
was the favorite.
others.
Yeah. Twirling Beauty kind of opening up here at the top of the lane. See if the favorite has any left in the tank. I don't think so. Twirling Beauty might take this home.
Getting a little tired trying to switch leads
Come
here,
on,
but still has a pretty solid margin. Up about 3 or 4. Looks like a couple challenges from the outside, but I think they're moving a little late here. Yeah.
Oh, come on, Twirling.
Twirling.
Oh, got it. Good job, Howard.
Nice job, Howard.
That was scary.
So that's a double whammy for Howard because it's a horse he owns and it's in the contest too. So awesome job.
That's a crush.
From
9-2, that'll give him $15 on his ticket. Like he was saying, you know, every amount counts. 9-2 is a great play. I would never shy away from playing a 9-2. I mean, that is a nice little building block on your bankroll in this tournament. Let's see if
and the early money came in. A lot of times, like the early money you see is like the smart money, right? Like some of their owners probably put a few bucks to win on that early on, and then things evened out and it floated back up. As we bounce on over to Colonial, big hello to Mike. And apparently in the last few seconds, our audio's gone way back up good. So we're working it on stuff here, and just keep letting us know too if there's something that's an issue. We got awesome Lucia and Bobby back there pulling the strings. So Benny Betts said hello. And
JW, we do watch the live chat.
And yeah, we're watching today especially. So if you have any selections you want to share with us, like E Open loves to watch, and he's hanging along, and Newport Lights also checks in. We could see Howard right there, smiling. There we go, Howard! I know, right? Awesome stuff from Howard.
That's so
very cool.
That's so exciting. Well, this is, like you said, a mandatory. So this room is going to get hot. It's going to get hot in here. Although there's not that many big prizes. Now, okay, the 10 has floated up to 9-1.
That's a playable horse too. The 10 is if you're in this race and you're feeling like you have to go price, or you're maybe a little bit lower, and today you thought, you know what, I'm just going big prices today, that would be the horse I use. If not, I would go along with Howard with the 8 if you just wanted to be a little bit more formful. You want to get the winner here and feel like, okay, it's a mandatory. I want to get the winner and not get behind. So I would use either 8 or 10, depending on how you were playing this race.
I would probably use the 1. I know I said that earlier. The 10 does have the late pace flag on Time Form US, is the best closer in the race. However, it doesn't project it to have an impact closing in the race. I don't think the pace setup, it was really there for the 10 in here. So yeah, 2 Eagles River. Let's see, is it still 2 to 1? Oh, 8 to 5 now. Yeah, no, I'm on the 1 in the tournament.
That's getting a little.
It's tough.
It's getting a little short. Lure him in. The 5 is even money. We hear from Blake, who's got a 1-8 exacta box coming up at Colonial. Okay, Blake, Eloquist and 2 Eagles River. He's trying to beat Lure him in. Good luck to you, Blake. And one of our YouTube watchers, Katie, said Howard walked away with the hat. It was a gift. He can have that one, especially when he's dishing out 9-2 winners right when he sits down like that. So Howard, you earned that hat.
You did, and we got hats too.
Yeah, we got the
swag, man.
different HHH
I got a lot of hats this week.
I know, we got a lot of swag. So you can get some of this awesome DRF memorabilia at the DRF shop if you like. All sorts of different shirts. You can check out the Old Smoke that I'm rocking right now. And here,
mandatory's off.
Travis Stone in the background, the voice of Churchill Downs, who's also the voice of Colonial this weekend. Normally we hear Jason Beebe over at Colonial, but he's busy calling the races at Tampa Bay Downs. So we had musical announcer chairs right now, and we wish anyone luck who played this race.
The pace in this race is really setting up like Time Form US predicts.
It's a small field, but they were all kind of jockeying for position early on, right?
Yeah.
With Call Ray leading the way early in Colonial in the 7th. Lure him in the 2nd spot, and then we had a trio of horses in that 3rd position right behind them. Looks like 2 Eagles River is going to try to angle to the outside now. The 8 horse, some momentum.
And right around here is when the room's going to start heating up.
We hear the voice of Travis Stone. After this Colonial race, it'll be Tampa 8th race for our next mandatory race.
Look at that. 8 is not looking too hot.
There's been no passing so far in the 7th at Colonial, but Lure him in, looming ominously.
Luring him in. Here's my 1 up on the rail. 1 up on the rail.
Even money favorite.
1 up on the rail. Get up for 2nd.
Gonna blow by, and I think Alexa got up to the up the rail with Eloquist on the inside. So it looks like 5-1. Lure him in over Eloquist. So 7-5 over 5-1. Won't be a ton of movement in the contest.
Which one will pay more?
I know, right?
Yeah.
The place price on the
on the winner
runner-up
will pay a little more, but it's not. I mean, nobody's having anything crazy happening there. The leaderboard shouldn't shake up too much. Let's take. Oh wow, Dan Piazza has stretched his lead a little bit more now. He's all the way at 196, updated 3 minutes ago. So, I mean, that's all he has to do. Just keep chipping away, you know, just keep chipping away at it. So, go Dan Piazza. Joseph Folk also chipping away up to 177 in 2nd. Alex DeVito in 3rd. I don't think there'll be a ton of leapfrogging and jumping on this board, but we'll check it again once this mandatory goes official and the leaderboard updates. But for now, we have another DRF player profile to show you.
We're here with part of the Citizen Bull team, rocking some nice swag right here. Rick is also qualified for the NHC this weekend. Rick, we stopped you over at the DRF table. How long have you been a DRF customer using those daily racing forms?
Probably 12, 14 years.
So, first question we like to ask a lot of the people, and we'll get it to you right at the meeting here. How do you get into horse racing? What called you over to the races?
Well, we started as an owner about 12, 14 years ago in a group. So that's how we started.
Isn't it fun when you get to get with your friends like that and you get to win? There's not very many other places where you can team up with your friends and family like this, right?
Yeah, it's a great time. Yeah, we're part of Starlight Racing now, so we're really enjoying that.
Doing very well.
Having a lot of success, including Citizen Bull.
So you said that you are from Florida. What's your local track?
Gulfstream and Tampa's not too far away also.
When did you start getting into the contests and playing in contests?
You know, a few years ago, I got in I just started playing one. I got in the World Series of handicapping. I got in the online one, and I always had this as a goal. So I got some more free time towards the end of the year. Started playing a few of these and got lucky, and I hit it.
When you're not playing contests, what types of wagers do you play? Are you a pick four guy? Are you a win wager guy?
I'm a horizontal guy.
Yeah, looking for the big scores?
I'm looking for the horizontals, which is the opposite strategy of what the tournament is.
Right, totally different. But what's nice is you know that different strategy with the tournament, you have to take different approaches.
Right, totally.
Now, when you're looking at the races and you open that past performances and you open your DRF, what are some of the things that you look for? What kind of a handicapper are you? Do you look at the pace of the race? Are you a jockey-trainer connections, or what things jump out for you?
You know, with here, I'm looking for a price.
Sure.
So I'm using the buyer figs. Where can we overcome that buyer fig? Is it a workout? Is it a layoff? Is it a drop in class? I like to look at the pedigree of the horse. How many times has it run? You know, is it got a chance to, you know, to bounce the right way up?
Yep, to progress.
So those are the kinds of things.
And we know you had a good score recently with Citizen Bull.
Yeah.
Any good scores or tournament wins or big pick four that you can remember that you want to share?
I hit a pick 6 once at Del Mar, and the last horse was a horse that was a 10-year-old.
Wow.
We singled it, newfound gold.
You'll always remember that one.
In the last race. I had to have somebody else check my ticket to make sure I was looking at it correctly.
I call my dad every time. I'm like, Dad, go through my numbers, right? I got it right,
and then the track just pays us out in all this cash. So she's piling all this cash in. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
So we see your lovely wife over here.
Yes.
When you're not playing the races, what kind of things are you doing? What's something that you enjoy doing when you're not at the track?
We're traveling.
Nice. Yeah.
We're traveling. We're boating. We live on the water, so we like to boat and go out with friends.
From Florida to Vegas, Rick is going to be in the NHC this weekend. Good luck, Rick. Thanks so much for hanging out with us.
Thanks. It was fun.
Hey everybody, I'm joined here by Michael Bailey. Michael, I've known you a long time. How long have you been a horse player?
Oh, over 60 years.
Over 60 years?
Yes.
And how long have you used the forum to do your handicapping?
Oh, those years.
All of those years?
Yes, you have to have the form.
I love it, I love it. What got you into the sport?
My father and his family, brothers and friends. I used to see them in the 60s, in the late 50s and early 60s, how they would gather, and especially on the weekends, to go out to the racetrack to make their wagers. Yeah. And I thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
And then I fell in love with it. Maybe we were 15 or 16, and I've been ever since.
Yeah, it's a sport that brings people together, so I love that.
We all bleed green, so we listen to each other like a sponge. You know, so whatever another handicapper, I got a bunch of handicappers running around in my head all the time. You know what I mean?
I do.
Over the years, a lot of them have gone because I've been playing a long time, but I still remember things that you learn from a handicapper. You never lose that. You compile that in
Do you have
yourself.
What's the number one core advice or something you've learned from a handicapper or the sport in general?
Yeah. Take your time, have patience, and listen to your inner self. Sometimes, believe it or not, you can look at a race, and if you've been doing it long enough, you can almost come up with a horse that's going to be pretty much there.
Yeah.
So just let yourself feel the race, and then use some technology today and see who's working pretty good, and who's not, or averages and all the new stuff they got going on. You have to throw that in too.
Yeah.
But most of it is from your gut.
I feel like handicapping is an art. There's no right way to do it, right? And so trusting yourself, trusting your process is a big part of it, especially on the tournament scene, because this is a intense weekend. How do you approach the tournaments?
Well, I tell you, you got to just take it one step at a time. Do your routine. What got you here? You know, so what got you here, you use that to keep going. If you win or lose, a friend of mine once told me, so you wouldn't feel so bad, oh, I didn't have that, I forgot to put that. If you pick what you like, you can't go wrong with that. You made your pick, and now you did with it. You pick it to win, that's what you did. No excuses, and that's what you go for.
Yeah.
way to feel good about it at the end of the day.
Yes, make you feel good about yourself.
Yeah.
Because the worst person in the world, you can beat yourself up.
Yeah, you
I
can.
mean, terrible. you know, you don't know what you're doing. You know.
No,
Yes.
it's an unforgiving game in a lot of ways as a handicapper.
Yes.
How many times have you been at the NHC? Do you know?
I think it's 4 times. I made it. I made it here 4 times. I believe it's 4, and enjoyed every moment.
Yeah.
Enjoyed the people. Met you at the
I
first
did
one.
meet you.
Yeah.
I think maybe 2019.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2017 even. Huh?
Maybe.
Yes.
It was a while ago.
It was a while ago.
It was
yes.
a while ago.
Yes. And you meet wonderful people.
Yeah.
This sport brings out the best of us.
Yeah.
I met Christine Blacker, her dad. You know, there's a feeling that you get that this horse is going to win today, and her father brought a winner in, paid $62, but I knew he was going to win. Duluth back at Del Mar in the 80s.
Yeah.
And I got up one Sunday morning and I said, man, this horse is going to win. Not knowing, didn't even read it, but I said, man, I see this horse is going to win today. And went out to Del Mar and picked it, and at the time in the early, that was my biggest win. And I met her and I seen her, I told her the story with tears in her eyes. That's what our community means to each other. It goes around in the circle.
Yeah. It's a wonderful sport, so
Yes,
many
it
wonderful
is.
people.
Yes, it is.
What is your top, do you have a top memory just at the NHC?
Yes. It's watching last year. Me and this gentleman here, we played together, Paul, and watching the winner, I think he was sitting over there, and watching him coming there the last few races and watching him win. It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure
Mike,
to see. Yes.
He had an incredible run.
Yes.
An incredible run.
Yes.
And he's a perfect example of the importance of having confidence in yourself and your selections, because he was not leading coming into the final day. He just chipped away at it and stuck to his plan and stuck to his guns.
Yes.
And
it was a pleasure to see, you know, because we were right here, that we were competitors, but you're happy for that person who, through all the obstacles, made it.
Yeah.
And you know, you don't want to knock anybody for making that winning move.
Yeah. Well, you've been in the game a long time. You're an incredible handicapper. You use the form. For someone new coming in, what would your recommendation and advice be for them to look at? Because the form can sometimes be a lot of data to look at. What angle is your top
Well,
angle?
you learn, I tell you what, whatever you feel, start off with the way you feel. Look at a horse. Some people bet colors. Whatever it is that you enjoy, use that to learn. And then pick up a form or paper and read and begin to know what the forms need and how to use it. But first, to enjoy the sport, it's such a beautiful sport, and to watch and to be part of. It's kind of like if you starting, just kind of enjoy the actual sport itself without putting a dime on it. Just come and watch a good race.
Yeah.
You know?
Love it. Great advice.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Michael. It's been a pleasure.
Good.
Always great to see you and chat with
Same.
you.
Same.
Michael Bailey, everyone.
Thank you.
Michael Bailey's awesome. He's such a good guy. I met him, I think you saw the interview, like many, many years ago. Actually, when I was here before, well, I was a horse player, but I was a new horse player, and I had my art stand here because I actually got my degree in college in painting and printmaking, and then I did a bunch of horse racing art, and one year I had a big booth here where I had horse art for sale, so that was cool. And I met Michael that NHC, and we've kind of kept in touch ever since. He's just a really good, quality guy. Always love seeing him at the tournaments and with so many other people. So, yeah.
Awesome. That was a great chat, and we hope you enjoy getting to know a little bit more about some of these people. I pointed out yesterday, I love talking with like jockeys and trainers because I only see their names written in the form, so I don't know anything about them besides seeing their name hundreds and thousands of times over and over. Anytime you can just get a little more insight to some of these people.
Names that you curse on the leaderboard.
Right? Yeah. As you're watching them today move up the leaderboard, you'll be able to know.
So the Trommers, I'm sure everybody who's a conscious player is familiar with their names. And I recently wanted to put it in order for some silks pins, like that people have for their racing table for my racing syndicate. And I asked
we have some really nice ones from the women's stuff, and I asked him who does those, and she said Matt Traumer gave me an email, and I said, like the contest Matt Traumer? She's like, I'm not sure, maybe. And it is, and so I emailed him to get the pins, and he was like, I already know who you are.
Nice.
He's in the room with his dad and his brother, the whole family plays, and I said, I've cursed your dad's name many a time because Evan Traumer is always passing me in these darn tournaments. So it really is fun to just get to know all the players and know who you're rooting against. Wow, Dan Piazza.
Another hit.
Hit again. This man is on fire. Now $215. I think it's safe to say he's 100% making the cut at this point.
Dan should be into Sunday for sure.
Joseph as well. Joseph Folk, like I think the cuts usually run 180-ish. Obviously varies a little bit based on how many bombs we have throughout the weekend, but Dan is locked in.
So we have a little bit of a lull right now between live racing. Gulfstream's fourth coming up in about 7 minutes. Then following that, you have Aqueduct. Santa Anita is going to join the party in just a little bit. But we have the Virginia Derby that's coming up today. It's a Kentucky Derby points race. It's going to be race number 9 at Colonial.
He's going to join us in
Nice.
to handicap the next mandatory race at Tampa. So
I met Trey a bunch and interacted with him doing Sam Houston stuff. I covered Sam Houston a lot a few years ago, and I had a chance when I went out there. We did a few broadcasts together back and forth. Very, very sharp. Like, I love the way he handicaps. He's a big price player, so it'll be fun to talk with Trey. I think he's one of the longest running qualifying each and every year
we'll have to
for
ask
Trey.
him how many times
Who's in the 20s?
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
I believe
Yeah,
so.
I'm sure he
Yep.
is. He's got to be a Hall of Famer. So he's getting mic'd up. We're going to get him on set here just actually now. Let's go. Trey, how's it going?
Today. Usually I can't say that about this before the contest. So.
Good to see you again.
Hey, good to see you.
How's it going?
She's okay.
Good.
Doing all right. I'm still here. So.
You're still here. We love that.
Sure.
So we were just telling everyone, you are one of like the longest running qualifiers each and every year. How many years in a row has it been for you now?
This is 22.
Whew!
22, all in a row. There's 3 of us at 22. And yeah.
It's only been 26, right?
So, yeah.
26, so pretty much here
I
from
missed the
the
first. I missed the first 3, and I started after that. So whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe my math's off. Maybe it's 23. I don't know. But,
Awesome.
Everyone says number 4. So whatever we're on now, that's how many it's been.
And you've seen it change quite a bit through the years now, right? I mean, this year I think there were 33 tracks that had qualifiers, websites with qualifiers, radio shows, all sorts of different stuff. They give a lot of opportunities with feeders and qualifiers to try to get into this thing now.
Yes, yeah. Like when I first started, it was hard because there were not many options because you had to go places. So, if you went one place every 2 months, which is that's you're only getting 6 chances a year. So it was hard, and there weren't that many options. Certainly you couldn't do it online. The online things really helped. Even though I'm in Texas.
So you qualified on Horseplay.
I did. This year I was on online.
Your favorite way to qualify now playing from home, or do you still
No,
travel a lot?
I like going. So in Texas we can't do the live money contest. So if Santa Anita has one, that's one I like to go to. It's kind of cool. I have to have an excuse to go in
There
person.
you go.
Right? I'm sorry, honey, I can't play from here. Everybody else can, but I love going to the tracks in person whenever I can.
And we've seen you doing a lot of work for Sam Houston over the last few years too. You're on the broadcast, you put your tickets up sometimes. I've been out there and met you once or twice when we had some Sam Houston stuff a few years back. That's the place that's kind of your home base where you're hanging out a lot. And I love following your analysis because you are definitely someone who's looking for value and looking for prices all the time.
Yes, I think we do a pretty good job. Nick and I both do a good job.
Love Nick Tamara over there.
Having favorites. It's kind of cool because that all started because of this. This right here. Nobody would know me from anybody else at the track, right? And after I got the Hall of Fame, I was at the track, and the manager came up and said, "Hey, would you mind doing a little show with us, in the afternoon before the races?" And I'm like, "Sure." He would have known who I was. I guess he knew who I was, but he wouldn't have had any reason to give me that opportunity. And so, I started doing that for free, and then it just kind of developed into more. It's just kind of been cool. Yeah, so
when things fall in place like that, it's sometimes the best thing.
it was pretty cool.
So
I've really enjoyed doing it.
in your 22, 23, however many times here, you're in the Hall of Fame. What's your best finish?
Best finish was 5th. That was, I think, the first year that it came back here. Could be wrong. So yeah, I missed my big opportunity when there was only 200 people playing those first 2 years. I never got anywhere close. I was still kind of figuring it out. Now it's really hard to come in the top 10. So I got lucky one year, and 5th place is my best.
You've been at the final table, the place everybody wants to be. So tell us what that was like. Like, what did that even feel like?
It was pretty cool. I was a little stressed because it was one of those days where every time you come down to do 2 decisions, you're making the right one, and that didn't keep going for me at the final table. So you just kind of have to have your plan and not let it sway you. And so I just tried to make a conscious effort to keep doing what got me there. And I did. I mean, I went into it in 5th place. I came out of it in 5th place, so I didn't do bad. I didn't.
No, 5th place is great.
Yeah.
Let's see, 5th place this year would be
I know.
125 grand.
Yeah. See, I got 75. I think I want.
Oh, okay.
I'd like that a lot better.
It's amazing how it's continued to grow. So we're going to get into a race and handicap with you in just a minute because we have a mandatory race coming up at Tampa in race number 8. I know some folks might be playing Gulfstream Park. They're getting ready to run a race right now. But what kind of things are you looking for when you open up the past performances in your handicapping? Are there certain angles, or are you looking at replays charts? Are you looking jockey trainer combos? What are some of the things that are important to you when you're handicapping?
So I assume, given our venue, that you're asking me as it pertains to contest play, because that would be a different answer if I'm.
And actually, I love that you pointed that out and you specified that. Yeah.
So what I do is I come out early, and if you can do it at home, great. But I find when I stay at home, I used to have kids that would ask me for stuff, work people ask me for stuff. So I find that if I get out here and hole up in the hotel room early, and I kind of map out everything. I've gone through every race that I want to look at least, at every track. And so like last night, after day 1, I had a pretty good day 1, so I didn't have to handicap anything.
Yeah.
I spent the whole night last night going through the races, and like for this one, knowing at that point now I know how to attack the race, because if I have 0, which I've done before, I have a different, I'm looking for different things in answer to your question. I'm looking I'd probably play a long shot in this race, but given the position I'm in, I don't have to do that. I don't really like a long shot in here. So it just really depends on
where you are.
Yeah, where you are. And the secret to that is to be prepared, because you don't know where you're going to be.
Yeah.
So
you have to have options and just be. I love what you said too. I do this myself when I'm just handicapping, just for work-wise and stuff, and for my own gambling. I like to get ahead as much as possible. You can make adjustments after. You don't have to handicap that whole night. And honestly, what I've noticed too, like if you have a bad day and then you have to go sit down and handicap, your mind's not in a very good spot, right? You're probably frustrated. You're getting through stuff short. You're not spending as much time looking at things that you might. Where you have
looking at it like with a tainted perspective. Now,
exactly.
I have to find something instead of
totally agree.
Truly finding a long shot. So the position he's in, we keep talking about, is 46. Curly, I believe.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yes, with $120.
I had 128 last I looked, because I just hit one.
Okay, so
awesome.
so probably higher than that.
So we'll be
are very much in contention.
Did you have a number you were kind of shooting for to try to hit the cut line?
I mean, you do this enough, you kind of see where it is, but I don't ever, that's a good question. And a lot of people shoot for a number, but like today, there's been no prices.
No.
So if you're shooting for a number, you're going to miss out.
You're in some trouble right now.
You're going to miss out.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can do that. I think you have to kind of take what you can get. Like I played a 7-5 in the last race. I don't know that I would have done that very often.
It was a mandatory race, right? There was a short field. You only had like 7-5, 8-5, 2-1. Like there weren't that many.
So I thought, I'm just going to take.
At the rail, 4th is
it's not paying that good. There's 5 or 6 horses in the race.
Yeah,
that was the $8 I got. So.
Right. We were talking earlier. We've all missed it missed the cut by $4.
Oh, you've been there.
We've all had those things where we just needed a little bit more. So we got Gulfstream running here. See if it's looking like it's still going to be pretty chalky.
It was
still no prices. We got the 2-1 winning over the 3-5.
Yep. So if that's a race you didn't play, you're not worried about it if you miss, because.
Where did you play it?
No, I didn't play that one. I didn't see it.
2-1 over 3-5.
See, that's perfect. I love it.
That was great for you, right?
Fairgrounds canceling was good for me. I need to hit something though. I got to hit.
The whole room groaned when it canceled, but so far everybody we've asked said, no, this is good for me.
If you're near the top, then that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So, as we get ready for our next Tampa race, let's kind of dive into it a little bit. We have Tampa Bay Downs race number 8. That's going to be the next mandatory race. It's the third mandatory. I have, I think, 8 of them that are on the list today. So you said because you're sitting in a pretty good spot, you don't have to go crazy here, looking for deep long shots. Who are some of the horses on your radar, or if you already made your selection and your bet?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how long we'd go, so I went ahead and put mine in.
Sure,
I
exactly.
played the 5 here, Aphrodita. The horse looks like it's going to go off about 3-1. And I really like the 5, 7, and 10, all about the same here. But Bunny Hop scratched the 7, so that left me with just 2. And I really didn't see a long shot. I mean, if I was losing, I'd probably play Zip Code Envy, the 9 horse here. But and if that one wins, I'll be a little sick, to be honest. But I just decided that I'm gonna kind of keep the plan, shoot with long shots on my optionals, and just kind of take what I think's there for the taking on these. And I think the 5 or 10 is gonna win, so I might not get the right one, but I'm gonna go with one of those.
Aphrodita's sitting at 5-2 right now. Our projected odds have her going off at 3-1.
I used your projected odds. That's what I do. So
okay,
I do.
yeah. So you're a formulator guy?
I'm very much so. You can see my printed version. So but I use the formulator a lot. So
Saves so much time.
It really
right?
does.
You put your notes in there. You can click on the race replay. You can click on the chart, the stats, and then as you were pointing out too, when you're watching it on a live day, they have the projected odds for you, and they'll show you what horses might be. So you don't have to go do the math a lot of times in the pools if you want to see Aphrodita, a win machine in a contest like this. 13 wins and 10 places is very nice and consistent for a horse that you're hoping is going to get you a top 2 spot. Do you have an opinion on this race, Alexa?
I do, yeah. I like the 8, Brooke Mesa. I think it's an improving 4-year-old filly. Won last time out at this track in January. Really consistent time form, pace figures, gets Marin back. It's a 20% win rate. So 3 wins the last 6 starts, including 2 straightforward victories. So I like the role that horse has been on. I also flagged the 10 as well, Sierra, the other horse that you like here. What about you, Gino?
I gave a look to the number 6 in here. I think if you just look at the overall dirt form for Immortal Love and some of those recent races on the dirt, they're very good. The February 14th race at Tampa, a good second here at 14-1. 3 starts back on December the 6th, went gate to wire, winning that day at 5-2. And then when you go back earlier on in the career, in March of last year, at Gulfstream Park, running really, really well there. So I think this horse is still good on the dirt, and those races on the surfaces, in particular at Tampa, likes that surface. I'd probably lean towards the 6 Immortal Love, who's up around 5-1. So a couple different plays for any of you out there who might be watching.
There's a lot of 5-1s in here, There's a lot of viable.
It's not an easy race.
No.
So that's why I'm like, well, I'm just going to take the one I like the best. If I get 3-1 instead of 4-1, I'd be sick if I did it the other way, right?
The mandatories today, they're a lot like this style of race where it feels like there are going to be 4 or 5 horses kind of spread out, not like an overwhelming favorite and not a bunch of really juicy long shots. There's kind of like those lower to 2-1 to 5-1-ish range. I think we're going to see a few races like this in the mandatory. I think they will stack them that way. One of them coming up a little bit later at Aqueduct in the 8th race is like a non-2 race. That's a really tough one. It's not the most classy group of horses in there. It's just like a really tricky race to have the strongest opinion on. What type of advice would you give to someone who's watching this? They're a horse player. Maybe they've never played contests and they were thinking about getting in. Seems like you've had some real success playing, and it's nice when you kind of know what you're going to get from a contest, right? You know how much you're putting in, you know what the bankroll is, you know what you're getting out. What's the experience been for you overall, and would you recommend to other people to get involved?
Oh, I love contest play. I tell people all the time, I don't know if I win $100 at the window or I win $100 in a contest. I don't know why. It's more fun. It is. It just is. I don't know. I can't explain it to you. That's just sitting at home in front of your computer.
I think part of it's beating other people.
It might be
maybe
the
that's
rest.
so
Yeah.
But
That might be it.
Yeah. Not beating the house. You're just beating everybody.
I can tell you, the first time I came out here 20-something years ago, I was totally intimidated. My goal was to not embarrass myself. I finished 30th or something, but I had 0 chance of winning. And I figured that out. I was like, okay, I was seeing all these media types, and I was just, Trey from Sam Houston. I didn't know what I was going to do. I really didn't know what to expect. I didn't, or a strategy, and I thought I was brand new. And I just loved it. The first time I came, I had a great time. I cashed a little bit on they used to do some weird bets, a little side bet. So I made some money. That was neat. And then I wanted to get back. And I think if you try it, I'm like you, I'm competitive. I like to beat people. So,
Do you
and I mean,
say-
indirectly, you're doing that in a wagering pool, but I mean, here it is, your name, their name, their name. I
You
don't know.
mentioned a side bet. So this is something we haven't asked anybody, and I'm curious about. Do you bet during this tournament?
I tried. So sometimes that's a good question. I have discovered that I don't want anything to detract from my time here. So once I'm kind of mathematically eliminated, my wagering goes up a bunch. But going into it, like today, I did put some I hit the pick 5 at Gulfstream. Didn't pay much. But so if it's stuff I've already looked at, when I walk in the door, I put them in, and then I go sit down, and then I don't worry about it.
That makes sense.
I can't be saying, I got too much. This is too important to me.
Absolutely.
I think it's like a dangerous game too. Or I see people thinking like, oh, I'll take this in the tournament. I'll go put some money on that one, and it's like a buffer for not fully making a choice or being solid on your selection. It's like, well, if that horse wins and you got $20 on it or $50 on it, like. No, you're trying to win $800,000 here.
Right. You're not. So I made $300. I made $300. Oh, I feel better. No, I would feel horrible.
You're gonna be mad that you didn't put that on your ticket.
Right.
You liked it enough to bet it. So
I totally agree. I don't want anything to distract me from my goal. I'm talking about competitive. I was talking to my wife about this morning. If I'm in 10th place on the last table, and there's $63 between me and first, I'm going to play. I'm not going to nickel up to get 9th or 8th or get $50,000, whatever it might be. I want to be first. Yep. If there's any chance for me to be first, I don't want to gamble. It messes me up.
When do you get a chance other than this?
I know, right? So take a swing. I'm never going to lay up and I want 100% focus, so I don't really bet much. I put a little down when I walk in the door, but otherwise just.
Well, you see the money clips come out on Sunday for sure.
I'm guilty.
When 90% of the room is out of the big money.
For sure.
We've all handicapped the races, so.
Yeah, you've done the work. You might as well play.
Might as well play it.
We just had Aqueduct running right now. That was Aqueduct race number 6 that just went off. We also just had Santa Anita join the party. So Santa Anita just went off. Trey, we'll take a look at the price one more time, and we'll get
a lot of low prices.
Some final thoughts. Yeah, no big prices yet, really. You're on Aphrodite, who's currently 2-1. You had mentioned towards the outside you thought it was the 5 or the 10. You went with the 5, who's 2-1. Are you okay? Would there be any point where you would say, that's too low for me, or anything like that?
For sure, always. I just had one of the rookies that's sitting at our table ask me if I had a self-imposed minimum, and my answer to that would be no. But
each horse is individual, right?
I won't just say, well, that's 2-1, so I can't do it. I've played I think one year, the year I cashed, I played a 1-5 because I needed to nickel up to get it stay in the top 10. So
Was it a mandatory?
it was not.
Wow.
No, it was the optionals thing. It was a Sunday where they're all
optionals on Sundays. Cool.
So
That is a bold move.
It was late in the day, and
we heard that from Mike Gillum last year, where he
just to get
played
qualified.
A 6-5 and a
4-5, just to make the cut line.
I just needed. I was like 20 cents behind 12 people, and it moved me from 12th to 4th or something. And so I was like, well, I got to do it. And then from there, I'm gonna put the pressure on them. So no, there's no. Not a number I'm looking at. It's all dependent on what you're looking at. I mean, where you are in the rankings.
Awesome. Trey, it was such a blast talking with you. We'll let you go watch your race right here. We'll wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much, Trey. Appreciate it. Yeah, Trey, if you ever get a chance to watch him, do some of the coverage of the racing at Sam Houston, very, very sharp and looking for prices. And what I like about him too is the way he explains it, it's just a little different than what you're getting, like the same old angles from everyone. Really smart guy, very good contest player, and shout out to Sam Houston. That's where he plays a lot of the races. And as you said, now there's been some issues with betting in Texas over the last couple of years, so they've had to change with live money tournaments and stuff like that. But still gives him an excuse to travel around to get out of state and play some of those.
And I would love to go to Sam Houston. They've been trying to get me to go for a long time. The guys over there want me to come down, and they do have good tournaments.
It's a fun time. It's a fun track. They have the casino all over the place. Like I went, I think 2 different times and had a lot of fun.
Yeah. I would love to go at some point. I've never been to any tracks in Texas.
No track. Okay.
In Texas, and I've been to so many. I love a lot of the little tracks. Oh,
there we go, Jason Beam.
Yeah, they're circling. So we're gonna kick it to the track feed here in a second. But
you were on the. Who are you on in this race?
Who am I on this race? I am on the 8.
The 8. Brook Mesa, 6-1. I'm with Immortal Love, 5-1. We're right in that same price range or so.
Yeah. I mean, those would be big movers in this race. I do think this race will shake up the leaderboard, 100%.
Yeah.
I think there's enough value in here that
Big enough field
There's a big
too,
enough
or you're going to have a lot of people not hitting, and so there could be some separation.
yeah, and it's a tough race, so I really can see the favorite not winning here. Obviously, we hope so for Trey. But yeah, because he's sitting pretty in this tournament. How fun.
Awesome. So we will head out to Tampa Bay Downs in just a second. We can send it on out to Jason Beam for the load and the call. Race number 8 at Tampa Bay Downs. It is post time. This is the next mandatory race on the NHC docket for Saturday. Best of luck to everyone playing the 8th at Tampa.
The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th race. The late double getting underway here. Field of 9 at 6 furlongs. Your post time favorite right now, 2-1 on the number 5 Aphrodita, 5-2 Seard out wide. This 8th race is a mandatory NHC race. Our friends at the National Horse Players Championship out in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Contest taking place today. Finals tomorrow. 800 entries competing for an $825,000 first prize. Best of luck to all the great horse players out at the Horseshoe. Sure, lots of our local Floridians out there playing. But of course, best of luck to all the players in the NHC. Spanish Delight coming forward. Here's Immortal Love. Wheeling and dealing. Right now, 20-1 to gate 2. Barb's Dream Come True. Alonso Quinones is moving up. Here's Can't Resist It. Just waiting on Zip Code Envy and C Art will be all set for a start. Today's 8th race, the Joe T. and Drew purse. C Art, Pablo Morales to the outside draw. C Art, final one to complete the line out wide. Now she goes up. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Mortal Love got away to a beautiful beginning. Sprints right out to the front. Can't Resist It's asked for speed. That one's inside, and those two are quickest as they go through that first furlong. Right to their outside, Brooke Mesa got away in a nice spot, 3rd. Aphrodita moves to her inside from 4th. Then we come back to Zip Code Envy, 5th. So then a break of 2.5 back to C Art, who's 6th. Wheeling and Dealing is 7th. It's a break of 3 more back to Spanish Delight, Barb's Dream Come True. They're at the back, as they have 3.5 furlongs left to go. Can't Resist It, Immortal Love. Those two square off through an opening quarter, 21-4 over the glib going here today. They're a length and a half clear of Brooke Mesa, Aphrodita. They race as a pair, 3rd and 4th. It's 2.5, 3 more then. Back to Zip Code Envy. CR trying to get underway is 6th, pushed along, but it's still about 7 or 8 behind as they wind around to the top of the stretch. Immortal Love narrowly in front of Can't Resist It, who tries to counter back toward the inside. They've gone quickly. Brooke Mesa swings into action from 3rd. Aphrodita's back in behind them as they straighten away, and Immortal Love tries to kick away. Immortal Love Can't Resist It went out wide into Brooke Mesa, who's trying to re-rally. Aphrodita wheeling and dealing is putting in a nice run from the back, is up to 5th on the inside. Immortal Love is still there. Brooke Mesa down the outside, and Aphrodita. Immortal Love. Brooke Mesa trying to surge late with Aphrodita. Immortal Love still there. Immortal Love finds the wire. Brooke Mesa looked to grab 2nd from Aphrodita. Wheeling and dealing got going late for 4th.
8-5, it looked like there at Tampa Bay Downs. That was a mandatory race, race number 8, and the number 6, Immortal Love, I believe was around 5-1.
We had the exacta. We should have played it.
We did. We had those two, and then Trey, who was sitting with us too, he liked the 5 a little bit, who ran third. We have another gentleman joining us right now, good friend of mine and Alexa's from over at First Racing, Tyler Frasto. So Tyler, the last couple of years, it has been unbelievable to see how the contests have grown with your site. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of opportunities, feeders, qualifiers all over, because the goal for everybody is to get right here, right? This is where we all want to be next year. Absolutely. And talk to us a little bit about what you have done just over the last couple of years, because every single week, different feeders, different contests to try to win you a spot in one of these big tournaments. It's been incredible.
Right, so we really try to keep it appealing to the mass majority. So we fed in, I believe, 49 people into NHC this year. We also feed into BCBC. We have our own big contests too, Ultimate Betting Challenge, Pegasus World Cup. We had California Crown Betting Challenge last year as well. So we do a lot to keep it fun, keep it interactive. And we don't want to just appease the top level. We're trying to get every different level. So we have 40, 60, 80, $100 feeders that get up to our qualifiers, which are anywhere between $300, $500, $600, which get up to our $1,500, $3,000, $6,000 tournaments. So yeah, it's fun.
Because what's really cool is that when you get here, it's a really even playing field, right? With the format of the $2 win place, it's not, you don't have to be betting amounts of money on horses. Like the little player can compete with the bigger player.
Yes.
And what I love that what you guys have done is you've given opportunities for players of all bankrolls, right? The smaller bankrolls and players at all different places, different tracks, different places all over. Rachel popping in right here, giving us some love. So you want to make sure that you give everybody a chance, because there are great handicappers and great gamblers all over the place at all levels.
Right, and I'm that guy too. Like I'm perfectly fine playing a $50 feeder into a $300 qualifier into a $4,000 tournament, but sometimes I'm not really committed to do a $400 tournament.
Yeah.
You could see it, like for the live money tournaments, you could see it as just a bankroll grab.
Yep.
I mean, these other tournaments out there, you get up, I mean, BCBC, for example, too. If you get into that, you have $7,500 to bet on Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge, and you could start at the 50 level.
Yeah.
$7,500, you could do a lot of damage on that card.
I've never bought into Breeders. I've played it a lot of times. I've always qualified through the tournaments playing like $50. You know, sometimes a little more if I'm really feeling it for the day and I love my picks. But that's how we met. Do you remember what year that was? I qualified for NHC one year on one of your tournaments, and you brought me a hat in this room.
It was probably about 2019, 2020. I think is when we started doing that.
Yeah.
Because that was like, I think that was my last trip before the whole pandemic thing panned out. And I came out here, and then I went home, and they're like, we're going into lockdown.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, okay, interesting.
Bringing me a hat.
No, yeah, it's
your
great.
tournaments are great.
So if you guys are looking, that's at expressbet.com. I mean, if you're someone who's check out that tournament schedule most days or once a week, and then you can kind of map out your schedule, because there are tracks you're probably already playing, you're probably already looking at, and you didn't even realize they have feeders to get you into other big tournaments. I think just take a few extra minutes and make that part of your part of your routine, looking at that tournament schedule. I mean, even this weekend, Santa Anita, Gulfstream Park, there are $40 feeders, a bunch of Gulfstream trying to lead us into a big Florida Derby contest. There's a big Santa Anita Derby contest coming up in a few weeks. There's all these feeders, and then in those tournaments, not only do you win money, but you also win seats to like a tournament like this or some of the other ones.
100%. I mean, March 22nd, I think, is our next tournament that we have NHC seats, along with Santa Anita, your choice of Santa Anita Derby or Florida Derby, $1,500 tournament. So if you get one of those seats, you can choose which one you want. And yeah, we have those going all year long. So I mean, like you said, you said it the best.
How many tournaments do you think you have throughout the year, if you could ballpark it?
I really don't know, because if you're talking all tournaments, it has to be more than 250. I mean, when I first came into tech, we just involved the tech side of things, getting them online. I think before that, we had like 6 to 8 tournaments a year, and now we're going to 250.
Yeah.
And it's just, we're always trying to just, expand it, take in what we can from the players, and just really contort it to them. When at the end of the day, it's their tournament. We're just here to host it.
Yeah, exactly. You're the host. You want the feedback. You want to know what's working well. And that's the thing. I've worked with you guys over the last couple years, you and Dustin over at First, and helping promote the contest, because when I'm doing my videos and shows, the people that are watching those and like listening to those, they're going to be very interested in playing in the contest. And that's what I love. You guys are asking, hey, is there any feedback? Is there something that the people are saying that they like? Do they want more of this? Do they want less of this? I like to praise that, because we don't get that as much as we should in horse racing, right? And especially a couple younger people sitting down here right now who like to play the races and who can help make some adjustments here and there. Like, you guys have been really, really good at getting, like, changing and altering with feedback for whatever the players want.
I don't think you only love tournaments. If I'm not mistaken, you like another thing called the Coast to Coast, maybe?
Did okay on that one.
Did okay on that one?
Did okay on that one.
A little bit of love there. I don't know where that stems from.
A couple weeks ago, too. So, yeah, you see us promoting that a lot of the time. You get free DRF past performances. What that is with the contest, with the wagering overall, it just seems like you and First Racing are really aiming to be more player friendly. And that's what we don't get enough of.
Absolutely. I mean, I started as a player, and I wasn't always in the industry. I was a nobody. My buddy introduced me to it, and I read Richard Eng's book, actually, How to Bet on Horse Racing for Dummies. Yeah. Started asking a bunch of questions, and I taught myself how to bet. There were some losses there, but we also had some wins, and it was fun and entertaining. And now I see it from a player standpoint. It's not just like, I'm not just some business guy trying to talk like, oh, this is what we need business-wise. No, it's from the player perspective, too, because I like it. I like to participate. I like to have fun with the races, too.
And after the contest, players are always coming up to you, talking to you, thanking you, or letting you know, giving you feedback on everything, which I got the chance to check that out live about almost 2 months ago now at Pegasus World Cup Day. And now, as you pointed out, a big day coming up at Gulfstream Park. You're kind of planted at Gulfstream for a little while right now, and then kind of back and forth to Santa Anita?
Yeah, I jostle back and forth. After Santa Anita Derby, I'll probably be more focused on Santa Anita when Gulfstream's championship meet ends. Yeah. But I've been back and forth a little bit. But yeah, I've been out there previous years. I've always been out there for Pegasus, Fountain of Youth, and also Florida Derby. And now this is my first year experiencing Holy Bull. And if there's people out there that have not experienced Holy Bull, it's a great event there too. It falls in the shadows of Pegasus the weekend after.
Yeah.
But the betting card was great.
Yep.
They had tacos and tequila right there in the Flamingo room overlooking the track. You have all these vendors doing different cocktails, and there's a huge variety of tacos. It's a great scene, great fun, entertaining card. Tacos and tequila? No. I'm not a tequila guy, but the tacos count me in.
Yeah.
Tequila guy. Okay, question for you.
Yes.
Are you banned from playing in this because you run all these tournaments? Because I don't see your name on the leaderboard.
I write the rules for our tournaments, and my team writes the rules. I never play. We exclude everyone from our team to play. I don't play in my tournaments. Michelle has told me that I'm able to play in these tournaments. I have no access to anything necessarily. But yeah, I am excluded from like my own tournaments. But like Del Mar, Los Al, count me in. I'll play in those.
Yeah.
I play in Los Alamitos tournaments, and I've earned my way into Del Mar a couple times. Again, $50, $300 to like $4,000. Count me in. I'm in.
Because honestly, for a lot of us, a lot of people that are watching this right now, you see that bankroll and it's like, yeah, you know what? I'd like to play in this tournament, but $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 might be too much. All of these tournaments have ways you can get in for less. You can feed yourself in for much, much less. You can play earlier in the week, so don't get discouraged. Just take a second, or if you ever need to ask, you can ask Tyler if you see him around. Shoot me a message. I'll always help you out and let you know. Alexa is one of the best at explaining things to people, sharing her experiences with people. So anytime you need any help or you have any questions about that stuff, go to expressbet.com or get in contact with one of us. We'll help you out. The contest players too, like you said, it's such a strange dynamic because it's competitive, but it's also familial.
Yes.
You're so close with these people that you're trying to beat, but it's not a bad energy. It's a good energy.
That's exactly how I explain the vibe of NHC every year. When people ask me, what's that all about? Yep. There's a prize, like they're competing against each other? Absolutely. There's one prize, about 600 people competing for the same one, but everyone's cheering. Somebody gets a long shot, they're cheering that guy. Hell yeah, good job. Like, we had a good time. But then they're also cheering the other guy on too. It's very communal, very social, and I love that dynamic. Like, horse racing is a little too to yourself, doing your own handicapping in your DRF a little bit too much. It's the social, the bringing together of people that's really great about the tournament world, in my eyes.
Completely agree.
Before we jump, I know we're going to handicap the Virginia Oaks, but before we jump into that, I do want to give a little leaderboard update.
Yeah.
Dan Piazza stretching out that lead again, 243 now.
Day 1 leader, and he's just picked up running on day 2.
Yeah, he's just going for it. And then we have a new second place. So we had a leapfrog happen where Alex DeVito passed Joseph Folk now with 189. Joseph Folk, though, still hitting it, still making money on his ticket, only almost $5 behind with 185.
And it gets, once you get past that top 10, then there starts to be everybody's clumped. Now,
you're
like
separated by cents.
just
yeah,
little bits will jump you up.
Absolutely. You can make $5 and pass 50 people, in the tournament.
Well, we would sit here and talk contests and playing with Tyler all day long, but we do have another race coming up right now. It's over at Colonial Downs. It's race number 8. This one actually offers Kentucky Oaks points. It's the Virginia Oaks. The 3 Gowell's Delight is scratched. The 7 Girl Math is scratched. You're going to have to tell me what Girl Math is. I actually saw Christina Blacker posting a post, and she was giving us some examples of what she thought Girl Math was. I think it involves shopping and tax and stuff like that. But
I'm very, very familiar with Girl Math.
So Tyler, we look at this race, and we could talk about it from a couple different perspectives. So a few scratches here. If you were playing this race in the contest, do you have like a limit of, I don't play horses under a certain price? Are you looking for a certain price, or do you just kind of take each race individually?
You have to balance out. You have to look at all the contest races. That's why this is so incredible, because
it's a marathon.
It's so many races each day to select from. It's insane. The pick and pray format, or like the more horse tourneys format, which is a smaller list of races that you have to pick from, you can kind of say like, all right, this race has value. This race is probably just going to chalk out on me, and it has a short field, so I need to get the winner because place isn't going to get me anywhere.
Yeah.
So you kind of judge it by that, and then see the overall board of what you have to attack going in. But this is a little more difficult. So here it would be tough for me to say, especially with the odds I think I saw on the board. So I would say at least you can't bet chalk. I know it's tough, but short fields you might be able to.
So right now, 4 to 5 clicked up to even money on the 8 Font. The 5 early on is 7 to 2. That's a total connections play. Safi Joseph Jr., Flavian Pratt. The 6, You'll Be Back for Tom Amos, 3 to 1. Those are like the top betting choices. Who are you looking at here, Tyler?
I actually like the Safi horse.
Yeah.
And I mean, take a step back from the race. Look at Colonial Downs right now. We have had Pratt run, I think, almost every race. He has 4 wins, 1 second and 1 third. He's destroying them. And I think Irad has like 2 himself.
The other 2, yeah.
So between the 2 of them, they're just wiping the field here, jockey-wise.
Cleaning up.
So, I mean, that's always nice to see Pratt aboard. I like Dylan Davis down at like Gulfstream Park. Great. He's a great rider down there, especially riding for Safi. But this horse, I know she just broke her maiden last time out. Second time off the layoff, coming from up in New York. But, I mean, that turn of foot at the top of the stretch was actually kind of impressive. So I'm okay with taking a step up here and going against winners. Maybe.
Yeah,
early
on. Off of Girl Math, to
yeah.
to do this. So I was on early on. But with the scratches, I still like early on, but I feel like the pace scenario is shaping up a little bit better for the 6. You'll Be Back, who I think will be involved early in the pace, especially without Gowell's Delight in here.
Now, we were talking about Colonial, but as we were, Gulfstream's getting ready to run. They're going to run race number 8 right now. It's not a mandatory race, but it is a race that some folks might have in the contest, so just worth mentioning. Tyler, we're going to wish you the best of luck on early on. We're going to be following along with you and checking everything out at Express Bet. Thank you so much, man, for sharing your time. I've had a blast hanging out with you and getting to know you the last couple years. And anything you need, you let us know anytime, okay?
Sounds great. I'll be over there handicapping the Santa Anita carryover on the Pick 6.
Beautiful. We'll come over after and have a drink with you when we're done, okay?
Cheers. Good luck.
Thanks so much. That's Tyler from First Bet. Lauren Weiss, DRS customer, as qualified for 2 spots coming up in the NHC this week. We're recording this day before the NHC as the last chance contest is going on. So, Lauren, you said you've been a DRF customer for 30, 40 years. How did you get into the contest?
That's a good question. You see this hat?
Yeah.
This, do you know what this is?
Is it Adina?
Adina.
Yep.
So in 1969, I think before Lucia was born, and maybe before her mother was born, we bought a farm from Frank Stronach in Toronto, and near Toronto, in Aurora. And we got into horses, and we owned them, we rode them, we bet on them. And now, I used to own them, now I just go into tournaments mostly, and don't bet too much, but I like the tournaments because you can win a lot with a little amount of money.
You know how much you're losing?
Yeah,
right?
It's like a poker tournament. You put up $100, but in this tournament you can win $800,000, right?
In Canada. What initially got you into horse racing?
I guess riding horses and owning horses, and we bred a few horses. We used to run at Greenwood Racetrack, which is before both of your times. You know that track?
I know it, yeah.
That's in Toronto, and we ran a lot of horses at Woodbine and Port Erie, and even Blue Bonnets in Montreal. And so we had, like, you know, not a lot of horses, but we had a lot of fun. And a lot of my friends are into horse racing, and coming here, it's like a camp reunion, you know, like a lot of friends.
So when you open up those DRF past performances and you're looking at each race, what are some of the things you're looking for to find?
I usually look at the odds, and I look for horses that are higher odds, 10 to 1 to 20 to 1, and look for horses that are maybe second off the layoff, or improving, or first-time turf, or some angle, maybe a trainer change. I like when there's a change, a new surface.
Blinkers coming on equipment, something like that too?
Something new, first-time gelding.
Yep.
Although I don't think that would be fun to do.
No,
but
the ultimate equipment change is what they call that one, right?
Yeah, so we just look for something that could improve the horse today.
So if you're not playing contests, what types of wagers are you playing? Are you a pick 4 or pick 5
guy?
Yeah,
pick 4 or pick 5,
awesome.
And pick 6. And I like when there's a carryover.
Right.
And, you know, it's like added incentive.
Some free money there for us to shoot
I think
for.
I get an email every day from DRF telling me the
carryovers?
Carryovers.
Awesome.
So it's great.
If you weren't playing the races, what are some of the other things that you like to do for fun?
Aside, I'm a stockbroker.
Oh, okay.
So I do love
money.
The stock. Yeah, I like. But the stock market's different. You have to bet a lot to win a lot. Here you can bet small and win big. So that's why I think racing is exciting. You don't have to bet a lot to win a lot.
But in just knowing that you're involved in that and hearing some of your methodology, you did sound like you're kind of a buy low, sell high kind of a guy, right?
Yeah,
you're looking for those horses that are undervalued.
Yeah, and when you ask what I also like to do is poker. So poker tournaments, and racing and poker kind of go hand in hand. In fact, a lot of times when you're playing poker, you can see the racing going on the TVs in the poker room, right? So poker is also where you can bet small and win big, like horse racing. So
well, I know you've got a big trip coming up to Argentina, so we hope that you can win this money.
Yeah,
so you can really be doing whatever you want, right?
Alexa.
Yeah.
Here's the best handicapper in this room. So yeah, I hope to go to the racetrack in Argentina. That's one of my goals.
It has been a blast chatting with you. I wish you the best of luck this week. Thank you so much. Lauren here, DRF customer, 30 to 40 years.
Hey everybody, I'm here at the NHC with horse player Jim Clark. Jim, how's it going?
Well, so far so good today.
There we go. You're trying to qualify into this weekend, right?
I am. I flew down just for the tournament. Fingers crossed that I can hit a few and make the weekend.
I love it. Jim's been a DRF customer for 50 years. Have you qualified before?
I have.
How many times?
3 times have qualified down here. I haven't been playing tournament that long, but I've been a horse owner, horse player, love the game.
What got you into it?
You know what, I worked at the local LCBO when I was going to school, and one of the guys that I worked with was an ex-jockey.
Okay.
And he just kind of there was not much action back then.
Yeah.
There was no sports betting. And there was a little, I would say a bookie across the street. We'd run across, make $2 bets, $5 bets, and then we'd listen to it on the radio. Back then they'd come up with the race results, and it was so exciting. Because you couldn't follow it, there's nothing online. I'm talking a bit of a veteran here, so it was a long time ago.
Did you have a home track that you started visiting, or?
Yeah, Woodbine is still my favorite track. I live close by, so I live in Canada, and it's a big customer of mine. As I say, I used to run a syndicate with a bunch of horses. And again, just love the game.
Yeah, I visited Woodbine for the first time this last summer, and it was a beautiful track. Amazing. So you're very spoiled, very lucky that you get to go there. So when you're handicapping, what is your kind of approach? What's your favorite product, favorite edge?
Well, I use Formulator, and I did develop my own software program.
Wow.
That kind of put pen to paper and then eventually a software program called the Inform Sheets. It was a commercial product at one point, but now it's just kind of, I'll call it an inside group, and it just ranks a horse with key weighted indicators, and it's a tool that helps me. Yeah. I tend to play pick 4s, 5s, and 6s.
Okay.
That's kind of what I do play, is multiple legs. So the odd time it's, when you to drill down and it's making a choice is sometimes a challenge.
Yeah, well, that's a really big advantage in these tournaments, is having something unique you can look at, which we have in Formulator. You can customize it, but having a unique take is really valuable here.
Yeah.
When you're not doing horse racing,
right?
What else is Jim?
Well, I am in the wine, spirits, and craft beer business in Ontario. I've been in the business for 47 years. We operate a winery, a brewery, and a cidery.
Oh my gosh. Call Jim to set up the party.
There you go. Love family, love to travel, love good food, good wine, and all of that stuff.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. This has been a pleasure. Jim Clark, everyone.
Cheers.
A couple more player profiles for you there. You got to meet some of the folks that are playing in this big tournament this weekend. While we were watching those, Alexa, though, we did have a couple races go. The Virginia Oaks went, race 8 at Colonial. Chalky, more favorites. We haven't had the big prices really all that much. Fondly was the winner at 6-5. I think we got early on at 7-2. The 5, that was who Tyler gave us as a horse that he might have played. The 4 and Anima ran third there at 5-1. So that was at Colonial. We had Aqueduct just ran. Their next race, the 8th, is the mandatory.
What happened to Aqueduct? It was also kind of chalky.
Aqueduct race number 7 just went off a moment ago. Has not gone official yet. It was elliptic. Call her bluff. 4-7-2-5 there at Aqueduct. That was race number 7 at Aqueduct.
Kind of like what Trey was saying. Like, if you are coming into today just shooting for bombs,
you're in some
having
trouble.
a hard day so far
right
because
now. You haven't had a lot of success.
Not a lot of prices happening so far, but anything can all unravel, right? Within a couple of races later in the day.
So I think we're having a guest join us to talk about the next mandatory race.
Aqueduct race 8.
They're getting them mic'd up right now. We'll be joining us in just a minute. We'll be able to preview Aqueduct race number 8, which is the next mandatory. We also have the Virginia Derby coming up as the next race at Colonial. So there'll be Kentucky Derby points up for grabs over there. And Santa Anita, they're getting ready for race number 2 right now. Tampa Bay 9 is coming up in just 2 minutes. So we can look at Tampa, I guess, because we can show you that race in just a couple minutes. Tampa Bay Downs, race number 9. Did you have any thoughts of these races that aren't mandatory that we've been kind of talking a little bit about right now?
I don't.
You were mainly focused mandatory,
our
right?
Our guest is ready.
We ready to rock?
He's
Jackson?
ready to rock and roll. So,
awesome.
Hey, Jackson, how's it going?
Doing well.
Jackson Munoz. He's the co-host of The Gallop Out, which is a YouTube show, correct?
Correct.
Co-hosting with Ryan Anderson. So,
yes.
Tell us a little bit about your show and what you do.
Yeah, so we do about 2 to 3 shows a week right now. We're doing one weekly at Aqueduct, and then we'll also do one. We'll pick what are the best sequence that we see, and we're gonna just go from there and find a lot of good fields and study some horses. It's a lot of fun.
How did you guys decide to start that?
That was all Ryan. Ryan reached out to me. He went on the simulcast show at Del Mar in the summer. I went the week after, and he DM'd me out of nowhere. It's like, we want to do a show. And I was like, screw it, let's run it. And we've kind of been doing it ever since. So a lot of fun.
Get into horse racing overall at the beginning?
I was born into it. There's a picture of my dad holding me at Del Mar when I was like 3 months old, and the rest is history. So my entire life has been involved with the races.
California home base.
California home base, yes.
Where in California are you?
I'm in Orange County, so I'm perfect spot. I'm halfway between San Diego and Del Mar, about an hour to each, so get to go pretty often.
Long Beach, so not too far from you.
Yeah.
Big, not far from Los Al. We got Santa Anita one end, Del Mar on the other end.
lots of ways we can go. When you're opening up the past performances, you see you got your DRF pulled up on your computer right there.
Yep.
What are some of the things that you're looking at? You know, what kind of a handicapper would you kind of consider yourself?
It depends. It depends on the track, honestly. I think if you're looking at a track like Turfway, I'm a big Turfway guy. I watch as many replays as you can because the trip notes are pretty short there, and there's just big fields. A lot of things are happening in there that don't show up on the PPs, and there's a lot of ways to find good value in that. If I'm looking at maybe a smaller field, I'm more going to look at the pace, and I always start with that because the pace makes the race. It's the old saying, but it's true. It doesn't matter what surface it's on. Pace makes the race, so I'm going to start there, and then I'll go through and find the fastest horses on the figures, and we'll go from there.
I like it. I mean, that's the surefire way to go. So when you say the pace makes the race, do you use our time form at all, or how do you visualize the race setting
I
up?
prefer to use the time form if I can. I think they're really good. It's just a number. It's a good measurement of horses coming
Coaching
from
starting
all
game.
kinds
We're
of
1
different
minute from
races
post
or
time. 1
surfaces
minute.
or whatever, and you're just throwing it all in there. And it's a good way to predict things. And for the most part, they're pretty accurate. Obviously, if the horse doesn't break or the jockey has a different intention, they're just going to do their thing. But overall, I think they're really useful.
When did you start getting into the contests?
Are you in the NHC?
I'm not in the NHC.
Okay.
I'm here with a bunch
You're
of
here with your
buddies
friends.
I'm playing a different contest.
Okay, cool.
But-
So when did you start getting into those?
About 2 or 3 years ago, I listened to In the Money podcast and reached out to Peter Thomas Fornartel at one point and got involved with him, and he's kind of the one that got me on the contest wave. And ever since then, I don't play a ton, but I do try to focus on them when I can. They're a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun seeing your name on the leaderboard, and you're playing against your buddies half the time. So you see your best friend up there, you're like, yeah, I want to beat that guy. I really want to beat him. It's a lot of fun.
One thing we all have in common in this room is a competitive spirit.
Yes, of course. It's just a whole other element to it.
When you're not playing contests, are you like a pick 4, pick 5 kind of a player, or what wagers do you focus in on?
Again, it depends on the track. I really try to do the doubles. Doubles probably my favorite bet because
It's
it's
not a wager nowadays. It really is.
yeah, and it's simple enough, but it's also you get paid if you're right. I mean, yesterday I had a nice one at San Diego, and it was paid like 60 to 1 or something, and that was a 15 to 1 shot over a big favorite at San Diego. And sometimes that's all it takes, and that's kind of my favorite bet. It's a good way to get a little bit more value out of a win bet when you have a big favorite in one race, and then you just assuming the horse is your lock, right? The horse can't lose at 2 to 5. Just bet it in a double to the horse you like the next race, and instead of getting 10 to 1 on the horse, you're going to get 20 or 25.
Good way to leverage it and make a little extra cash.
Yeah.
I also like doubles and exactas too. I do think you have to match your wager to the race, though. That's something I've learned over the years is don't try to fit a trifecta into a race. That doesn't make sense to play a trifecta
100%.
because you like playing trifectas. But
I think
looking
it's
for
always letting it come to you.
Yeah.
Right? Not forcing it. Like you said, you don't have that template when you go into this. I'm going to do this. Each track, each race, it's a little bit different.
Correct.
So before we get into handicapping this race, you just told us you had a nice score yesterday. Were there any other big ones that you remember, or you tell your friends, I hit this big ticket or something, a good story?
Yeah, last summer I hit a cross country pick 5. It was Woodbine and Saratoga. It was the Kings Plate day, and it paid like 15,000. So that was a pretty good one. Yeah, I was pretty proud of that one.
That helps a lot of days too.
Yeah.
Well, now we can handicap this race a little bit with you because we got a mandatory coming up.
Perfect.
This is a challenging race because it's like low-level non-winners of 2, not horses with the greatest form, and you have like a heavy chalk entry.
Yeah, it's a tough one. The entries they're really difficult, especially if they're difficult on a live money format, and it's in a contest too. It's even more difficult. So I think you always try to beat them just because they're so overbet, and especially in a race like this where. If these were 2 separate entries, they'd both be taking money regardless. And now that they're combined, they're going to be very, very, very short. So I thought you could maybe try to get a little sneaky with the 7. I know the form recently isn't great, but I do love that he comes back protected. He's in for the waiver claim. I think it's a really good sign of confidence that they think this horse is going to get back to those good performances he showed earlier last year. He's drawn really well on the outside. I love outside draws in these one-turn races. I think it gives the rider a lot of options, especially with someone like Carmouche. We saw him, I think it was 2 races ago, he just went right after the big 1 to 5 favorite and just wore him into the ground, and I think that's kind of what's going to be the plan in this spot too. I don't think it'll be too far back, and right now he's 8 to 1. That's a pretty good price.
That is a good price. Time Form has, like what you said, being kind of mid-pack, not super far back, and then
Kind of closing. It has him actually getting third, but I agree. The 7 Endowed's interesting. Pick in here. You know, let's see. 8-1. We have it projected at going up at 4-1, so probably going to tick down a little bit from there.
Who did you like, Alexa, here?
So I like the 3 D-Day Sky. I think it's a pretty versatile 4-year-old with, you know, solid kind of mid-pace running style. Got some good time form figures. Has hit the board in 6 of 14 lifetime starts, including several competitive efforts against like a similar level here. So he gets a good jockey on with a 24% win rate. And I just think it's shown some talent at Aqueduct last spring. So I like that. Let me check what odds we're getting.
Right now you're at 5-1.
5-1, projected 4-1, so kind of similar to the 7 Endowed, which would be my second selection in here at similar odds. So I probably would stick with the 3.
2 Brown Don't Stop is a horse I'll tell you a little bit about. You probably hear Jason Beam in the background. Tampa Bay Downs race 9 is going right now. Oaklawn race 7 is coming up next. These are all races that are part of the contest, but they're not mandatories. Gulfstream Park race number 9 is another one. All optional races if people can choose, but they're not mandatories. The next mandatory race coming up is 15 minutes away, and it's this one that we're discussing, Aqueduct race 8. I thought Brown Don't Stop, just cutting back to a mile, might give this horse a little bit more punch late, because you can see when you watch his races, he kind of looms up, and he's in a good striking spot, but then late in the race, he's just getting a little bit tired. He's getting a little bit weary. I think this is a good level for him. He's actually the beaten favorite last time out. I think the cutback will really help. So I'm going to go with Brown Don't Stop, who's the number 2, who's 6-1. Alexa mentions the 3 D-Day Sky, who is 5-1. And from Jackson, we talked about the 7, who might have one of the higher ceilings, honestly, right, Jackson? Like, if they all were to line up and run their best race and show up with their A game, he might be the winner. But he's just been inconsistent. That's why they're all in this non-winners of 2 level, right? These are horses that are tough to trust. If you get the price that you're getting, though, I think that's a really nice price on that horse at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. And again, the hope is, that, like you said, he's going to get back to that good form he showed back earlier last year. And usually when they're protected at a spot like this, the trainer thinks highly of them. They don't want to lose them. They're usually coming in ready to go and hopefully get a win and raise them up next time, higher level.
Playing horses like this because you know they're good enough.
Yeah.
That you've seen them run races good enough to win this, but because their form's tailed off a little bit, their form's a little muddied up, you got to do some archaeology. Shout out to Rich Perloff, the professor from TVG. That was one of his tools in the toolbox. And these are because you see a couple bad running lines, you just get a better price on it. And as gamblers, we just have to hope, like you said, that you get back to some of that form last year. Some of these other horses haven't ever run races as fast as Endowed has, you know?
And again, the price is going to come down to it. If this horse was 9-5, I'm trying to beat him off those bad efforts, but because he is 8-1 right now, he's probably going to go around with 4 or 5. That's a price I think it's willing to take.
Very much agree.
Do you aspire to play in this tournament? Is that kind of one of your goals, is to have an entry in here?
Yeah, it's not what I prioritize. I think I more try to focus on the BCBC just because my style of play is better suited to that rather than like the just $2 win place format. But this is so much fun. I mean, I'm here with all my buddies, and now next year I think it might be a little bit higher in my priority list and try to qualify.
You were talking, you play doubles. Like, is that the kind of approach you have in the BCBC or tournaments like that? You're playing doubles, exactas, and tries a little, multi, anything that you can get a little bigger payouts?
Yeah, either win bets or doubles in a contest. Every now and then I'll play an exacta. I just played one right now and got gunned down, so I feel really bad about that. But that's just how it goes. And you know, again, like you guys said, you kind of let the races tell you what to bet. Don't go in with a plan before you see the card.
Well, we appreciate you hopping on here to handicap with us, giving us your top picks, and best of luck. Awesome. Give us your plug. Your plug for your show.
One more time.
Go to YouTube, search the Gallop Out. All the videos will be right there. They should be under the live stream, so that's where you can find them all.
Jackson, good luck to your buddies today.
Thanks,
and
guys.
we hope to see you out here one year. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Luck.
It's fun.
Thank
you.
Awesome.
Before we have that mandatory go off, we're going to show you another DRF player profile. Hey everybody, I'm joined here by one of the few women who seems to always qualify here for the big tournaments, Ellen Patrick Level. Ellen, how's it going?
It's going great. Today could be better, but there's always a new day, right?
There's always a new day in racing.
Right.
So
Tell us how you got involved in racing.
So I got involved in racing with my first husband, Dennis, who had passed away. He took me to the track. First track I went to was Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs. I made a $2 wager on an 80 to 1 and I won, and I thought, oh, this is easy. And then all of a sudden, I wasn't winning, everybody in the group was winning. And I said, how am I going to win? He said, what are you doing? And I said, oh, I'm picking a color, right, of the silk. He said, here. And he tossed the daily racing form to me, and he said, I'm going to teach you how to read this form. And so then every time we'd go to the track, and what I was saying earlier was I've been playing a long time, since the 80s, and you had to find the form. You had to know who sold the form, and you either had to get there early or you would call up there and say, hey, I'll give you an extra tip if you hold that daily racing form for me till we get there.
A hot commodity.
And right, absolutely, hot commodity. So I've been using it a long time.
Since the 80s.
Since the 80s.
Quite a while. So now it's obviously more readily available. We have it online. Are you a formulator user?
I still use the classic PPs. But I do look at the formulator, actually, and I love the analysis stuff.
Yeah. What's your favorite thing to look at?
I look at the analysis, and then I look at like the last sale.
Okay.
I look at owners.
That's interesting. I don't hear that many people talking about that.
Yeah, I actually look at the sale, right, and see what they went off the price, because to me, if you've got a horse that just went off for a lot of money, and it's in a lower, maybe it's dropped down. They saw something, right? Exactly.
That's very good. I look at sale prices, I'd say, for younger horses, baby races, but not always older ones. But that's,
I look at those.
That's a good way to get a long shot, maybe.
Right.
Okay, and we're here at the NHC. How many times have you qualified?
So I've qualified 9 times. This is my 9th appearance, and I am the only female to ever win this last chance contest in the history of the contest. So,
I didn't know you won this.
Yes.
And this tournament has a big prize pool too.
Right.
Is that your biggest tournament score ever?
It is. It was about 22,000. So.
Rock on.
Right.
Did you plug that right back into horses, or you?
No.
Buy a boat.
I bought some things. I don't remember what.
I love that.
Right.
That's so fun.
Right.
Oh, amazing. And when you're not doing horse racing, what's your life look like?
Spend time with family. And love to shop, right?
Who doesn't?
It's all about the shoes,
There's a horse named
right?
Love to Shop, and I love having that horse.
And then they said, if you had a horse, what would you name it? And I said, it's all about the shoes.
It's all about the shoes. So if you win NHC this weekend, you'll be getting a whole new closet just for shoes.
And I'll be making an investment, right, in a horse.
There we go. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Awesome. Well, it's a pleasure talking to you. I wish you luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Awesome. You've been such a long customer with us, so good luck. Thank you so much, Ellen.
No, thank you.
So we're here with Frank Brown, who's a longtime DRF customer. How long have you been looking at the DRF?
Close to 60 years.
So a long time, and he's got a lot of experience playing in contests. You were telling me you're from up in Canada, and you have been all over playing contests.
Yes.
What are some of the places that you played?
Picked the ponies since it started. Mike Levine's tournaments, Penn Nationals tournaments, New Haven, Connecticut tournaments, and Las Vegas.
Brought you all over the place, huh?
And Woodbine tournaments.
So when you're not playing contests, what kinds of wagers do you make? What kind of things are you looking for?
I'm getting like a sucker now. I'm betting pick 6s and pick 5s.
Taking a shot for the big swing, right?
That's right.
For the big score.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly. So, I used to love betting winning place, and I used to grind out money. But now I'm not looking for. I'm looking for the big score.
We see those big numbers in the pools, right? And we want to jump in.
I hit a couple, and so I'm spoiled.
What? Yeah, give us one of them. What was one of the good ones that you can remember that you've hit, or a good contest win?
I win 100,000 pick 6s at Woodbine, and one thing about Woodbine, when you win, you get cash.
You do.
No taxes.
That one big score like that will help you for quite a long time, right?
Yes.
So
But I gave back 200,000.
That's always the problem with us horse players, right?
Yeah.
We got to even it out and ration it.
When Mickey Rooney was at Woodbine, he was at 40 year making that movie called The Black Stallion. That's what he said. One day he said, I went to the tracks in California, and I win 400, but I lost 400,000 cents.
So, Frank, what are you looking for when you open the past performances? Are you are you someone who likes the replays, the races? You look at your charts. Are you a pace handicapper? What things jump out at you?
Conditions of the race.
Yeah.
That's what I look at, the most important. If they don't belong in the race, I kind of bypass them. You know, conditions are very important. That's what trainers look at. They'll go sit in the washroom and read the conditions to set their horses up for the conditions. If they don't belong in the race, you know, that's tough, you know. And then you get to the little tougher ones like grade 1 races, grade 2, you know, like allowance horse is not going to beat a grade 1 horse, probably not, you know, and stuff like that. Conditions are most important to me.
That's one of the things that's right at the top of the page, and I think sometimes we breeze over it, right? You start looking at the horses and you don't realize what they needed to do or who should really be in this race. I think that's a great thing we should all start with. Frank, it's been such a pleasure talking with you. I wish you the best of luck, and I hope you score this weekend.
Oh, I hope so too.
It's Frank here, DRF customer for 60 years.
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up, moving in, race 9, 2-1 on 7. Rocky Seas, 5-2 on 4, Queen of Soul. Into line goes Sevilla, Classic Ballad, Big Bouquet of Roses. Still Jim. Waiting for the Thrill and Starship Legend. Starship Legend coming up and in. Ready for action at 7 furlongs. And they're off. For the Thrill was away quickly. Queen of Soul was as well. And these two race on. Up on the outside, Rocky Seas forwardly positioned. Farther out, Starship Legend. Rocky Seas, Queen of Soul, and Starship Legend. 1, 2, 3. Queen of Soul is now at the inside and joining the leader. Away in 4th is Classic Ballad. Now 5th is For the Thrill after the smooth break. Angling off the inside is Sevilla. And the two trailers are Still Jim and Big Bouquet of Roses. To the half-mile point they go. Miguel Vasquez and Rocky Seas in front, but they haven't cleared the inside as Queen of Soul tries to hold her in the 2-path. 3 wide. Starship Legend is now 3rd, back to 4th Classic Ballad. She's racing together with For the Thrill. 2.5 more to Sevilla. On her outside, Still Jim, and way back to Big Bouquet of Roses. Around the far turn they go. These top three continue to trade jabs. In the middle, it's Rocky Seas along the rail, Queen of Soul. 3 wide. Starship Legend For the Thrill is a huge price and looms a 4 wide threat. Underway from the back is Sevilla with Siljam on her outside. Plenty of hopes here as they straighten for the drive. They went to half in 46-1. On the far outside, For the Thrill tries to spoil the party. She's closing good ground. At the inside, it's Queen of Soul from between horses, Rocky Seas. They come past the 16th pole. Micah Husbands and For the Thrill. She's 50-1. And For the Thrill wins going away. For the Thrill in a shocking upset. Beats a close battle for second between Rocky Seas and Starship Legend in 126-1.
Blow up the tote board a little bit at Gulfstream Park. That was, I'm checking the eyes one more time, 50-1, 52-1 For the Thrill. If anybody had that one in an optional race, there is going to be a ton of movement. Someone could have just vaulted themselves up into serious contention right there with For the Thrill. 52-1 winner at Gulfstream Park, and honestly, an easy 52-1 winner when it was all said and done. Wanted to check in with some of you that are all watching on the YouTube. Thanks so much. Joe Jones, our buddy Roberto checking in, saying hello. Hopefully Roberto is doing well, and we know Katie was talking about the HHH podcast takeover. Robert Salzano, and then Dr. Don't Pass One. If you have any selections you want to share with us for some of these mandatory races coming up, we would love to hear from you out there. Believe we're getting a guest mic'd up. That'll be joining me in just a minute. Alexa's going to be done for the day. Alexa's working hard all over the place, doing multiple things. So we'll have some different guests. We'll have some player profiles. And over the next couple hours, we'll get you set up for some of these mandatory races. Also be able to take a look at the leaderboard in just a moment and see how things have changed and things have shifted once this 50-1 shot becomes official. So let's give a little look at tracks coming up. Aqueduct, race number 8. This is our next mandatory race. It is post time here. We discussed this race a little earlier with Jackson and with Alexa. Race number 8 is post time at Aqueduct, so get your wagers in. Jackson was on the 7 in Dowd. Alexa liked the 3, D-Day Sky. I was on the 2, who is now up on the board at 10-1. I think that's going to offer you very fair value there. That is Aqueduct race number 8. Post time for this one right now. Make sure to get your wagers in. Following the 8th at Aqueduct, then we're going to really pick up on the mandatory races. We've got mandatories, Gulfstream 10 and 12, Oaklawn 9 and 11. So we'll be spending a lot of time at Gulfstream Park in the next hour, hour and a half or so. Those are important races coming up. And then Oaklawn Park, race number 11. That'll be, I think, the final of the mandatory races today. Then we'll see everybody getting into some of the optionals. So Aqueduct getting ready for this 8th race. Look at the tote board one more time. The favorite is the current entry, 3-5 on 6 Kings, accidental bid. You get 2-for-1 action there. Scratch of the 6 at Aqueduct. Late scratch, Ollie Can Dance, out. So make any adjustments if needed there coming up at Aqueduct. As we continue along, post time at Aqueduct. Following that, 5 minutes to Santa Anita, race number 3. That's a race in the contest and optional that a lot of people will getting involved. And then the Virginia Derby, we are only 11 minutes away from race 9 at Colonial. That is the Virginia Derby. So a couple big races coming up in just a little bit as we continue to provide you live coverage here, presented by Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're live here at Horseshoe Las Vegas in the event center. Final of the big tournament days today, we'll get the cut line. And then you have that final group tomorrow. Everyone that makes the cut will be getting paid out, and we'll get into that final table at the end of the day. So important time right now for all these contest players in this big tournament.
We'll have a few more guests coming in throughout the day, more player profiles, and we can handicap a little bit at Colonial too right now because that next race is coming up. So they're going to be rapid firing pretty soon, and I believe we have a guest joining us now. A couple of guests joining us. We saw Rich Rosa from DRF a little earlier on, and we've got Sadhu, Bill Sadhu. Yep, awesome. Bill Sadhu here joining us too. So, did you get qualified for this?
Yeah, I qualified. This is the 4th year in a row. This year only one entry, but yeah, I qualified in at Monmouth and tried all year long to get that second seat. Didn't quite happen. I fell just short in first chance, last chance. But we're here now and battling.
This is where we all want to be, right?
Exactly.
He did better than me. I didn't qualify.
So, when did you start getting into the contest?
I played contests about 10 years ago, and then I got out of it, and then about 5 years ago, I got back in, and next thing you know, I'm playing all the big contests, all the places, double qualified last year. I've cashed a couple of years here. So, yeah, just kind of, this is how I play the horses now, is through contests. I'm not a huge tote player, admittedly, these days.
That's interesting.
Absolutely, please.
So I think that a lot of the contestants in this room are looking for a refuge from tote.
Yep.
And there's a lot of reasons. We won't get into why. But this format, for some people, is just more fun and more engaging. And they like the competition. And like when you play it, you play it as a sequence, and then it's over. Your day's over. And a lot of people do follow along on the tote too, which is good. So I think it's good for the business. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like it has engaged me back in the game,
right?
You know, as a bettor of some sort. So let's say combination of things. One, it's a lot easier from a time perspective to play a contest, be able to play a pick and pray, and it doesn't eat up a lot of your time.
Right.
But then secondly, it's a game within a game.
Right.
So yes, we're using horse racing as a vehicle to score this game, but it really is a game unto itself.
Exactly.
And I don't think I'm going to be the best tote player in a room full of really good handicappers.
Sure.
But I do think I'm a pretty good game player. So that's what
there's game theory on this.
100%.
So let's stay with that for a second, because you mentioned something that our audience might not know. You said pick and pray. Like, what is that? Like a pick and pray, you make your selections before the contest starts, and you have an alternate selection in case of a stretch, and that's unmovable. So your strategy has to include winners in there. You can't adjust on the fly, different than this, which is a live contest, where you're adjusting, and we just saw 50-1 over 50-1, and we, off camera, we remarked that there were some, you called them, what'd you call them? Stabbers. Stabbers.
Yeah,
There's stabbers
stabbers
looking for a win, and I want to see the leaderboard, how that's adjusted, because you got a max horse and a place horse that probably hit the max too.
Yep.
And that changes the contest complexion completely, where you wouldn't see those kinds of play, and you wouldn't know 50-1 before you started anyway.
That's exactly it. Yeah, like a big part of the pick and pray is anticipating what off odds will be. That's one thing.
Yeah, right.
Is, do you think a horse is going to drift or get bet?
DRF Ed in here. We have our projected odds, which is helpful in race, not so much helpful live, but we're thinking about how to adjust that. But
So you have to consider that, but then you also think about, when I'm thinking about pick and pray, I'm thinking about who are my opponents likely to select or not select.
Right.
And a horse like that, now I don't know what he was morning line, let's say the horse is 30-1 morning line, is beyond the cap, is a horse that under-indexes in pick and praise, but over-indexes wildly in a live format, especially at this point of the day. That's the other thing that's really important, is time of day. If that race at Gulfstream took place
yesterday,
first race on Friday, the number of people that had it would be much less than it is today. So, like, there is a lot of game. People use the term game theory, and technically it's not, but it's a theory of game.
You're thinking about not only to pick a winner, but you're thinking about the context of that contest itself, whether it's a pick and play or a live contest, and they're different strategies.
100%. Like, people get frustrated with me because they ask me, who do I like?
Yep.
Who I like is really dependent on the odds.
Yeah.
Right.
And, you know, a horse I like at 20-1, I'm not going to play at 5-1. I get very close. Like, you know, there was a horse earlier today. I liked him at 4-1. I didn't like him at 7-2. Like, I have to draw a line of value somewhere. Like, I'm not here to pick winners.
Right.
I'm here to try and bet that delta of what I think the expected probability is and what the odds are indicating.
Right,
So
right.
I think for me, like, this contest is great because it's almost 40 selections, it's a ton of races, and I think for guys that think about racing in terms of probability, it's really good. Now you can get super lucky and it's just your weekend,
Sure
and
is,
you
yeah.
hit it 30 or 40%, but I think over the long run, like my approach works. Like I used to be a thoroughgraph player for 25 years. And I did that, and I came here 2 years in 2017 and 2018, and I was trying to pick more winners than anything. And my brain started to change as far as how I viewed this.
You're looking for value in the contest.
100%.
And hope that value in the contest wins.
Yep, exactly. Like, you just have to hope that, you know, look, when you play any contest, whether it's horse racing or like poker, variance is super high. You just have to be hopeful that when you do score, it's a sizable score. You're not min cashing, but you're working your way up the ladder. So, you know, look, I'm at 40 some odd dollars right now with maybe 8 or 9 optionals left. All is not lost, but sometimes this is just variance.
That's how it rolls. So
yeah.
So you've done well before,
Yep.
and okay, you know, that's how contests are.
Absolutely.
Like you said, it could be your lucky day, but your approach doesn't change. Maybe now at the end of the day, you might become a stabber.
Oh
the
yeah,
rest
for
of the
sure,
way.
for sure. Like I'm definitely looking to play price. Like, you know, like I'm also not against picking up $15 if it's on the ground.
Okay,
because I still, you
A
know,
win's a win.
as of very recently, I still had 10 optionals.
You're trying to get the cut. Now, obviously, you're trying to win, but you got steps on it now, right?
That's exactly
like, that's
it.
your goal to hit, to stay alive, to get into tomorrow. Then you give yourself a lot more breathing room. And I like the things that you're talking about, because for me, as I've developed as a horse player, that is one of the things where I've become way more disciplined, because I think in horse racing, there are so many things out of our control. Right? Race goes, you could have a bad ride, you could win the race and get DQ'd, you could get stuck in traffic. There's a million ways to lose. But what I can do always is make smart wagers. 100% of the time. That's what's in my control. I can always come and make a smart wager. And I'm going to win or lose, but I know if I'm not messing up my wagers, or if I'm not second guessing myself and woulda, coulda, shoulda, I'm okay with losing those days.
You've done your part.
Because you know what? I hit the ball hard. I did what I could. I hit it right at someone.
That's it.
You know?
And that's the game. It does take a bit of a mindset shift.
Absolutely.
To move from
mental part of the game.
Yeah. Like I think when you make that kind of a change, you have to acknowledge that you're probably going to have longer losing streaks. But when you win, you're going to get paid off more.
Absolutely. It's again, I
that's
use
like
the
a
baseball
multi-race strategy
and I use
too.
the baseball
It's almost
Could you imagine as a baseball player, the best baseball players are striking out and getting out 70% of the time, and that's how we are as horse players too. It's can you be mentally okay with losing 75 to 80% of the time? Just make sure that you know you capitalize on your scores when it's your day.
That's it. All right, so now let's transfer a little bit, because we have to do a little bit of handicapping.
Let's do it.
We got Gulfstream 10. This is a mandatory. It's a 1 mile on the turf. It's a non-winners of 2. So we got a nice turf race on your racing form. It's Gulfstream page 18. So let's go through this. Gino, any thoughts here? And let's put it in the context of what Bill has to do here. Bill's going to be maybe a relative, quote, stabber. I learned a new word today. So if that makes it into the DRF at some point, this conversation started it. All right, let's go. So what do we got here?
Got a couple scratches in this one, Bill. The 2 is out. The 9 is out. We did get the 16 way to the outside uphill dance, who draws in. A lot of times horses that draw in like this are inflated, right? Because people don't turn that extra page.
And
that's right.
Already.
Yeah, 26 to 1 off of a 6 to 1 morning line.
That's actually a horse that when I looked at this race, I thought if he draws in, he's probably 4 to 1, 5 to 1 in terms of my value. I think he's probably somewhere in that range. So to your point, Gino, you know, everybody kind of forgot that there is a 16. He's 24 to 1 right now. I mean, that's obviously, look, We still
How many
have
people
11
are seeing?
minutes to
Yeah,
go.
how many people are seeing the bottom of that? And what happens here has no effect on the pari-mutuel pool. So it's the people that are playing from home or people at the racetrack that are determining what that is. So it's kind of interesting.
That was going to make yesterday a little interesting if Colonial was on track only. Then,
Right.
Then I might have had to make a call to.
So we talked a little bit about this horse to the outside, who's a big price. Who were some of the horses on your radar in this race when you looked at it initially?
So I admittedly have a really poor memory.
Sure.
And that's why I have a big spreadsheet. I'm a data guy.
Awesome.
And so I keep a big spreadsheet. I'm trying to remember who else
I wanted to take a picture of that for, if we socialize this content, but, I got to ask for permission first. There's a lot of good setups here, but yours is pretty good.
It's pretty.
Yeah, it's one of the best, actually.
I'm trying to remember, in looking at the race, I believe another horse that I did like was the 12 Vivouv. Typically, I don't know what the horse is at right now.
It's on 9-2.
9-2. It's probably a little bit short. So when I see a horse like this, I know the Tyler Army is going to be out there. There's a lot of people that support him. Even if I think 9-2 is good value, there is also the question of what is that horse going to be at in the room?
Sure.
Might be 9-2 on the tote, but the horse could be 2-1 in the room.
Yeah.
And even if you cash it, there's a question as to whether that's actually the right play to make. I would argue that it isn't.
Yeah.
But I did think.
Depending on if you're collecting dollars, you're on the higher end, and you got a good feeling, that might be the way to go.
Like last year, I was in third on Saturday, about 2 or 3 hours in.
Right.
And my strategy was much different.
Play it out.
I was content to try and pick three and four to one shots.
Collect money.
Just to pick up $12 or $14 along the way. But this was Vivouv was definitely one of the horses I was also considering.
Just to give a heads up to everyone, Colonial Downs is moving to the gate for the Virginia Derby. So if you want to get your wagers in, that's not a mandatory race, but a lot of people will probably be playing that race. It's one of the bigger races of the day today.
And
so
we don't have the live video for that, so
we'll
we
stick
can't
with,
show it
with
to you.
Gulfstream Park coming up in 9, because this is an important one for this room in particular. We'll have 2 more mandatories at Gulfstream and then 2 more at Oaklawn Park. They'll kind of be the back and forth over the next couple hours here. So, and 9-2 on Viva Vuv. Rich, was there anyone in this race that you were thinking of?
You look at the 11, coming out similar condition.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You kind of
call
know
it an upgrade on the jock. And what we're getting on the board, I'm looking behind me, it's like 10-1. So this might be a good contest.
You know what you're going to get? This is a horse who's a deeper closer, just needs a little bit of a help up front, but fits really well at this level. Was a runner-up, just moved a little bit early and lost to a horse named Life's an Audible, who has some back class and who had been facing better horses earlier in the career. So she makes a whole lot of sense, Rich. Actually better last time at 8-1 when she moved early and was second. So she'll probably come back and win this time for Rich at a very fair price. The one was the horse that I would probably be looking at, because I was initially on the 9 American Retro before the 9 got scratched. I wouldn't be shocked to see a good effort from the 1 if you eliminate that last race on the slop and you just look at the turf form overall. Last year, those were really nice grass races for a horse who should be able to be either forwardly placed, inside, or saving ground inside and get a pretty nice trip. We don't really worry too much about Safi Joseph Jr. getting horses ready off a long layoff. He's certainly capable of doing that. And Zayas is aboard. What I love with Zayas, he gives you a really good run for your money as a jock, aggressive, puts the horse in the race. It's rarely you're losing because you were coming from way out of it. He gives you a shot there. So one of the horses on my radar here. So you had pointed out now, mainly just contests for you, not really any more pari-mutuel and tote.
I would say 98% of my horse wagering is on contest at this point. The only time that I really bet the tote is when I'm here or if I'm at the track with friends.
Sure.
Otherwise, I'm not a huge player anymore. I do play a little bit of Hong Kong, but as far as American tote, it's mostly contests.
Right.
Super. And Rich was talking about your spreadsheet and all the different things. What are some of the things that are really important to you as a handicapper that you're looking for in the past performances or when you're making your figures? What type of a handicapper would you say you are?
So I am very data-driven. driven. I work in data science, so I'm very numbers oriented. But what I do is I try and shape or contextualize a lot of my numbers with things like trips, which I'm not the best at, but I have some friends. Networking, this is a great event for networking.
No, absolutely.
I've met some
Well, this is a club. There's a lot of people that sit at the same table every year. You get to know them.
Like there's some guys at my table who do trip work.
Right.
I don't do trip work.
No.
But they know that I do others. Like they know I'm good for prices.
Yeah.
And we can work off of each other. We can help each other out. I also think about.
Let's pause for a second. This is what do we got
Virginia
here?
Derby running right now, and this could be an important race. So we've got the three.
American Promise looks like
extremely impressive for the coach, Dwayne Lucas, heading to the Derby, heading back one more time. Yeah, we had Baffert and Lucas out at Colonial Downs today, and it was the 7-1 American Promise who gets the job done there. It was tight for some of the minor awards, so we'll see who picked up second. But
nice.
That'll get a little bit of movement there. From some people.
Good to have the coach back.
Yeah.
Did he ever really leave?
Yeah, well, I think there was a period of time where but certainly his second career is pretty impressive.
Yeah, starting off with Oxbow.
I was going to say that was sort of the rejuvenation. It feels like the second act.
For sure.
Very
all
much
right,
agree.
good. So, we're going to leave with a selection here, or because you right after this, we're going to let you go in a second because you got to go punch the card for the mandatory. What do you think the play is?
At Gulfstream, we'll pull up your odds. You've got about 9-2 on Viva Vuv right now.
But scroll down.
And 19-1 on the outside.
That's got to be right.
That's a given.
If I was you with this money, that's where I'm going.
Yeah, I mean it's a no-brainer for me. And look, if he runs well, great, and if not.
Right.
Just take another shot with a horse I think should be 5-1 and is off at 20.
Right.
That's the name of the game.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So great chatting with you. Wish you the best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you here tomorrow, back again next year, and interviewing you after some big wins.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Gino, take it away.
So, well, as we get these guys off and get mic'd, we're leading up to Gulfstream Park, race number 4. We'll get you set up for this one, and then we'll lay out, because you can watch this Gulfstream Park race, because this is a big one. This is a mandatory coming up. Race number 10, optional 62 non-winners of 2. And looking at the tote board right now, a lukewarm betting favorite of just 7-2 on Pharaoh's Wine. Some of the major players in here, below them, Viva Vuv. And then if you look to the inside, moving on up, we can lay out.
A mile on the turf course to kick off this coast-to-coast Pick 5. It's 2 races here from Gulfstream and 3 from Santa Anita, our sister track out in California. And this is not an easy race to get the coast-to-coast going. I suggest spreading if you've got the room here, but the 11 for me is who I have on top, and this is New Guinea for the Christophe Clement barn. A horse that I love her getting back to the grass here. Her race 2 starts back coming from New York here was a really, really sharp effort that day. She ran a big race, and then next time out, back in late January, it was rained off the grass course and put on the Tapeta. She still finished second. That day, the winner, Life's an Audible, was the first time in a long time getting out of stakes company for a Todd Pletcher trainee, that filly was. So she was beat by a deserving winner, and now back to the grass. This price is kind of dumbfounding to me because this is a really a mare that fits on figures and on the thoroughgraphs, so this is kind of a bit of a head scratcher to me, but maybe the board is trying to tell you something here. Unlike the 11, the 1 is taking money, and that's moving on up. She is never been across this grass course. She has been on our Tapeta here. She's won 2 races in a row on the Tapeta, and since moving into the Saffie Joseph barn, she's really just flourished nicely. To me, stakes caliber is not in her trajectory, I don't think, but this is a cozy spot to get her back in here now. Hasn't been seen since late October. That was an off-the-grass event at Churchill Downs where she set the pace and just faded. But the grass races, they look good if she can get back to that. But one of her best grass races on the page was at Churchill Downs, and sometimes I don't particularly trust those races. But in the hands of Saffie Joseph Jr., that's something that maybe you shouldn't worry about as much because just such a prolific trainer here and does so well with getting these horses conditioned, especially after a bit of a layoff. A few moments away from the start of the Coast to Coast Pick 5. Best of luck here in the 10th.
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Moving in for a start, race number 10. This is a wide open betting board. It's also a mandatory race in the 2025 NHC tournament at the Horseshoe in Las Vegas. Special Saturday shout out to the guys and gals handicapping racing from all across the country. Tuned in live to Gulfstream Park for race 10 and a bid to make the final table tomorrow afternoon. 7-2 here on Moving On Up, 7-2 on 12 Vive Veuve, 7-2 on Pharaoh's Wine. Already had a big upset winner in the Rainbow Six sequence, a $100 winner in race 9. Things don't get any easier here. The last two up are Holy Foley and Uphill Dance. Holy Foley going forward. Now Uphill Dance to take the outside. Joel Rosario riding Uphill Dance. Ready for a start. And they're off. At the rail, Moving On Up gets the first call from the middle. The stretch out speed of Carey forwardly positioned. In between them, Princess Bettina. These three almost in line. Away fourth, but on the improve is Pharaoh's Wine to race about 3 lengths behind. Mo Fox Given tries to duck over from the inside. Vive Veuve is up on the far outside toward the back of the field. At the back of the field is Creval d'Oro. Around the first turn they go, and Carey has the lead. Headstrong fighting the rating, 3 parts of a length. Princess Cairo is there second. Mo Fox Given on the outside third. Moving on up, it's sequestered fourth at the inside. Princess Bettina is next. Then it's a length back toward the far outside. That's Uphill Dance. Working between horses is Nugenia. All-American Beauties with her. Far outside goes Vive Veuve. Holy Foley's at the rail. And Creval d'Oro's at the back. The opening quarter was 24-2. They go to the half-mile point. Carey, there 3 parts of a length. From between horses, it's now Pharaoh's Wine, who's within a head second. Mo Fox Given a 3-wide third. Moving on up, a patient fourth. Princess Bettina is next. Nugenia looks for room in traffic. Getting started on the outside is Uphill Dance. At the rail and looking for room, Holy Foley. As they round the far turn, the leader is now Pharaoh's Wine from Mo Fox Given, who moves to second. Moving on up, needs a way through. Moving up on the outside, All-American Beauty, and they're on their way home. From between horses, moving on up. She got a seam, and she's firing through at the inside. Moving on up to take the lead is 16th out. Roused on the top end by Zayas. He was Patience, and Patience pays off. It's all Moving On Up to win by 4 in the end. Mo Fox Given was second. Finishing third was Pharaoh's Wine. Close fourth, either Holy Foley or Vive Veuve. In 135.
Number 1 moving. Oh, we're still delayed. Number 1 Moving On Up is going to get some people moving on up that leaderboard right there. 3-1, was able to sneak through on the inside. And speaking of the leaderboard, taking a look at the current leaderboard right now, Dan Piazza has been in incredible form. He was your day 1 leader, and he's still atop the leaderboard right now with about a $40 advantage over the number 2 spot. But we welcome in another guest. We have Rich from DRF back with us. Rich, why don't you welcome in our next guest?
Sure. So, on the DRF product team, I'm proud to introduce Peter Smetting, and he's one of the superstars that help bring you daily racing form data and help work on the new products that we have, and very valuable member of the team. So, Pete, before we get, we're gonna do Oakland Park 9. So you're contested in the contest.
Yes.
So let's talk about that first. Okay. How many times you qualified?
This is my third time.
Third time.
In,
so where are you in the leaderboard? You by the way, let's make note. The one at Gulfstream, which was a mandatory race. Yep. Pete and I talked off camera, and Pete had the one.
Yeah, heard him rooting as the horse got through on the inside.
There you go. Yeah. So moving up the leaderboard a little bit.
In the mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were in the low 200s, right?
I was, before that race, and then I had the place horse at Colonial Downs, which paid 15 or 20 bucks.
Right,
so
nice. Right.
Moving up a little bit.
Good.
Races
so you're in the game. So
in the game.
So we could say how many bullets you got left besides you got how many mandatories left?
I don't know, maybe 2, 3, 4.
Right.
And then I got 4 optionals or so left.
Okay. So you're what are you saving your optionals for? Is it
definitely 2 for late at Turfway. You know,
Yes,
you're not really
yes.
sure what's going to happen, and in case a couple of cap horses come in, you want to be there if they come in. And I got a couple left at Santa Anita.
All right, so we learned in the last segment that the word stabber.
Yeah.
So you're not yet a stabber.
Not quite.
Not quite. That's why you played 7-2, because you're collecting money.
I'm just playing who I like.
All right. All right, good.
So what kind of things? Yeah, like what kind of things are you looking for when you're, handicapping? You open up the DRF, you're looking at the PFs. What type of a handicapper would you consider yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I'm a big pace handicapper. I like using time form to kind of figure out how the race is going to go and imagine that in my mind, and then pick the horse who's the fastest. The old school, bet the fastest horse angle, and hopefully he's the one who gets the right trip that I imagine based on the pace projector, pace figures, and all that good stuff on DRF and time form.
And when did you kind of make the transition from wagering pari-mutually over getting into contests?
Yeah, it happened pretty early. The live money contests definitely attracted me a lot because you can bet a lot on something you like and win the contest, and win a seat to the NHC and other contests. So yeah, that's kind of what started.
It's inspirational for me. I'm going to spend a little bit more time trying to qualify this year.
How did it all get started for you in horse racing? Because horse racing's unique. It's not like a lot of the other sports.
Totally
You're playing
is.
with your friends at school. You become a baseball fan, right?
Yeah.
It's different in racing.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, none of my friends are really into racing. My grandpa took me to the track when I was 2, 3, 4 years old. Instead of watching me and watching Sesame Street, he would take me to Aqueduct with the smoke filled and everything. And I just kind of got into it. The numbers, the excitement, and just playing all these years and learning. It's been I love racing. I think it's great.
And now let's transition a little bit to his day job.
Yep.
So in your role with Daily Racing Form and the product team, you have a front row seat to what's coming next.
Yep.
So since I already know what's coming next, I'm going to queue up a few things to you.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So let's start with Pramana stat lines. And if you're not familiar with Pramana stat lines, he's going to tell you a little bit about it and how it's going to come forward with DRF pretty soon.
Yeah, sure. Pramana is a product we're looking forward to introducing not only the past performances, but all across our products. Basically what it is you give it a couple parameters like this horse, this track, this jockey, and it'll give you interesting and informative stats that you can use to wager. Really unique stuff that, we have trainer pattern tool to look up statistics, but Pramana has a different lens on those statistics. And yeah.
Well said. Now that's complementary to Formulator. Formulator, you can go dive in and figure those things for yourself. But what Pramana does, and we didn't use the word yet, it's AI,
sure,
right?
Sure.
And because it's AI, it sort of makes a judgment on what it thinks is important for you. And you could take that information with a grain of salt or say, that's the information that's going to land me on this horse.
Right.
And I think that's what's important about that it takes a whole bunch of data. And obviously, when you look at the Daily Racing Form, it's a lot of data, and distills it down to a few useful observations deep in the database you might not be able to find otherwise.
Right.
So I think a very complementary tool to Formulator, but one that sits apart from Formulator, and it does some of the work for you.
No doubt. You can handicap based on the stat line.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
All right. So we're also going to do some things in the GPS world. So if everybody's familiar, you see on most of the racetracks, GMAX in the lower right-hand side, they're the GPS collector, GPS-based collector of data. Let's talk about some of the things that are coming out there.
Yeah,
also a
Rich
price on the
and
board
I,
right
when we
now.
first kind of got our hands on the data, it was very exciting. It was all so new and unique. A couple of things on there like stride length and stride frequency. We're talking with our partners over at their TPD, and what that can help you assess is a horse's ability to go long. Will he prefer shorter distance? That stuff is
Even
kind of
suitability to surface sometimes.
for sure. Yep. And also things like run-out speed. We've all heard about the gallop outs. This horse galloped out well. Well, now we have data
to measure it.
To measure it, yeah, exactly.
And there's even some other things in there. You were probably going to say this, but I'll jump in.
Yeah.
Some things in terms of the speed of the horse during the race and what top speed that they've gotten, and you can see it progressively at more descriptive increments than you can with the traditional data if you want to do that. But what we're going to do is we're going to distill that data down to just a few scores, a few ratings. And it's in the lab right now, but we think we're going to get it out of the lab this year, where we go ahead and present an increment to the traditional past performances that you could use or not use if you want to, that takes some of that data and puts it on your past performance. So any thoughts about that?
Right. I mean, yeah, the way you split up, fractions right now, we have fractions every 2 furlongs. Now we can split it up even more if we choose to, and we can also have those ratings that at a glance you can tell on a Beyer speed figure like scale, is this horse good, is this horse bad at this
Let's get our producer to take, we got Santa Anita.
Yeah, we're loading into the gate,
Let's
race
go
4.
to that race, and we'll come back, and finish with Pete.
Yep.
Carol Lombard. Love Our Family to the outside. And they're off. Sassy Prancelot swerved inward. On the inside, it's Princesa del Tigre going to the front. Sassy Prancelot has some speed. Thirst for Passion, third. And the favorite Ultimate High settles in a perfect spot, fourth. She's followed by Carol Lombard. Inside, Love Our Family. She's Misbehaving. And 4 more to Quantum Energy. Around the first turn, and the lead now belongs to Princesa del Tigre. Less than 6 furlongs out and opening up a 3-length advantage. Sassy Prancelot, Ultimate High at the rail in third. They are followed by Thirst for Passion. She's Misbehaving in fifth. Carol Lombard, Love Our Family, 8 lengths, maybe more off the lead. And at the back of the field is Quantum Energy. They have a half mile to go. Princesa del Tigre bounding along with a 3-length cushion on Sassy Prancelot. Ultimate High still bides her time in third. Then She's Misbehaving. Thirst for Passion is right next to that one. Carol Lombard is next. On the outside of Quantum Energy and Love Our Family now at the back. Princesa del Tigre, untroubled thus far, maintains a 3-length lead. Ultimate High, though, is now starting to come after her in second on the inside of Sassy Prancelot. Quantum Energy continues to make headway in fourth. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Here's Quantum Energy in the center of the course, trying to get to Princesa del Tigre and Ultimate High. Ultimate High moves through, handwritten, gets a reminder. Quantum Energy into second. It's Ultimate High or Quantum Energy. Ultimate High, Quantum Energy. Photo finish. That's so close. Between Ultimate High, Quantum Energy, Princesa del Tigre was also very game there too.
Tight photo right there. Okay. Tight photo right there at Santa Anita, race 4. I think inside was the 2 Ultimate High at 4-5. Outside was the 6 Quantum Energy. That'll be a big difference.
What was the 6?
5-1. So
5-1, okay.
versus 4-5.
So you'll have contest players on the 5-1.
Yeah, for sure. There will be a lot of people. I played 20 to win on the 6 at 5-1 too. So okay. I'm rooting for the 6. There are probably a lot of people that he was a playable, like you said, a playable contest horse in that race. Absolutely. At that price, no doubt. So
and depending where you are, if you're not stabbing yet.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So we've got a little business to handle with Pete now because we want to make sure we handicap this race a little bit, so that way if you need time to go play it or to go do whatever, we at least got the important stuff down.
So what we have here is a Oakland Park race 9. We got a 6 furlongs, purse 130,000. So this is the horses that are just under the trail, right? That's what we got here, right? Just under the Oaks Trail.
Yep.
Right. All right. So what do we got here? We got. So Gina, where are you landing anywhere here?
So yeah, in this first level allowance race, I'm going to do it, Rich. I'm not sure if she's watching right now, but my girlfriend Stephanie is going to love my play because
for sure.
I like the 2 Stephanie Starfish a little bit. I'm mainly putting a line right through that last race because on a replay, if you were watching that replay, Stephanie Starfish got completely stopped from early in the race and was just blocked all the way around and getting shuffled back.
That's right.
If you eliminate that race and you're just playing her off the debut,
that's right.
It's a good debut. And based on Beyer speed figures, it fits pretty well with this group.
Sure.
She could get a nice
nice setup in a race like this with a big field and a lot of early speed there. So I think she's kind of interesting in there. Who are some of the horses on your radar in this race, Pete?
I'm totally with you, Gino. That the two really looks interesting, and I'm curious to see.
I think it was 10-1 last I looked.
10-1. Okay.
Yeah.
That's definitely playable, especially in a contest format. In terms of just looking at the figures, the 5 is really
12 on Stephanie Starfish right now. So
12,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, you got a first timer, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Yeah, the 5 in terms of just looking at the speed figures is right on par with the 12. Now you have less mainstream connections, I would say.
Yep.
Which may underscore the price difference. Actually, the 12 is not favored. The 14 is. But
one way or another on the outside. Lukewarm at 7-2. 12 Queen Mallard 9-2, taking some money. And then, after that, everybody is up above 5-1. So a really good contest, kind of betting race, because I think there'll be a lot of people spread out on a lot of different horses in here.
No doubt.
I didn't handicap this beforehand, but make a case for the 9 Pinko Chip. What's the odds currently?
Pinko Chip 7-1 right now.
7-1.
Sure.
All right, so interesting, because I looked at the morning line 15-1. I figure a lot of contest players might gravitate there.
Yep.
But you're not versus the morning line. You're not getting extreme amount of value, but again, competitive with this field. Looks like come off the pace, and just a quick scan says this might be a pretty quick pace.
So in a situation like this, Pete, when we're looking at this race, do you have like a couple horses that you kind of are on your radar, and then you want to sort of, who's the best price, where am I sitting, I got to make the decision there?
Exactly, yeah, I have a couple options based on where I'm sitting. Luckily, I think I'm still in a place, I haven't checked the leaderboard in a minute, but I think I'm still at a place where I can play who I like, and who I like here is the 5, so I'm going to go ahead with him. Right. One knock on the 14, the favorite, is, he hasn't been close to that many fast paces, and this race looks like it could really heat up. And from the 14 hole, he might be in trouble.
Have to work really hard out there, right, to try to clear over and not be hooked very wide, and then that could speed everything up even more.
No doubt, yeah. Yep.
So that's one way.
This is 3-year-olds. I didn't.
One way or the other.
This is 3-year-olds and above. I got.
Oh yeah, so we're 3 and up, fillies and mares, and these are the Archie breds too. So it's not like we have 7 million pages around here and different past performances. But if you are following along with us in the DRF PPs, we're in race number 9 for Oaklawn Park, and this is one of the 2 remaining Oaklawn mandatory races left. I think races 9 and 11. We have one more over at Gulfstream, so still 3 mandatory races. How many of your optionals have you played through today?
Played through the majority of them.
But you said you saved a couple for Turfway, right?
Saved a couple for Turfway, yeah.
Okay.
And I still have one to go at Santa Anita, and looking forward to that one, and try to make a move there.
Good. So let's tally it all up. So you're on the 5. That's going to be your play.
That's definitely my play.
All right, good. Well,
Awesome.
Pete, good job.
Hey,
thanks for coming in.
Great chatting with you, Pete.
Appreciate it.
Best of luck. Good luck to Pete.
All right,
here,
Gino, we're going to let
hanging
you
out.
move on for a little while.
So awesome. We'll get back to some handicapping, and then I think we have a player profile that we can get to in just a moment with some of the interviews that we've had set up from the last. When I get the from the folks, we'll go to an interview with Alexa from yesterday, another one of the folks that's playing in this tournament.
Hey everybody, I'm here with DRF customer and handicapper Joey Johnson. Joey, how's it going?
Living the dream. How are you?
We're here in Vegas at NHC. Can't be better. How long have you been a DRF customer?
As long as I can remember. 4 years old, 6, somewhere in there.
Oh my gosh, I love that. And why is that? Who got you into this sport?
My dad. But yeah, no, it's the best place to find all the info and everything, and it's frankly the only reason I have an iPad. So yeah.
I love it. So did you grow up at the track?
I would say so. Yeah, Retama Park.
I've never been to that one.
Come on down, and Bandera Downs, but it's no longer around. So,
Okay. What's like one of your favorite, or maybe first memories at the racetrack?
First time I went to the track, 4 years old, it was Bandera Downs, and I hit 9 of 10 races that day on names only.
No.
I have never. Yes, it is true. I have never had a day like that. Hooked, 100% on board.
Just based off names.
Yep.
Is that still what you do now?
Oh no.
No.
Thank you, Daily Racing Form.
Okay, what's your favorite angle product that you use?
Well, Formulator and take notes. It's the only reason I have a computer that works. Honestly, the replays are super easy to do, and then you can add, and I assume you can do this on the other stuff, but you can add so much other information, the pace figures. I color code them with the hot pace, cool pace stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot.
It's a versatile product for sure. How many times have you qualified at NHC?
I was just thinking about this. It's either 3 or 4. I can't remember. I have to look it up. No.
This year.
Still got to qualify.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, hey, we still got time. We're playing last chance. I guess, okay, what got you in the contest side of things?
My dad started playing them first, but actually Steve Diaz, who was leading earlier, I worked at the Metropolitan Opera with him, and he turned me onto the contest one morning while I was getting a soda. And that was probably 2012-ish, and ever since then it's been a blast.
Happy coincidence
Yeah,
there.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, when you're not playing the horses, what do you like to do?
San Antonio Spurs basketball. It's my thing. Yeah.
Rock on. Well, thanks for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Joey Johnson, everybody.
How many minutes to post?
15, 20? Yeah, so we still got plenty of time for Oaklawn. Yeah, 15.
I don't think any of us were really.
A new guest joining us now to discuss one of the few mandatory races coming. I love when Marshall sat down. He said, I still got a shot. I'm looking here. I'm around 100. You're mapping things out here. How's it going on in the contest so far?
I mean, really slow yesterday. I had $32 on each ticket. Never got anything going, and had a lot of work to do today. Figured I had to get the average of $750 a race, and kind of kept on that number. I'm at just under $100. I think I'm at $96.50. Got maybe 5 plays left. Had real good luck at Aqueduct and had a couple tough beats. I had 2 second place finishes. One where the Clement horse, got stuck behind horses, came late, and the other where I was, my horse sort of jammed the other horse in and got, there's a little bit of bumping, and I thought maybe the inquiry brings them. So both those horses are 5-1.
And they were live?
Yeah, they were live, and so we'll see. I'm still swinging away. If I don't make it, the Big West championship game is tonight with UC Irvine and UCSD. Those are pretty good teams. UCSD's already in. Irvine's on the bubble. Kind of looking forward to that game. It wouldn't be sad to. I would be sad. I mean, I like the money, right? So I'd love to get top 10%. But got work to do. The scores have not. We got a couple of bombs here with a 50-1 over 50-1 at Gulfstream, but otherwise,
it's been pretty formful.
It's been pretty formful and real chalky. So I don't know. Someone last night was saying over and under of 183.50, and I took the under because even though the 80th place yesterday was like 106, but today's been much slower, even with all the races that people got.
Well, you had that 50-1 to 50-1. I get a chance to look at the leaderboard since then, but it had to affect the leaderboard a little bit.
Yeah, I think one of those public computer models had the winner.
Right.
I actually played the runner-up on my bad ticket. Got very lucky to get the box. So $22 on that.
Right. Nice.
So.
Nice.
Well, we got so quickly into the handicapping thing, we didn't really even introduce our guest. Rich, why don't you introduce him?
Yeah, this is Marshall Klein. He's well known to racing fans out there as a handicapper, contest player, and a horse owner. He's also a professor. And just in a couple of seconds, just tell us, just add a little bit to that.
No, I'm a horse player first.
Right.
This is my 11th NHC. I love playing the handicapping contests. I love playing the live money contests. And I love playing the horses. I mean, there's no better pursuit. And so, it's been part of my academic career. I have a dozen academic papers related to betting markets and horse racing. I teach a course on the economics of racetrack wagering markets, which I will offer again in the spring of 26. I offered it in the spring of 17, 19, and when I had it in the spring of 22, I had 75 students. So it's the biggest class where I teach. I teach at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. I don't have a racetrack nearby. I used to have South Lane Greyhound, but at Oaklawn Park, I guess I consider home. It's about 3 hours away.
Nice.
It takes me 6 hours to get to the Kentucky tracks.
Nice.
But so a little bit in racing limbo there, and I'm also with Clay Sanders. He and I are the managing partners of 10 Strike Racing, and we have, we've had a slew of horses run. We had a couple runners today. I had a horse named Mo Rum finish third. A horse named Belvedere Club finish off the board. So had some runners. Had some runners this weekend. I have a horse we love tomorrow, St. Albans Raid. 8-1 is 8-1 morning line is in probably one of the last races on Sunday for the people who are in that top 10% trying to get to the final table. I think that horse is very live. I think had every excuse in this last race. Tied up on us probably in the she's run well, and she's run against some good horses, and she's training really well. Little bitty horse that we bought. I tell you, we paid, I don't remember if we bought her as a yearling or 2-year-old in training. But anyway, our partners are involved. We're excited about her tomorrow. I think she's going to run well. If she thinks she's going to win, I'm going to bet her.
So there's a lot of best things about you, but one of the best things is you're involved in everything. But also one of the best things about it is you're one of the most knowledgeable people about wagering in this game and how to do this, right? And before we get to some other things, your class, do they use the green book? Is the green book, you know what I'm talking about? The efficiency of racetrack markets?
Oh, no.
I have the first edition of the Green Book.
Yeah, so I have a photocopied version because this is talking about the efficiency of racetrack wagering markets. It's a collection of papers from 1994. It's sort of considered the Bible among teams.
CAW.
Right? And so it's actually hard to get a hold of. It's got just a great collection of papers. A couple by Benter.
A little over my head, if you
really
want to know the truth.
It's really just a bunch of academic papers. You can sort of hunt them down individually, much easier to hunt down now than in the 90s and the 2000s.
Right.
But yeah, I absolutely have a copy of that. Okay. There's also a book called Precision by C.X. Wang, which is about modeling. So, if people want to do modeling, there's resources out there to try to compete with the teams head-to-head. There's another great book I'd really recommend by a guy named Steve Skeena, and it's about modeling highlight, and it's written, it's a very easy read, and it's written for public consumption. It's about how he built a model and kind of how models work, and how he built a model for highlight. And it's a great read if you can hunt down that book.
That sounds like something I would.
Yes.
What are some of the things in your class that you teach? Or like curriculum, or like
obviously, like we handicap. We have a handicapping contest, but we talk about. There's a lot in wagering markets that concern pricing. How markets that come together, people who are informed and uninformed get together and establish prices jointly. And ultimately, the starting place for most betting is what the board tells you, because the board is really sharp, right? The board is very smart in terms of how they pick their horses. The horses that are 7-1 typically win, 1/8, 1/9 based upon you remove the
very efficient.
It's very efficient.
Yeah.
And so, there's a lot of topics in finance, in econ, and in statistics, in psychology that we cover. We build a model for pace. And talk a lot about pace handicapping, so we build an econometric model, look at pace. We use it a little bit to also look at track bias. We do a lot of statistics where we look at win streaks and jockeys, and sort of we look at all potentially different variables. We even talk a little bit about modeling, and we handicap. Before the Supreme Court decision, I talked about small sample size decision making. Now I can explicitly talk about betting. So
we're looking at
Gulfstream.
Yeah, we have 2 races coming up right now. Colonial, race 10, that's their final race, and Gulfstream Park, race number 11. It's not a mandatory. The next mandatory at Gulfstream is the 12th. That's their final. We do have the feed for Gulfstream, so we can show you that race. We hear Travis Stone over at Colonial getting them all set up there. You didn't have anything at either any action on these ones?
I'm still sort of looking at Gulfstream to see whether it's worth
you need to dive in or not. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a favorite there. So still haven't totally made up my mind. Kind of playing the board with my other ticket.
Sure.
And so.
Do you ever play the same horse on your tickets? Or do you separate them?
I would play the same horse if it were earlier. And, now I've got one at like 40 and one at 90.
So you're just trying to get
that. With a one at 40, I'm just swinging away.
Yep. Stab it.
Before time, we're going to bring that
Stab
it. We've coined a phrase here. Bill Sidhu was kind enough to tell us that's a stabber. You're taking a stab and a long shot.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Good. All right, how many minutes to Oaklawn?
So we got about less than.
I also need to pay attention to Aqueduct.
Okay, cool. So let's give us a quick pick for the next Mando, and then let's get you to focus on whatever the heck you got going on. Oaklawn Park, race number 9, Arkansas bred, first level allowance, 6 furlongs. What are some of your thoughts or some of the horses on your radar? And we're going to go to Gulfstream in just a minute.
So these are Archie breds. So I think there's a couple of interesting things. A lot of these races, Archiebreds, tend to melt down. A lot of these horses have very little finish, so these horses tend to be fast-paced and melt down. In fact, when I was building my statistical models for my class, they all look like meltdowns, and the reality is they just go really fast. They go fast early, but it's not that they're going super fast. It's just none of them can finish. So, I like the 7 with Lindsey Schultz. Coming off a win last time, this horse has shown some ability to finish. Third off the layoff, so probably right in a good part of the form cycle. Last time finished really well. The race before, the start at 50, is much stronger than this kind of race.
And you're getting a great price right now. This horse is 6-1.
I know. So I thought 6-7-1 would be good for my main ticket. I also like 2 bombs. I do think that in these sprints, especially earlier in the meet, the rail was not the place to be. And I even think now, these horses from the outside, I like 2 of them on the outside. I like the 9 Plinko Chip for Mac Robertson.
So Rich gave a little bit of a look too.
Started to heat up. Another horse I'm looking that has some, tactical speed, also good finish. Again, a lot of these Arkansas races, you see this the move from the outside, right, finishing. And then I think the 10, I think the 10's got a good shot. Coming out of the maiden 50, I love Louis Q, right? I mean, he's a guy who takes the back and has a strong finish. And so he's a guy that I kind of look for. I know he's 3 for 50, but he rides in a particular way. Either he's on the lead or he sits back and makes one run. I had him yesterday on a firster that paid $18 to place. And, I think, and Donnie Von Hemel can get it done. This horse was, worked fast last time, 3rd of 79, 48 flat. So, why not?
Marshall, we know.
$40, we got a couple seconds left. You got a $40 ticket, you got a $100 ticket. So what's the play on the $40 ticket?
I'll probably use the 10.
Okay, and the play on...
I'll probably use the 7.
Okay, all right,
Awesome.
Great.
We know you're busy. We know you got a lot going on. Thank you for giving us a few minutes here. And we can head on over to Gulfstream Park. We can show you this 11th race live, 12th and 5th.
Outpost time. Cap Ferrat to the outside will complete the line. Locked in, ready for action at 6 furlongs. They're off. Poor start, West Loop. Quick start at the inside for Pleasant Embrace, who heads off for the early advantage. Sin for a Season, the gray, is sent forward alongside My Lady James. Palmetto Fury's out in the center. Cap Ferrat is on the far outside. Then back to Julie's Legacy, and after a blown start, West Loop is the trailer. They make their way down the backstretch and loose up front. It's the odds-on favorite, Pleasant Embrace, and Joel Rosario off the lead by 5 now. 21-3 for the quarter. Julie's Legacy at the inside is now second from My Lady James, who's back to 3rd. Sin for a Season's been burned off and back to 4th. Then Palmetto Fury ahead of Cap Ferrat, and West Loop is last. They reach the top of the stretch now, at least Pleasant Embrace does. She's 6 in front. Julie's Legacy trying to cut into the margin. She's racing from 2nd. Outside 3rd, My Lady James through a 44.5 mile speed. Rolling on the top end here. Up front, it's still Pleasant Embrace, an 1/8 of a mile out, and clear by 4. Julie's Legacy slowly but surely bridging the gap a touch as they come home for the wire. Pleasant Embrace has no dangers. Pleasant Embrace, a down-the-road winner. It's Pleasant Embrace geared down by Rosario, his 2nd of the day. She's 5 clear. Julie's Legacy was 2nd. Finishing 3rd was Palmetto Fury in 109.4.
Three to 5 on the number 2, Pleasant Embrace, the easiest of winners in race number 11 over at Gulfstream Park. Big thank you to Marshall for hanging out with us. Thanks to Rich for jumping in and helping out with some of the interviews here with Alexa helping out. She's doing some work with ABR. We love Alexa. She's all over the place, one of the busiest ladies in all of racing. So hopefully some of you were able to connect with that winner at Gulfstream Park. We're coming up on another mandatory race. We've talked about it with a few different guests now. That's going to be race number 9 at Oaklawn. So you want to make sure you get your wagers in right now for Oaklawn, race number 9. It's just 2 minutes away
Aqueduct, their 10th race, they're loading into the gate right now for the finale at Aqueduct. So fast and furious at this time of the day. Turfway Park is going to join the party very soon. So lots of options for folks here with their optional races. They can pick a bunch of these different tracks here. So it was 2 over the 4 at Gulfstream Park, 3 to 5 over 8 to 1. So we'll check in on the leaderboard in just a minute and see if there's any movement there. I did look the last time I checked. Trey Styles, who we spoke with over here, I think was in 11th, and we interviewed Trey not long ago. So good luck to Trey. Hope he can keep rolling along, as Dan Piazza is still kind of sitting atop that leaderboard right now. Aqueduct just underway. Chris Griffin is announcing this race, and then our focus will be over at Oaklawn. Pointed out the horse that I like at Oaklawn Park, and I think right now you're getting a really nice price on the number 2, Stephanie Starfish. We have to be forgiving as handicappers. If horses get into some trouble, if maybe the race isn't shaping up for them, just put a line right through it. I think Stephanie Starfish is going to get a nice trip. If she's able to run anything close to that debut race, it was a really good effort. And she's 13 to 1, now 14 to 1 up on the board. I would absolutely be playing this horse in that mandatory race. So a couple folks out there to check in with that are saying hello. On social media, we have Jack Vaughn checking in on YouTube, and also Newport Lights. If you have any selections you want to share with us, let us know. There's the current leaderboard. Dan Piazza up at $260 plus, and we can see your top 10. We see the next all the way down to the top 60 there. So the cut line is the focus for everybody today. Anyone behind the cut line, they're probably not worried as much about where that number 1 person sits as much as they are, can I just make it to Sunday? Can I make it to the pay round? And then can we try to get into the final table? So over at Aqueduct, finishing up with race number 10 and finishing up with the Saturday card at Aqueduct. 3 more mandatories that remain. 2 of them are at Oaklawn, and then 1 of them at Gulfstream Park. That'll be the 12th and final coming up in just a few moments at Gulfstream. So last thoughts, last chances for anyone to get involved over at Oaklawn Park. With limited mandatory races remaining, this could be one that really shows a whole lot of movement. And, you know, as we look at the betting board at Oaklawn too, and the prices, this is a really kind of spread out type of race where you have a 5-2 favorite to the outside, the 14, 12 Queen Millard is 4 to 1. And after that, everybody else is above 5 to 1. So lots of different opportunities in this 9th race at Oaklawn Park. Whoever you play, however you play them, we wish you the best of luck there. Santa Anita, they're only 7 minutes away from race number 5. So after Oaklawn runs, Santa Anita would be the next race that some folks may be able to take a look at. And we can get you over to Santa Anita in just a moment. One more time, got to give a big shout out to Team DRF here. Mike doing the producing behind the scenes, Lucia, Bobby, Rich, who you've seen jumping in here a few times, and Alexa, who just left us a few moments ago, but Alexa will be back again with us tomorrow for more of our live coverage, and you can check her out all the time, giving you those pick 3 plays on the DRF YouTube. It's fun to check out the room right now, though. And Bobby, one of our producers, has been walking around getting B-roll all throughout the day. These are the races where you're going to hear a lot of yelling and screaming. You're going to hear a lot of people getting excited for this race with the mandatory up on the board. So Matt Dinnerman gives us the call. You know, Lucia, if we have a profile we can go to while this Oaklawn race is running, then we can see what happens in the Oaklawn race. We can come back after the profile and get you set up for Santa Anita. So we're going to get another profile coming up in just a moment. We can have one of the interviews, and you can meet some more of the NHC qualifiers for this year. Still over 600 people, still everybody. Very excited to be talking here with Chris Kieran. You can see he is a fan of the daily racing form. So Chris, we always have to ask people, where did you get into horse racing? How did it all get started for you in racing?
Well, I was about 8 years old, and we lived up in Detroit. My dad took me to Hazel Park, and the rest is history.
So we were joking, How long have you been looking at daily racing for in past performances?
Well, I'm 56 now, and that was 8, so about 48 years.
So one of our longest running DRF customers and fans right here. So how do you look at the races? What are some of the things you're looking for when you're handicapping? Are you a speed player? Or are you a replay guy? Are you looking at figures? What are some of the things?
You know, a little bit of all of it.
Yeah.
I love using the formulator.
Yep.
Because number one, I'm going blind the older I get, so I can blow it up really big on my computer screen. And then, you know, you can go to set distances and just look at how they're doing at 6 furlongs or stretching out. You know, you can watch the replays right there. So, I mean, I do a little bit of everything. The buyer speed figures, the replays.
You gotta get this guy on the staff. I mean,
yeah.
he's given everything that we're looking for. So you talked about home track. When did you start playing contests? When did you move from playing pari-mutually into some of the contests?
You know, to be honest with you, I'm not really a contest player. I live here in Las Vegas, so we're not allowed to play a lot of them. The only reason I'm playing today is I have a Facebook friend, Jonathan Holden. Jonathan, I hope you're doing well.
Shout out to John.
He qualified through horse tourneys for this, but unfortunately he had a doctor's appointment today that he couldn't miss. So he let me play instead. So I'm playing for the both of us, and anything I happen to win, we're going to split 50-50.
Awesome. That's fantastic. When you're not playing contests, what type of a player are you? What kind of wagers do you dive into?
You know, I mostly like to pick 4 and pick 5. I like the 50-cent denomination, and I also like the fact that I'm only paying to take out once. You know, so you generally get overlays on that. It's a little tough these days with all the computer guys. You know, they're grinding a lot of the profit out of these pools, but
I'm sure you probably got a good score somewhere. Anyone that you want to mention, or anyone that you remember a pick 4 or pick 5 that you hit?
You know what? Back in '97, I want to say, for the Breeders' Cup, I was living in St. Louis, and 7 of us got together and threw in like $60 each, and we hit the pick 6 at Hollywood Park in the Breeders' Cup. It was about 18,000. And
that'll get the job done.
It was, and the thing is, we were 3 deep in the last race in a classic, and Skipaway won at 1-5. So if we'd have beat Skipaway, it was going to be like 50, 60,000. But he was a great horse, and we were just happy to cash.
So we know you love hanging out at the track. What's something that we can know about you? What's something you like to do when you're not playing the races?
Well, I'm an airline pilot.
Oh, really?
So I like to fly quite a bit, yeah. And I'm currently on a medical leave right now, but that gives me a chance to play this, so it's not so bad. But yeah, I love to fly, love to play the horses. Got a little bit of sports betting here and there, but stick to the horses mainly.
Chris, it was an absolute blast chatting with you, man.
Thanks
Thanks so
Gino.
much, and good luck today, okay?
Thanks very much.
Awesome. DRF customer here, Chris Curran.
Race number 5 is the start of the Pick 6, so make sure you get your tickets in. It's a big carryover from yesterday, as well as a lot of new money coming into the Pick 6 today. So I definitely got my ticket in, and I used the number 1, Isabel Ludlow, in here. I thought she has looked the best out here on the track. She has warmed up phenomenal. And Antonio Fresu just making a lot of turns, jogging her by herself in the warm-up, as he has been doing lately, and it's worked out a lot for him. Yesterday, I know he did it to both of the Doug O'Neill runners that he won on, so it seems to be he's got kind of a new tactic out here in the warm-up on track. A lot of jogging, hit these horses by himself in circles, and just getting them a little bit more adapted to the track and warming up just a little bit extra. Not where they get tired, but a lot of jogging. So Antonio Fresu making his time with Isabel Ludlow out here, and I thought she was definitely the best turned out on track. That is the number 1, Isabel Ludlow, about to come up to the gate for the start of the Pick 6, race number 5. Good luck.
It's time for the Pick 6. They're moving into line. Cheeky Gal goes up. Really 300,000 thus far in the pool for the Pick 6. Good luck. In the gate. And they're off. Ufta began beautifully. Big celebration on the outside is up close, as is Cheeky Gal coming through third. Then Solid Tune fourth, followed by Rider's Candy, and Isabel Ludlow with no early speed is last. It's Ufta to the half-mile pole. Cheeky Gal tries to press at the rail. Then Big Celebration 3 deep. 4 lengths back. Rider's Candy, Solid Tune. Isabel Ludlow steadying inside of that pair, getting a clear shot now. 3/8 of a mile to go, and Ufta goes on, doing it nicely so far. Big Celebration now moves to engage second. Cheeky Gal has backed off the top pair, 2 off them third. And then Isabel Ludlow taking fourth. They're a 1/4 of a mile from home. And Big Celebration and Ufta are head and head at the top of the lane. Cheeky Gal has a shot at the rail. 4 lengths back. Isabel Ludlow is starting to find her best stride. And Cheeky Gal, very nicely handled thus far, is up to take the lead from Big Celebration. They're nose and nose, and Isabel Ludlow continues to steam home down the center of the track. Isabel Ludlow flying at the top pair, but out of time. Here's the line. Big Celebration. And Adrian Escobedo in a hard-fought decision over Cheeky Gal. Isabel Ludlow a closing third.
on. Those will go official in just a moment. We'll get you prices, and yeah, that was a tight one, but big celebration looks to have held on. We'll let you know as soon as they post it official. But we've got another mandatory race coming up right now. Let's head on over to Gulfstream Park. Wanted to check in and say hello to some of the folks watching on YouTube. Thanks so much, Chris Millimore and Joe E. And if you guys have any plays coming up in this 12th race at Gulfstream Park, let us know. This is also the third leg of the Coast to Coast Pick 5. So probably a lot of people out there that are involved in this race in one way, shape, or form. Mandatory in the contest, final race of the day at Gulfstream, part of the Coast to Coast Pick 5. All of those big opportunities for you to make some money. So some of the horses who I like in this 12th race, as we take a look at Gulfstream Park and the current odds, I ended up going to the outside with the number 12 as my top selection in here. This one is currently 9-1. This is Secret Bagent Man. For those of you who remember Tyson Bagent, the quarterback, that was the nickname that they had for him, the number 12 on the outside. So that's my play. I'm actually pretty shocked that we're getting 9-1 or so right now on this one. I had assumed this was going to be a horse that was going to get bet a little bit at Gulfstream Park. So right now, I'm sitting here, I'm playing the contest. I absolutely think this is the type of horse that I'd be getting involved with. So I'm going to put 20 to win on the 12 Secret Bagent Man right now. Following this race at Gulfstream Park, we still have one more mandatory on the day. That's race number 11 at Oaklawn. Coming up next, it's a stakes race at Oaklawn Park with some really nice sprinters. Race number 10 at Oaklawn is just a few moments away, and we are going to check out a really nice field in that group too. So it's a busy part of the day. Race 10 at Oaklawn, 17 minutes away. That is a graded stakes race for sprinters with Giant Mischief as really the horse to beat in that one. Race 10, the grade 3 Whitmore, named for the very fan-friendly Whitmore who everybody loved over there at Oaklawn Park. Okay, so a little more Gulfstream handicapping. I played a coast-to-coast pick 5, and the horses who I have on the ticket are as follows. I mentioned the 12, Trouble Trip. Probably heard me talk a lot over the last couple days about, watching replays. Secret Bagent Man was buried down on the inside in his most recent race. He got shuffled back. He got stuck behind horses. He finally got room at the top of the lane. He closed really well, but he was still kind of in between horses and in tight and didn't really get the chance to stretch those legs. I like the 9 quite a bit. That's going to be my play in here to win. The 11, Chill the J, probably the horse to beat. Kind of a measuring stick for this race. 5-2 right now on Chill the J, a first-time gelding. Back-to-back fine efforts at the level. And if nobody jumps up and wins, he's the type of horse who can get the job done just running those same types of races here. The 8, Fountain Blue, is another one, or Fountain Run, excuse me, who is 7-2 right now. It's another horse who fits really well. Logical, not a massive price, but a horse who makes a ton of sense in here. Coming off that runner-up effort, ran very, very well to just miss on February the 16th. Now move, and I think the Pletcher, you don't see in the running lines, has the suspension to deal with there for a little while. So if you're wondering about the trainer change, that's why you see that there. The price that I would be fine with playing would be the number 3, Milazzo, who will add the blinkers and who's going to sit a pretty nice trip down on the inside at a very fair price. So those would be a few of the horses. Looking at one of the last 2 mandatory races of the day, as I believe we're going to have a guest joining us in just a moment. And so 9-1, I'll take that price. Drawn to the outside on Secret Bagent Man. The 3, Milazzo, would also be another one that you could play at 11-1.
You'll take that price.
I'll take that price.
You'll take that price.
Here comes a buddy, Ty Alexander, joining us just a moment to talk about his day and his week. And we'll try to bring you some good energy and some good mojo moving forward. So this is a mandatory. Did you get your mandatory locked in?
I did. I
okay.
put in the 4.
Talk to us a little bit about some of the things you might have been looking for.
I really didn't put a lot of time into this race, and it's crucial to be prepared, as you know, for these things. But I just let some of the later mandatories, I thought, oh, I'll get to it, and before you know it, they're here. So as I recall, Antonio Soto has 2 horses in this race, right? And this horse seems to be on the improve. And of course, Zayas, who dominates Gulfstream. You can't go wrong with him. And the price was right.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I bet it was 14 to 1.
You're getting 16 right now, 17. So very fair. You mentioned briefly that not where you want to be right now, struggling a little bit over the weekend. How many opportunities do you have? This mandatory, one at Oaklawn, and then how many of your optionals do you have?
Oh, I still have about 5 or 6 options.
Okay, so still plenty with Santa Anita, with some Oaklawn, with some Turfway in the mix coming up a little bit. So we can watch this race here with Ty. We'll see what happens in the 12th. Then we'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more with Ty about, some of the races he's looking at, what's been happening. We also have an interview that we took with Ty a few days ago that we didn't get the chance to play yet, that you'll get to see at some point in the broadcast today or tomorrow. So we'll catch a little bit up more with Ty Alexander after this 12th race from Gulfstream Park.
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Moving in for a start, race number 12. Saturday finale in South Florida over turf at a mile and a 16th. Scratch the 9 out of money, a field of 11 here. 2-1 favorite is number 11, Chill the J. Tyler Gaffleone up for trainer Safi Joseph Jr. 3-1 respect for 1, Relentless Raider. Joe Orsino does the training with Paco Lopez riding. 7-2 on Fountain Run. Luis Saez on board. Tough luck loss for him last time. Went hard to ride in the stretch. We'll see if he's better steerable today. Into line goes the great Oscar. Rashid is ready. Now Fountain Run. Waiting for Chill the J. And from the outside, Secret Bajent Man. Secret Bajent Man will complete the line. And runners away. Good start at the inside for Relentless Raider, who heads off for the early advantage. Splitting horses battle on. Rashid into the top flight. Rashid now takes the advantage as Paco takes a big rainful of Relentless Raider. Outside goes Chill the J into third. Moving out the rail, Battle On is now fourth. Fountain Run on the outside fifth. Tucked in toward the inside is Malazzo, racing between horses Secret Bangit Man. Saving ground is Message from the King. He's about 8 lengths behind. Then Folktale and Flag Officer, the Great Oscar at the back of the field as they chase the speed of Rashid. Rashid leads the field around the first turn. This is a mandatory race in the National Handicapping Championships in Las Vegas, and Rashid calls the shots at 8-1. Chill the J is second, Relentless Raider third at the inside. Fountain Run is now fourth. Battle On in the blue colors from fifth, outside sixth, Secret Bangit Man. Then it's Malazzo with Message from the King and Folktale. Still lingering at the back, Flag Officer and the Great Oscar. They went the half in 47-2, and they swing now to the far turn. Edwin Gonzalez and Rashid on top by 2. Chill the J poised to strike second. Relentless Raider is at the inside. He's asked to quicken by Paco in third. Secret Bangit Man moves up 3 wide on the outside. Fountain Runs in the middle. 2 back to Malazzo. Underway from the back is Folktale. They reach the top of the stretch. Rashid has the lead. Looking for a way through is Relentless Raider. Up on the outside, Chill the J. Chill the J striding forward with a kick now. Chill the J by 3. Up into second is Secret Bangit Man down the center, and Folktale at a big number. Folktale is charged into second, but you can pop the cork on Chill the J, who wins it by 2.5. Chill the J's in front. Second is Folktale. Close for third. Charging late was Flag Officer. I think he got third. The Great Oscar was also closing ground in 142 flat.
Up the leaderboard a little bit. You probably won't see a ton of movement in a race like that in a mandatory with a 5-2, 3-1, I guess, a lukewarm favorite. Do you think that's going to be a horse that a lot of people had in this mandatory race, or at this type of the day are more people shooting for bigger prices, you think?
Yeah, they're definitely shooting for different opportunities, and I'm hesitating because so many of the bombs that have come in have been $100 horses, you know, and a lot of guys are in that $20 to
that's almost
$40
too big to be looking at, right?
And or like that Vladirin Serin horse that won yesterday in the 6-horse field with Baffert being the big favorite. So you see a $25 horse, but there wasn't much movement because guys aren't going for a 6-horse field. You know, they're going for the more wide open 12-horse fields. So it's interesting what will make movement, but the daily, I don't know, since the couple long shots have come in, but the guy was leading with $70 today on the day 2.
Yeah.
And that is not a lot of money, as you could tell by yesterday where they had $150. So it's very difficult to make a movement if they don't give you the opportunity to make a movement.
You can't force them if they're not there, right? They got to be there. So that's the thing that I thought was really interesting in just chatting with you a little bit. You can come in, you can have a plan, right? But now, if things haven't gone well for you, you want to try to qualify, you want to try to make the cut, you want to do as best you can, you have to take a little different approach now, right? Because some of those horses that might have been a little shorter prices on your radar, you can't really look at those ones anymore, right?
Oh no, there was a race, let's just say 2 or 3 races back, where I liked the 11 horse who was 5-1. And as I recall, I think Spiteful Sis, and I thought, I can't play for 5-1.
Yep.
I'm going to play Charlie Oliveira's horse, the 12 horse, who was like 25-1, because a 5-1 will do me no good at this point. I have to be having big, maybe not cappers, but I have to have big prices to make big movement.
And that you have to be willing to make adjustments when you're here in this tournament, when you're trying to move along, right? Because even if some of those horses you didn't like as much, you just know that, okay, hey, that was my A horse, I got to go down to B and C and look for a better price. And then you also said another thing that's, I think, pretty important, because you come out here, you're excited, but you forget what a grind it is doing all the work, all the races that you have to look at, all the mandatories, and then the optionals too, because you want to look at as many of those to see if they're a race that you would play, right?
Yes.
We were joking about how many printed past performance stacks that we had of DRF PPs over the last few days. I've got like a whole trash pile down here of all these old ones. So I think strategy is really important, right?
Yeah, and if you get involved in tournaments, you have to be gentle on yourself, because I tend to beat myself up when I don't do well, and just like Gino said, they're going to offer you something that sometimes it's just not there. The card's not there, or they cancel Fairgrounds.
Yeah, right.
And Fairgrounds is renowned.
Yesterday they took races off the turf at Santa Anita. Same sort of thing, right?
So you never know what's going to happen, and you've got to change your approach. You might have a game plan that you got to continue to change. But more than anything, what I'd like to try to communicate is, I heard a poker player once say, he was a national poker player, and he said, most of the time, I feel like a loser. I feel like I don't belong. I don't feel like I should be doing this. But that one big tournament that I win every 4 to 5 months for, and I think in World Series of Poker, it's like $1 million. Yeah. He goes, it's worth it. And what I took away from that is, you're going to get beat up. It's almost being like an actor, and you're going on auditions.
Baseball player, I say, right? The best ones lose or strike out 70, 75% of the time.
Exactly. That's a great analogy. And you got to come in with that approach. You can't come in or beating yourself up, because it's really hard to make a positive move when you're beating yourself up. And even like today, my approach when I'm down the leaderboard this far is just to stay positive for the daily.
Yeah.
And there's the consolation tomorrow. And you could win $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. And sometimes you just have to set your sights on the daily, just reset, just say, okay, this tournament wasn't for me this time. I'll get them next time. And today I'm going to focus on the consolation.
The worst thing you could do is start second-guessing yourself, sulking, and then you go down that bad rabbit hole. So we're just 3 minutes away from race 10 at Oaklawn. The next and the final mandatory race of the day is Oaklawn race number 11. So that's maybe about half an hour away from right now. I know you still have some optionals. You still have a mandatory. So I'm going to let you go get some handicapping in. Any last thoughts before we let you go?
It's better to be lucky than good.
Love you.
No, in all seriousness, I tell people, being skillful at this will get you in the top 10%. But winning, you do need a lot of luck. You do need a lot of luck to win these things. And furthermore, what is this, the 25th year?
26, yeah.
26, and nobody's ever won this thing twice. And that shows you how hard it is. And there's great handicappers that have qualified 20 times. They've never won. Never won. So you've got to have luck, and it has to be your day. So stay positive, stay focused, and you'll be a winner.
Ty Alexander has one of these in his sights in the
Hey everybody, I'm joined here by horse player Brent Traff. Brent, we're wrapping up the day here on the last chance. You played in it?
We did. We played. We didn't come out the way we wanted to come out, but it's okay. It's okay. This is just kind of a warm-up, get all the nerves out, the heebie-jeebies, and tomorrow's going to be, all kinds of better things coming.
That's right, because you're qualified.
This double qualified.
Qualified,
I'm ready to drop the hammer on tomorrow.
Take us through your horse player experience. When did you start in horse racing?
Oh my gosh, started in horse racing the day I turned 18. My best friend Steve DeCaspers, who's also here this week, we went to an off-track betting facility with our 9th grade biology teacher. And he hooked us on horse racing from that point on, and we've been at it ever since.
That is hilarious. Yeah. I didn't know you guys went way back like that.
6 years old we met. Yep.
Wow.
Started playing the horses together. Well, he actually said he would raise our grade in biology if we picked the winner of a Kentucky Derby in May. And we didn't. We failed to do that, but it totally hooked us on the sport, and here we are.
I like this. I think we need more gambling in schools.
I think we got to get that into the school system very early.
Yeah.
I'd say even first, second grade.
Definitely.
If you can read a racing form, I mean, you can balance a checkbook. I mean, you can run for president. I mean, the racing form is, it's tough stuff. So if you can do that,
skills
yes, so
to
much
be learned through
math,
racing.
and then also just the psychology of, as soon as you get there and you find someone screaming at a television screen, you learn a lot about people that way too.
You do. There's so many. That's one thing I love about NHC and just racing in general. There's like a lot of character and ego and all sorts of things in the room, and it is,
This room is like the poetry of the expletive. Like, how many 4-letter curse words can you string together and make it a viable sentence? And I mean, you have some poets in this crowd right here.
Some
serious poets, for sure.
Is this the first time you've been double qualified?
No. Last year I came single qualified and got my second ticket at the first chance, last chance.
Oh, better day last year.
Yeah, but I will say last year I got my first chance, last chance ticket and then sucked. for the
Well,
next
you
3
got it
days.
out of the way.
So I want to reverse it this year. Today
Yeah.
I was like mediocre today, so I feel like I'm all set for a big day for the next 3 days.
Okay, and use the form. What do you use? What products do you like?
I am DRF all. I mean, formulator. I've been using it, since I said like 25 years. So, I'm a pace figure guy. I like to figure out the pace of the race, and I think, the form is perfect for that. So I've been using it long before it was an online product. So that was like kid in a candy store when that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the OGs.
Yeah, it used to just come back with like black ink all over my hands. Just feel like you needed to bathe right away.
And what's your home track?
I used to be a Santa Anita guy, and then I moved to North Carolina, and now I'm a man without a town. Like I'm online only, so
I feel that. I got involved in racing in Kansas. So I have
that's
no
a trip.
track.
That's a true horse racing fan.
Yes. Now in Lexington, so I have a home. But yeah,
yes.
that's tough. So all online, and so when you can't go to the races, you're not playing. What else are you doing?
Well, I do voiceover work. I'm on video games, commercials, TV shows. I've done a lot of work on TV as an actor. I just did The Summer She Turned Pretty and Halt and Catch Fire, and I'm on the TV shows when I can get on there. But most of the time,
you like have an IMDb?
I do. I have a pretty good IMDb at this point, and I've got a couple commercials going.
Stop.
I would call myself an E to F level talent. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like harsh. Maybe a C.
I'll go C.
Okay.
I'm
okay.
yearning to just get to like a B- level. That's my life career goal.
Well, I think that is a respectable
Until
goal.
then, I'm just going to win $800,000 playing horses.
I wish that happens.
Me too.
Would love that for you.
I wish it for
Best-
all of us, but there's only
best
one.
of luck
Thank
to
you.
our B-level talent here, Brent Schraff.
We got this. See you tomorrow.
Back here with Rich hanging out with us, we're getting towards the real important part of the day, right?
For sure.
Only one more mandatory left. That's going to be race number 11 at Oaklawn Park. They're loading in for the 10th at Oaklawn right now, but we can take a look at the leaderboard. I mean, Dan's been right up on top.
The whole time.
Yesterday, he was a day one winner. He's on top of the board again right now, and he's still got a big margin. He's still got like $30, $40 up on the person below him. Then what we see, like once you get below the top 15, 20, it's really tight. Just like $1 between everyone, right?
So it makes you think about how you're going to approach certainly the mandatory. If you could get some money where somebody else doesn't, it may make the difference on the cut line.
And I thought what you said to me off camera a little earlier, we talked to a couple different players who are in similar spots, totally different approaches.
Totally different,
which
right?
is great, and that's what's awesome about this game.
Yes, yeah. If you go back and watch what Bill Sadu said and what you watch what Marshall Klein said, they had the same amount of money, more or less, but they were looking at it differently. Just I'm out, I'm in. You really have to put I guess everybody has their own strategy, and you got to play it your way. I think that's the message. The way you do this is you have to have a game plan, set the game plan, and be prepared to move horses, but stay on the game plan that you set for yourself.
If you're at this point, if you've made it into this room, you need to trust yourself.
Absolutely.
That's the key. You come with your opinion, you wager it. Now, you have a few different options, and you got to be ready to call an audible. But
sure.
you got to be trusting yourself. And just like Ty said a minute ago, and some of the others who are struggling a little bit today, you know what? If it's not your day, it's not your day.
Absolutely.
But I'd always be fine going down, knowing, hey, you know what? I did what I was going to do. That's my style.
Sure.
And as we pointed out, everyone's got a little bit different of a style, a little bit different of a format. So we're going to handicap the 11th at Oaklawn in just a minute, because that's going to be the final mandatory race. There are a couple more optionals bouncing around, like at Santa Anita.
Well, look at what's happening at Turfway Park. So somebody said off camera, watch Turfway Park. What do we have at Oaklawn? How are we doing here?
Oaklawn.
Both times
We got,
he's raced short on
4.
the turf course. He has been a winner.
Giant Mischief is
sorry we don't have Oaklawn, but
so that was the 4 at Oaklawn, booth 5-2 over 5-2. So
5-2, so
a
nobody's
lot of
getting
the day, not, we've had one or two of the big, we had the 50-2, 50-1 over 50-1, but most of the day, shorter prices,
Well, making a point, it was said off camera about Turfway Park. Watch the people who use Turfway Park in their optionals try to vault, because Turfway Park tends to have some outliers in terms of who wins at long shots. And we saw the longest price on the board, and what was that, a 34 to 1 or something like that in that area, win the first race. And if you had those, you're getting max money, at least for the first race, and you're moving. And I think that's what a lot of players here are counting on. At the end, they're using their bullets for the Turfway Park.
Completely agree, because now, remember, Fairgrounds canceled earlier today, so that took away some options from folks. And Santa Anita, to love, not necessarily always the biggest fields, especially when you're comparing it to Turfway Park. In Turfway, you've got horses coming from all different circuits, all over the place. That's why it's such a challenging track to be consistent on, because you're playing horses from Florida, from Kentucky, from New York.
And you're moving to the synthetic.
And exactly, only that surface. So most of them ran on the dirt or the turf last time out, and they're coming to a different surface. So challenging races still ahead at Turfway. We are leading into Santa Anita's 6th race, so we can show you that race. And then when we return, Rich and I will handicap Oaklawn Park's 11th, which is the final mandatory. We'll share some analysis on that, and we'll get you set up for there before we finish up the show. So let's go over to Santa Anita with just 1 minute to post. I did play in this race the 2 man among men a little bit. This is a horse for Mandela, who has been going a little bit longer in his last couple starts, Rich. But if you eliminate the races where he went 1.25 miles and 1.125 miles, and we just say those are too far for him,
right?
Everything else is really good. Everything from the 6.5 to a mile is good. And I think with the blinkers coming on, that'll help keep him a little closer here, so he doesn't have to be coming from so far back.
9 to 2. That's maybe a contest play for those who are near the top of the board, defending, making the cut to play tomorrow. But the rest of the board might just not look at this race and might just move on. Because unless you like 22 to 1.
Because if you're looking at the horses in here, there's only like 2 big options, right? A lot of them, as Ty was just pointing out, people might be priced out from those horses. They might be just too low for you. So Frank Miramati loads them into the gate at Santa Anita. We'll hear the call, and then we'll get you set up for Oaklawn.
Vlahos goes in. On to the outside. We're in the gate, and they're off. Go Joe 1. Vlahos has plenty of early gas, and so does Boss Sully. So it's Vlahos and Boss Sully taking over early on. Go Joe 1 third, and We're in Trouble is settling mid-pack 4th. Passed at the rail by Man Among Men. The 2 trailers, Tigeron and Navy Jack. Vlahos is the quickest of the quick past the half-mile pole. Leads at a length and a half, pursued intently by Boss Sully 2nd. 3 clear of Go Joe 1. Man Among Men is down on the rail. They are followed by Navy Jack racing inside We're in Trouble, and Tigeron inches up outside of that pair. Vlahos and Boss Sully. Boss Sully aggressively goes right to the front, and he did it easily. Opening up on Vlahos at the top of the stretch. Man Among Men is in 3rd. On the far outside comes Tigeron. Go Joe 1 in between horses. It's Boss Sully in the final furlong, looking sharp. Has a 3-length lead close to home, and Boss Sully and Armando Ayuso will win with style. 3-way photo for 2nd. We're in Trouble found his best stride and got there. Then it was between Tigeron and Vlahos.
It's a 5-1 winner there at Santa Anita. So one of the better price options in that race with Boss Sully. Had a great trip, looked like a winner all the way around the track. You weren't really sweating that one too much if you were playing in the contest there. So one more mandatory race to discuss. We want to get you all set up for that one at Oaklawn Park. It's coming up. It's race number 11, Rich. And the one thing we love about Oaklawn, massive field sizes at Oaklawn. Not an easy way to end the card here. Did have a couple scratches, so make sure to check. 6 is out, 13 is out.
13 and 14.
13 and 14 both out. Who's on your radar in here?
Well, what I wanted to talk about this race is Timeform US says this favors the front runners.
Yep.
So you're looking at a couple of the same kind of speed types, but you mentioned off camera you like the 6, Dan Samo, which I think if he was in this race, might have been an intriguing option.
Exactly.
Because he looked like he would go right to the lead and be a player in this.
Yeah.
Now you got to look at the other standard bearers here. So the number 9 Nullify looks like it's going to be that early early type.
Yep.
And Ethan Energy I think is going to be right up there.
I agree.
But you got to look at maybe Mina as being a possibility in there.
And Mina is right now 8-5. I think if I'm sitting in the contest, I would probably go to the 12. Ethan Energy, you were kind of hitting that one.
Yep.
That was a good effort last time out. This is a horse who was highly regarded last year for Brad Cox, was one of those horses that we thought could have been a Kentucky Derby type horse, right?
Sure.
They ran in the Lecomte, they were trying to get some points there. Following that, just facing a little tough company, they give him some time. He comes back in his first start of 2025,
Tampa.
and it's a good one at Tampa. So now they're able to kind of pick and choose their spot, where they want to go next. Steady tab coming into this race. Ethan Energy is pretty interesting. 6-1's fair.
Yeah, 6-1's fair.
That's the type of price I'm looking for, right?
That's a playable horse here.
Yep.
Well, what do we got for the 3 right now? Silver Heist with the Asmussen connections there.
Currently up on the board at 11-1, very playable.
And according to Timeform, going to be a horse that's going to be picking up horses late and makes an intriguing play. If we get a brisk pace, maybe Silver Heist could be in there.
And if you're a replay watcher, this horse had legitimate trouble last time out too. So you probably want to upgrade some of the traffic that this horse had if you watch the replay. So Silver Heist, move this one up a little bit, 11-1. Absolutely an option here if you're sitting in the contest. Well, Horseshoe has a little bit of backclass, but has just kind of tailed off of form for a while. Title contender Horseshoe was kind of highly regarded early on. We see a few starts back, was able to get a victory at Lone Star, but maybe the new barn can shake this up. Kind of looking for some of the bigger prices to see if I can make like strong cases for some of them. You were kind of hitting on Nullify a little bit too at 8-1. I could see this horse making sense. Just got away a little slower than I think they would have liked last time out. And lost to a horse who was an impressive winner, but Nullify, you go 2 starts back, it's a pretty good effort.
That's right.
At Oaklawn Park.
For sure.
Earning an 87 Buyer speed figure, which is one of the better figures in the race when you're looking at it. So, maybe a horse
if you could put a line through that last race, you're looking at a very competitive horse in this field.
Awesome. So,
what about 10 Pike Place? Yeah, another Pike Place, number 10.
Pike Place
what are we getting there?
Is currently 12-1. Yep. And again, what I like about this race, I do feel like there are a lot of options.
There's for sure.
There are like a lot of these horses that we've been talking about. I'd be fine with taking a swing at them at anywhere between like 6 and 12-1. They're right in that range. That would kind of be my bread and butter as a contest player. I'd be looking at horses in that range, not that first tier of runners, and probably not the biggest long shots, right? Sometimes you can get capped on those too, and you don't get necessarily the value. But in this race, this is a really playable race. It's a challenging one to end.
And you're going to find a lot of players on number 7.
Yeah.
Bourbon Aficionado. So what's on the board here?
30-1.
30-1.
On Bourbon Aficionado.
Could you make a case for this horse? Kind of be a little difficult. Really have to step up for this race, but
and again, another horse where you look back and Bourbon Aficionado has some races that would be good enough to win this race.
Right.
They're just a while ago. When that happens, you have to ask yourself, okay, have there been any changes or any reasons why we can expect something different from Bourbon Aficionado?
Sure.
First time gelding. So, maybe this is a horse who got that ultimate equipment change. Maybe they were, struggling sometimes a mental case. You need to get a little more focused. You could get even a little more speed into that horse, with the gelding there too. So, and even small things when you're looking at a big price like that. Horse is proven at Oaklawn Park.
Sure.
You always like that when you know a horse has gotten a win over the track. Yeah. If you're
interesting, you're going to find a lot of players on
someone or some of our stabbers.
Yeah, our
stabbers.
That's the 5th time.
The stabbers are going for Bourbon Aficionado. So, any other thoughts on here?
Nope. I got this. If I'm in the contest, I'm playing the 3.
Silver Heist for Rich. I think I'd be looking at the 12 Ethan Energy for me. If I was in striking range. If I was not having to call any audibles yet, that would be my horse. If not, I'd be drinking some bourbon with Rich and the bourbon aficionado, right?
That's important.
Yeah.
We have to treat our bourbon well.
Exactly. So, Rich, we're going to be done for the day because as we lead into Oaklawn 11th, that's the final mandatory race.
Yes.
But we're going to be back again tomorrow because it's the final day. We're going to be leading you into that final table. So we'll get a real sense of like movement on the board from 9 o'clock Pacific time, local time through noon. So 3 more hours of live coverage tomorrow.
And after that, ABR takes over the mantle and they'll bring you the rest of the day all the way through the final table. But we'll have updates on our social media. You'll see an interview with the winner, hopefully, and other things happening tomorrow. So, we're capping off a long day and a great day of coverage.
Big thank you to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and there will be more live coverage of the 2025 National Horse Players Championship tomorrow right here live from Horseshoe Las Vegas. Can't wait to see who's the winner. We've got more interviews to show you, handicapping, and the excitement is going to be palpable in this room tomorrow. Hope you all have a fantastic rest of your evening. Rich, thanks for coming along and helping out today. You were an awesome help when Alexa jumped on, so everybody didn't need to just hear me talking for hours because I love myself.
You can do it.
I love myself, but even I don't want to hear myself talking for that long. So hope you all have a great one. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time.